It's, oh my
It's just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep. From that GS
Close combat onto Among Us. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Bros gets the knockout. Defeats Volchula.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wishcash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the beautiful city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's a little bit chilly outside, but things are definitely heating up here at the Pokemon Regional Championships. My name is Juancho Saldana. I'm going to be your host for this weekend, but of course, I'm joined here in the lounge by the ever-amazing Shelby Boo and the talented but snarky Kyle Sablehouse. How's it going, guys?
back.
Snarky indeed. I'm back.
How are we feeling about this tournament? How are we feeling about Milwaukee?
Oh my gosh, she says heating up like some freshly fried cheese curds, Juancho. That's what I'm here for. No, but I'm really excited for this tournament. We had a lot of fun in Atlanta, but this is truly where things start to get ironed out because that's kind of like a tester, you know? What's the format going to look like? And then we have the reverse. What is the response from everybody from that very first breakout tournament? So I'm excited to see what our players choose to do to take down some of those top decks.
That's true. And again, this is one of the very few regionals we have left. So how about we go ahead and check out the rest of the 2025 schedule? Again, you mentioned earlier, these are when things are starting to iron out. There's only a couple of tournaments left for players to really snag their invite to Anaheim. There's literally only Milwaukee and Portland as the two North American Regional Championships, but of course, the big NAIC at New Orleans.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for that. Last season in New Orleans was a blast, and I think it's going to be even better this time around.
Of course, these are what the players are playing for, these championship points. Just so, we need quite a few just to make just to make it into the top 125. I think we were doing the math yesterday. I think upwards of 700 points at the very least, maybe. I don't know. If I'm wrong, blame Jeremy Jallin.
Well, a lot of those instant qualifications have just been getting thrown away. As we've seen the repeated winners and all these players consistently stealing those top placements. So it's going to be even more difficult to see players make it into the World Championships.
I can tell you there's players out in our field right now that are sweating it here because they're right on the brink of getting in there, and they're trying to pick up those last couple points.
Yeah, I can only imagine being the 123rd, 25th player, just thinking you have to perform the next couple of tournaments just to really secure your spot. But yeah, I mean, we just had our last regional championship. So in Atlanta, I believe we have a recap video. Let's check out what happened there. Spoiler warning.
Thousands of Pokémon TCG players gathered at the Atlanta Regional Championships to play the very first tournament after this season's standard format rotation. With cards such as Lugia V-Star, Regidrago V-Star, and Radiant Greninja no longer legal for play, trainers were forced to adjust their strategies for the new formats. Dragapult EX was expected to be a popular choice, and it absolutely delivered, leading the charge in Day 1 and in Day 2. Four-time regional champion Andrew Hedrick led the charge with the most popular archetype into the final match. But on the other side of the bracket, Henry Chow had made his way to his third regional final match of the season, and he was hoping to claim that third title. This set had players trading blows in Game 1 and Game 2, leaving very little time on the clock in Game 3. But Andrew had the perfect play for this exact situation. Rare Candy brought out an early Dragapult EX, and Andrew was able to take a 3-prize card lead. It seemed like Henry had no chance to come back and win, But on his final turn, he played Professor's Research to draw 7 cards. Off of those 7 cards, he needed to find Gardevoir EX, Rare Candy, and Night Stretcher to bring back Lily's Clefairy EX from the discard pile. He revealed his cards one by one and somehow found that perfect 3-card combo to take out Andrew's only Pokemon in play, securing his 3rd regional championship title of the season.
He has it all, folks! Monumental plot armor! 3-time regional champion in one season.
Keep up with all things competitive Pokemon and head to Pokemon.com/compete to get in on the action.
Whew, that was something. Just talk about plot armor. 3 tournaments in one season. Henry Chow definitely has it all.
he is on an absolute tear. And to give the people what they want and flip over each card, it beat card 6, even 7 to rub it in. I mean, it was unbelievable to see how he was able to do that up against one of the best players that we've seen in a long time in Andrew Hedrick as well.
Yeah, definitely quite a showman. Imagine doing that in the finals of a regional championship. Well, thank you for the show, Henry. Even just seeing his excitement was just absolutely palpable.
I mean, how can you not be excited? Like, you flip those cards. I mean, that's insane. It was so cool.
Yeah, definitely. Professor's Research definitely bailing Henry out there. We can actually check the meta-analysis for that tournament. Maybe it could dictate what happens in this tournament. But yeah, I mean, spoiler warning. I mentioned it earlier, Gardevoir won. But it's been winning literally everything, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean, the last 4 majors it has taken down, which is pretty wild because, see, this is our Atlanta Day 2. It wasn't that huge of a meta share. Yeah. I mean, it's 4th on that list, but it took it all down with Henry Chow. So, I mean, we've got some fantastic pilots behind that deck, that's for sure.
No, definitely. Again, we see Dragapult here very cementing itself. I feel like it's always the most played deck, followed by Golden Go, then the Terrapagos Wall deck, and then, yeah, you mentioned it earlier, the Gardevoir EX just in 4th, but honestly, 1st place in our hearts at this point, and 1st place in all the leaderboards, followed by our Childon and Ogerpon Noctowl, or Terrabox here.
Yeah, your baby.
That is my baby. But yeah, I'm curious how it's going to shake up, right? What's the difference between this and the Milwaukee and Atlanta? Just because I feel like things could be very, very different. Should be Gardevoir there on the at least 2nd or 1st, right?
You think so? Maybe. I feel like I'm actually curious to see if, because we have so much of our meta share be Dragapult, if some of those players who are not seeing success with the deck are now switching to other things. So I'm wondering if the Dragapult meta share will drop a little bit because of that, but I don't know. We'll see.
That's a good point. Let's actually talk about our weekend forecast already. And of course, it has to be, we have to start with Gardevoir EX. I mean, it's such a dominant deck to be able to win 4 tournaments at this point. It definitely has a target on its back, and it wasn't even the most played deck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so intimidating to see that meta share of how small it was, and then the translation over into day 2, and then just what it's able to do in the field. It's pretty much got that 50-50 matchup you're looking for across the board, if not better. But then in the matchups where you don't feel as favored, you can outplay your opponent so often with all the different tools you have.
Yeah, I mean, hear me out. I know Pablo's going to get mad at me for this one, but isn't Gardevoir just the Lugia of this format? It's the inconsistent deck. Yes, you're trying to get stuff into the discard pile, evolve your guy so you can energy accelerate and use your box decks, right? Without the refinement, it's not as consistent, but it happens.
You gotta let Lugia go, homie.
No, I miss him already.
It's Lugia, but it also gets its Pokemon back with the stretchers too. So you've got all the tools you want.
No, definitely. I mean, absolutely powerful. That's why it's been able to win so many tournaments. And I want to talk about how can we beat this specific deck?
Yes.
You know, Gardevoir EX is a psychic type Pokemon. How about we depend on some dark types?
Exactly. It has a target on its back now, Wancho. That is for sure. Everybody's going to be teching against this because it has picked up so many wins. The meta share is bound to go up. So you do not want to go into this event not being able to beat Gardevoir, which means just naturally there's going to be more counters out there for it. Now, what will those counters be? Is it going to be the Pokemon? Is it going to be the cards? Or is it going to be both? What do you think, Kyle?
It's tough to say. I think that a lot of players are going to start looking at the deck lists themselves and trying to refine them, or you have to go in a completely different iteration. And we see the Zork Toolbox decks starting to come out and about. There's a lot of answers that you have there now. Not only are you drawing all the right cards, but you also have all these different attacks that you can reach for to try to take these wins.
No, definitely. Definitely. I mean, I think Zoroark just has the tools. It has a good matchup into what? Both the top decks in the format, into Dragapult and Guardy. I think it has what you need, and I want to see a top player really pilot it to perfection. I mean, it's a newer deck. That means the deck lists aren't as refined as something like Gardevoir or Dragapult that has been seen play, for so long at this point, for multiple formats. I think this may be the tournament, though, that we crack that code.
Yeah, I think so, too, because, you know, new cards like that, it allows players to be a little bit more innovative with the decks, and that's where we get to see them shine, when the meta share of the Gardevoir goes up, and now you can start taking some wins with that deck. So with a lot of people saying, oh, it's just not strong enough, maybe it is strong enough against certain matchups, which, I don't know, we might see him here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it, but I want to see what we decided, you know, what we're predicting could do well here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. I mean, here are our caster predictions. What about you, Kyle? What about your predictions here?
Well, being that they were our two main talking points, I feel pretty good with the Zoroark and Gardevoir. It's just a battle of what's been the best and what potentially has a chance to take over at this point. We know that Dragapult's going to be included in the mix, but I feel like there's an opportunity for both of these decks to shine right now.
No, definitely. I mean, just look at all the dark types there on the first level, right?
I know. I almost chose Zoroark, and I was like, no way, everyone's picking Zoroark. There's no way I'm picking that.
Yeah. No, definitely. But you chose something interesting as well, Goldengo and the baby Raging Bolt. Goldengo historically has had a good matchup into Gardevoir, so I don't blame you, but the Raging Bolt.
The Raging Bolt. Okay, so, well, the Golden Go, I have all my coins, you could say, on the coin bonus Golden Go there. I think it's sitting at a good spot right now with the current fields that we're going to be playing into. I mean, that deck just has everything, as long as you can play some item cards, you know what I mean? But the Raging Bolt, you know, I think people might potentially be sleeping on Raging Bolt a little bit going into this specific tournament. I really like the builds that have the baby Raging Bolts. I think converting that deck into more of a single prize like alternative, you give yourself some better lines, I think, with that. So I'm hoping to see some Raging Bolts succeed here, because usually there's such a high percentage of our meta share, but they always fall off, and I just want to see it succeed, you know, Wancho? I'm rooting for the underdog here.
Yeah, it's definitely the underdog. Well, any Pokemon with a dragon typing not named Dragapult has to be the underdog in this tournament. I want to see if it can take down something like the Gardevoir EX. And again, for my predictions there is just another dark type Pokemon and Joltik.
Joltik?
You know,
We love Joltik.
good things into Gardevoir as well. I was thinking, you know, maybe Iron Hands can maybe take him down, but we'll have to see. I'm sure a lot of the players out there have very spicy decks. I've been able to sneak peek, actually. With that, I just want to remind the folks at home to follow us on our main channels. You're watching it here right now on either Twitch or YouTube, but of course you can check them out at pokemon.com/broadcast. I mean, it's very important to be watching these games.
Oh yeah, we're heavily invested into Milwaukee, and you should be too, that is for sure.
Yes, and of course, follow us on our YouTube, which is /Pokemon, or Twitch, which is also /Pokemon. I like Twitch just because you get the interaction as well. Maybe you get the caster prediction.
Well, I like YouTube, Wancho,
okay.
right?
I'm always going to root for Twitch chat, man. They're wild.
Oh yeah, it's true.
Yes, but of course, before we throw it to the desk, how about we go ahead and check out the format video for this tournament.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the desk for Milwaukee Regionals. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Pablo Tablemon Meza, and we have a great weekend lined up for y'all today.
Oh, for sure. I mean, now we're really fully immersed in this journey together format, right? We've seen Gardevoir dominate, and I have to assume this weekend will be finally where we see something else happen. Like, we cannot let Gardevoir keep on winning. As much as I love the deck, I've played it myself to a couple of events already, but like, players have to adapt by this point.
Yeah, it's enemy number one, and it's not even high up on a lot of our meta breakdowns for this past few tournaments. So it'll be interesting to see how it kind of shapes up throughout the weekend. There's a lot of play that the deck has, and we've seen two different lists kind of take hold of the meta.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Henry Chow won first with Zorg, and included in Gardevoir, and then it's been all about that solo Gardevoir deck that Brent did well with in Atlanta, just didn't get far enough, and then he ended up winning in Monterrey, then the same 61 in Seville. So yeah, I mean, two different styles, one more techy, the other more straightforward, but overall, in the end, it's Gardevoir doing Gardevoir things.
Yeah, and it's Badoo doing Badoo things.
Yeah.
You know, Itchy is still one of the terrors of the format, I would have to say. Let's go ahead and take a look at our notable matches that we have for this round 4 to start off our weekend. Now on stream, it's going to be Rowan Stavino up against Ian Robb. I am excited a lot for that one. Meanwhile, Andrew Hedrick up against Nathan Woodbury, Alex Szymanski versus Kenny Pakala, and Piper Lepine up against Giovanni Cortez.
Yeah, so a lot of really high-end caliber players here looking for that invite or already having secured it, but the featured match, Rowan against Ian, two very, very good trainers, right? They have a lot of accolades, especially Ian has won a lot of regional championships these past few seasons. Rowan has won one so far, but he's consistently at the top. I think he got top 16 in Atlanta, and here we have them.
Yeah, Rowan on the left, playing a Dragapult EX, and it's going to be that slow Pult version. There's no Dusknoir in this at all. Up against Ian Robb playing this Eevee box deck, which is kind of on the lower side of the metagame, but it is a very powerful deck.
Yeah, I mean, Flareon EX was one of my caster predictions, so I'm loving that a high-end, high top-tier player is using it. Of course, you have the Burning Charge attack to power up, but I think it's also all about that Sylveon EX's Angelite attack. A well-timed Angelite attack can just completely demolish any setup your opponent might have. So I think that might come into play here quite a bit.
Yeah, Sylveon actually does double duty in this Dragapult match. You can Angelite those Dracloaks that are on the bench back into the deck, but you also can Magical Charm to take a knockout when you have Lily's Clefairy EX on the bench. It makes that Dragapult EX weak to Psychic, and you do exactly enough damage to be able to take those two prizes kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence that the damage is exactly 160, which multiplied by 2 is that 320 damage. Now we are seeing 2 tool cards so in the prices for Rowan, so using that Genesect could be problematic, and the Ace Pick as well not available to him.
Yeah, this is rough prizes for Rowan. Meanwhile, for Ian, nothing too bad. Does have that one of Terra Orb in the prizes, though. That is a great way to be able to find something like your Flareon and Sylveon. Not only that, but your EVEX as well. That is a Terra.
Yeah, I mean, only one copy. It's a free search for the Terra, but can be quite crucial not having access to it. Of course, you still have plenty of Ultra Balls, but they come at a heavy price. And then that Lightning Energy, not the biggest of deals, but if Genesect does get activated, as it's immediately put into play in the active spot, denying Sparkling Crystal on this Eevee deck will be very, very important.
Yeah, I think I mentioned round 4. It is round 3. we only have 8 rounds today, so these players are going to start off this stream with round 3. And Ian starting off fantastic with a Fan Call Rotom in the active spot, being able to use that ability and search for things right away. Don't even need to try to find that Rotom.
Yeah, that Fan Rotom on turn 1 is definitely the dream. Such a good ability, and you get basically your full setup right now. Ian is missing that crucial Terra Pokemon. Eevee is good, but it can only be Terra once it evolves. So right now the key missing piece is a Terra Pokemon. I didn't get to see the rest of the hand. I think maybe there's a Terrapagos EX in there already. And there we have the nest ball. All right, so we will be able to access either an EVX or a Terrapagos in order to have that Terra down, ready to activate Jewel Seeker.
And now you mentioned it before we started, but Rowan did get top 16 in Atlanta with pretty much the same list, maybe a couple cards different, of Dragapult EX. Meanwhile, Ian did get top 64 with Dragapult Dusknoir, did opt to switch to this EV box deck. And the thing that is kind of interesting is the first regional of the season that we had in Baltimore, both of these players actually found themselves in top 8. Ian getting 8th and Rowan getting 7th.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, that's a really nice point to show how good these players are, right? They started off the season strong, and I'm sure they already have more than 700 championship points to secure their World's Invite, basically, and they're still going for those big wins, right? Ian, I think, going for his either 6th or 5th regional win, I believe. Rowan going for his 2nd, but Rowan also has a very decorated career in the earlier divisions. He's even a junior world champion.
Yeah, Rowan has been a player for a while and just shows to how good he can be just because he's been so consistent. Now, starting off for Rowan, did start that Genesect, but does have that Buddy Poffin to be able to search for 2 Dreepy. Now, we did see the XP share and the rescue board in the prize cards, so that rescue board's not going to be an option to get this Genesect out of the active spot, which usually is your go-to.
Yeah, for sure. You get a free retreat pivot for the rest of the game. You nullify that crucial Sparkling Crystal Ace-Spec with the Ace Nullifier ability, so not having access to that will be pretty crucial. There is still a copy of Switch available to switch out, and there are still 2 tool cards available. That is a Bravery Charm and a Luxurious Escape, which usually you want them on the Badu, right, especially to withstand the 70 damage from this Rotom. That can be pretty crucial with that Bravery Charm giving Badu 80 HP, but it's a lot, right? Like, you can only do so much on your first turn.
Yeah, it is kind of the best start of Fan Rotom against a deck that will try to utilize that Itchy Pollen. It is just such a great attacker, especially when you have that stadium in Area 0 under depths. That means Assault Landing for 1 energy does 70 damage. And like you said, Bravery Charm trying to help keep that Badu in play a little bit longer. But do we have a supporter in Rowan's hand? I know he's had a lot of Pokemon Search so far.
Haven't been able to take a look at his hand now. Ian is only playing 2 Area 0 under depths in his list, 1 already countered. Rowan only plays 1 Artisan in his list, and now choosing to pay the retreat cost the old-fashioned way and get that damage going.
Yeah, and no supporter from Rowan's side of things. Maybe there's a couple Dracloak hiding out in the hand to try to draw some cards on the following turn. I think there's 1.
Yep, there's at least 1. There's a Hawlucha as well available, but with no energy acceleration, right, no Crispin in the list, we're not going to see a Phantom Dive anytime soon.
And speaking of Crispin, Ian has the Crispin in the hand. This is going to allow him to attach an energy for the supporter and then 1 for the turn, so you can get an energy on that Phantom Moon if you want, or just get 2 energy on that EVEX, set it up for an Angel Light, possibly this turn, possibly next turn.
Yeah, I mean, he has at least 1 Noctowl in his hand that we know of. Going for that Sparkling Crystal, going for the Latias EX to give himself free retreat. Or no, we're just going to see a pass. All right. So really saving that Noctowl for the crucial moment.
I think one thing Ian is kind of expecting is Dragapult as a deck, you really don't want to get ahead of first. There is, 3 Countercatcher in Rowan's list, and Countercatcher plus Itchy Pollen can really kind of dismantle your early setup. So Ian opting to take the slower route and just hope to Angel Light these Dracloak away.
Yeah, I mean, not taking a knockout. I don't think too many players would choose to pass up on a knockout on the Badu right off the bat. But of course, Ian, I'm sure if you're going to be testing for this event, you're going to be testing a lot against Dragapult and a lot against Gardevoir, right? So I'm sure he has everything figured out to the point where he knows what he's doing.
This has been such a great sequence of events for Rowan. Had that first Dracloak, Recon Directive into another Dracloak, Recon Directive into a Professor's Research, Ultra Balled the hand away for the third Dracloak, and then is going to be able to research this hand away for 7 brand new cards. This is the kind of setup you need to get against Sylveon EX.
Yeah,
even having the 4th one, wow.
There we go. Quad Dracloak on turn 2 is definitely the dream come true here.
And you get an energy to attach for the turn 2. Must be nice.
With the Monkey Dury having been already discarded, there's less value in keeping that Luminous Energy available, but there are 2 Night Stretchers, so we could see some Monkey Dury action later down the line.
Yeah, especially with your bench kind of getting shuffled in, you'll have more space to play it down with a Night Stretcher later on.
All right, so now over to Ian. Do you go aggressive with the Fan Rotom finally? Do you Brock Scouting? That's the card we top deck to just establish the Sylveon EX as a threat. Seems like that's going to be the plan.
You can Brock Scouting, get that Sylveon EX set up for that potential Angelite. Is still needing a few different cards, has an energy in hand, but it's going to be the Psychic Energy. You need 3 different types of energy for that Sylveon. Is missing the Lightning. Does have that Sparkling Crystal though, so you can use that energy to attach to the active and use the Noctowl to find that Sparkling Crystal and what looks like a boss's orders here.
Yeah, I mean, going after the energy sounds like a good plan, right? You know that the trend for these Dragapult decks is they don't play Sparkling Crystal themselves. They're using on first stamp a lot more. And by denying that energy, you guarantee that you will not be pressured next turn by a Phantom Dive. However, this does open up to a possibility of a potential on first stamp, bring up the Noctowl, and buy some time. I think that's the biggest issue that these Noctowl decks have, is just getting punished with hand disruption and an awkward Pokemon in the active under item lock.
Well, I think that's probably because we're just going to Angelite this turn, right? Do you even go for the knockout? Do you want to shuffle in some Dracloak? I think player knowledge also has to come into a factor here, right? Like, yeah. Rowan has been very vocal on this Slowpoke version, no rare candy, and you're not really scared by that Dreepy.
Yeah, perhaps to avoid the counter catcher, that's definitely the way to go. We Angelite the energy away. It's not like taking, it's not, you don't get a prize card, but you still deny the research. With the boss, though, I have to imagine it's gonna be a knockout, or we're just gonna
boss the Genesect.
No,
we're taking a knockout. All right.
Yeah, I think saving the Angelite for when your opponent has already established like a lot more on the board feels a little bit stronger. I'm definitely surprised he didn't go after the energy, but the trend is also that there's no rare candy in a lot of these Dragapult decks, so then you're definitely not threatened by this energy on the board right now.
We do see an Arven in the hand for Rowan. That is a way to get the Unfair Stamp, but the Unfair Stamp's prized. So yep. Ian actually doing one of the better plays now, just because you're not afraid of Unfair Stamp. It's no longer available for Rowan.
Yeah, I mean, you can never assume it's priced, right? But turns out this is going to be pretty good for Ian now. Immediately choosing the Puffin over the Iono there off of the first Recon Interactive, keeping the switch as well. What could Rowan be planning here?
Second Badoo, no, it's going to the bottom. Pheasantipity EX going to the hand. I don't know if you're going to bench that just yet, though. Blood Moon Ursaluna, boss's orders.
So now Rowan is in an interesting spot. Does he commit? If he had committed the energy to a Dracloak instead of the Dreepy, he could have a Dragapult set up, but then he's vulnerable to Clefairy plus boss KO. The Angelite also becomes much stronger. Rowan does feel like he's up against the ropes, right? No matter where he puts the energy, it's going to get Angelited away.
Yeah, I do think the reason Ian opted for the knockout is just because that energy was on the Dreepy.
Yeah.
No way for a Dragapult EX to actually start attacking on this turn for Rowan. And now with 2 energy on the board, but they're spread out, Angelite is going to be perfect to shuffle both of those back in.
Yeah. Just completely deny any setup, and then Rowan will have to spend a turn attaching energy. That's a turn you cannot use Angelite, though. So there is a possibility of the Dragapult coming online after, but that's when you can use the boss to chase down the energy. So it's all about denying that Phantom Dive the whole time.
And it's always unfortunate to see that Sparkling Crystal in play when you had the Genesect starting for the game. Just no tool available for it, and now it's just fodder to stay in the active.
So we do see the defensive play with the boss orders to bring up that Noctowl. There's no rescue board or anything, so we're going to have to spend another energy attachment onto a Noctowl to get this back onto the bench. We will get an extra energy as well. The lightning energy being priced, not the biggest of deals. We do see the Artisan getting another Hood. Imagine if Crispin was Find 2 energy and a basic Pokemon.
With the energy on the active, now Ian can retreat, and I have to think we're going to see an Angel Light here, Pablo. It is just too good, shuffling back both of those to cloak with energy.
There we see it, the Angel Light attack, choosing 2 of your opponent's benched Pokemon and shuffling them back, and all cards attached to them into your deck. Now, Ian cannot use Angel Light this upcoming turn, but we know he grabbed the boss's orders, right? If I'm not mistaken, from that previous
the first
Dual Seeker. Yeah, I don't see it in. Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah, so wherever the energy goes on either of the Dracloaks on the bench, it will be taken down next turn, unless there's an Iono or an on first stamp being played.
And with Ian having just one Area 0 Underdepths left, this is the turn where Rowan can kind of try to cheat out a Dragapult in play, get an energy on it. You're might have to evolve if you're afraid of that boss's orders, Magical Charm. And if you do evolve, Ian has the chance to Ultra Ball for a Noctowl, grab that Area 0, play the Lily's Clefairy, and be able to just take that knockout anyway.
Will require that Area 0, as you mentioned. So that Hood, of course, gives Ian the option of an extra Noctowl next turn. If his hand gets Iono'd away, you have double Noctowl, potentially pull off anything. But yeah, I mean, the bench right now, it's full, so we need a 2-card combo to potentially take down a Dragapult. 1 would not be enough.
And Rowan going back to that Badoo, trying yet again to just get a setup. We saw such a great start from Rowan, had multiple Dracloak, but this is why Sylveon EX is so good against Dragapult. Angel Light, even though you can only use it every other turn, it is still amazing against these Stage 2 decks.
Now, at this point, Ian, I don't know if he knows Rowan's 60 cards, but if he assumes there's always a rescue board in every Dragapult deck, he has to know it's not available to run. Like, there's no reason why it wouldn't be attached already after so many turns, after a few Arven usages, right? Of course, now that the ace-spec has been played, there's less value, but just having the pivot to be able to go into the Badoo this turn would be fantastic, but we cannot do that right now.
Yeah, had the switch in hand before the Iono, opted not to play it down. Attached energy for the turn to that Dracloak.
Crazy how much damage one Sylveon EX is doing, right? Like, there's nothing else left on the bench, really, not even an energy down to help. Now, what did Ian find off of the Iono?
If there's access to a Noctowl, it's going to be big, but no, it does not look like it. Just a lot of recovery, and Pokemon might just be forced to Magical Charm. Maybe you even pass?
Yeah, I mean, with the Genesect in the active spot, no rescue board. If you have that read that there's no rescue board available, the switch wasn't played last turn either, maybe you don't take a knockout, because that way you reduce the odds of a Dragapult hitting the active. I mean, with the resources you have in hand, though, like, you're very close to powering up another Eevee as well. So, like, just having another Sylveon as we see the Psychic Energy get recovered, I feel like if you're close to recovering, yeah, I mean, you go for it. You're also guaranteed to not be taken down, right? So the Sylveon EX will survive this turn. Now, I don't think Rowan will open up the bench space for Ian if he manages to get a Dragapult online, takes down Defend Rotom to take a desperation prize, if you will. I think Rowan's far better than that and will not give Ian the opportunity to just bench the Clefairy and get his Dragapult taken down.
Yeah, well, Rowan even has the Night Stretcher in hand for the Hawlucha that was discarded so early on in this match. And with that Night Stretcher, can use that Flying Entry to be able to take a knockout on the Eevee with the energy. Or Hoot Hoot, but I think the Eevee is definitely the better play here.
I agree, but it will open up that bench space, right? That's the problem. A Clefairy gets benched, and then you're back to square one. And that Magical Charm is even reducing the damage from Phantom Dive. So, do you even took-hit KO the Sylveon?
The Magical Charm only does it to the defending Pokemon. So, it was the Genesect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay,
it's not Rolling Iron. It's not.
Oh, right. I have good repelled, I'm sorry.
This is the third Dracloak of the 4 here for Rowan. I believe has the Ultra Ball and the Luminous in hand already. Does find another of both, basically. Really just trying to find cards to discard for that Ultra Ball to find that Dragapult EX. And we're going to see, finally, an attack here from Rowan that is not that Itchy Pollen. Phantom Dive is going to be able to soften up that Sylveon and take a knockout on that Eevee.
Do you take the knockout, though? That's... I don't know if I love it. I mean, we'll have to see what Rowan decides. Opening up the bench space on purpose. Or we go for the double Hoot Hoots. I mean, that also reduces the odds of drawing or benching the Clefairy, right?
Yeah, double Hoot Hoot with an Iono to 4 seems pretty strong here. Now, Ian does find an Ultra Ball off those 4 cards. We'll be able to search for that Lily's Clefairy EX if he wants.
Yep. Iono, Ultra Ball. So our Retaliation Iono to get rid of Rowan's huge hand. Knockout on the active. No Hoot Hoot in play, but there's still 4 potential cards off of the Iono afterwards, so not too bad. And we see a Nest Ball for Pheasantipity as well.
This is just insane. Nest Ball does find that Lily's Clefairy EX. Again, you can find Pheasantipity with the Ultra Ball as well. Drawing cards is going to be great. Maybe you Ultra Ball for the Sylveon to evolve the Eevee. You have that Iono to try to draw 4 more cards.
Yeah, and that's probably what Ian is evaluating, right? Do you just protect that Eevee from a potential upcoming Phantom Dive? Do you guarantee yourself extra cards after the Iono with the Pheasantipity? Flip the script. Definitely going to play that Ultra Ball. We lose the Briar resource, and we are going for that Pheasantipity. Briar is definitely an interesting inclusion in this deck, but it's a very unique and time-specific card that finding uses for it is not easy.
Yeah, I think it's mostly for those matchups where you're going to be battling a lot of single prizers, maybe Gardevoir or even Raging Bolt with their kind of babies thrown in there.
Yeah.
Here is the Iono for 4. Does find a Night Stretcher that can get another energy if you want. There's the Pheasantipity. Flip the script to draw 3 cards since Ian had those Pokemon knocked out last turn.
Yep.
Area 0. That could be good to open up the bench a little bit.
Yeah, that gives us a Hoot Hoot back.
This
is
big.
Really, really good. That draw off of the Iono and flip the script really put Ian in, I want to say, the best position here. No energy on board. Knock out the active. Sylveon still not damaged at all, right? So you know it's going to at least attack 2 more times, if not more. Flareon EX into play as well now, just to threaten high damage output against a potential Blood Moon Ursaluna or Pheasantipity that Rowan might bench this turn.
Yeah, and you might think, why do the Flareon when there's a Psychic Energy there? You can still Crispin for the Fire and the Lightning to be able to attack with that Cornelian. Now, Rowan on the back foot, indeed. 4-2 prize cards. Has no energy in play, no Dragapult EX. Really is going to have to rely on Blood Moon Ursaluna to try to get some stuff going. It's definitely looking rough.
Yeah, and Blood Moon Ursaluna doesn't even do enough with the Blood Moon, right, to really threaten, and puts your Crispin away from essentially losing the game.
Well, you have the Bravery Charm.
Yeah, you could Bravery Charm the Blood Moon Ursaluna, that's true.
Like, I think this turn has to be Blood Moon with Bravery Charm, countercapture the Fez or the Clefairy, take the knockout, and then hope to do it again the next turn.
Yeah, hope for a switch to reset. You will need boss as well. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely a possibility to pull it off.
Well, I think Rowan has everything in the hand now. Arvin can go find the countercatcher if you want.
Yep.
You have the Ultra Ball plus the Bravery Charm. Hey, we finally got that rescue board in the deck.
We did, yeah. A little too late, but we do have access to that now as well. I mean, the XP share was also pulled from the prizes, but that one's pretty relevant at this point.
And now, does Rowan have an energy to attach? He does. Okay.
He does,
This is looking like a pretty solid turn for Rowan. Ian does have one saving grace, though, and it's that Hoot Hoot on the bench. And this is where you kind of wish you had that Briar still.
Yeah. Yeah, that Briar could have been crucial for this upcoming turn. I think Ian's going to have to respond with Iono, attack the Blood Moon. Hope Ian can't move that resource away, right? There's no Professor Tour available, so it's just the switch that he very smartly conserved this whole time.
Well, here is the Ultra Ball. Discards that Dragapult EX. That is the last one of the deck. Finds the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, and this card has been one of the great finisher Pokemon that we've had in the Pokemon TCG for a while now.
Yeah, it's even better than Radiant Charizard, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not type specific. Any deck can just play a copy of Blood Moon Ursaluna to close out the end game, and there we have it. There's the counter catcher, the Bravery Charm onto a Blood Moon. I think we're going to see the KO on the Pheasantipity.
I think you have to go to the Pheasantipity. You don't want to give Ian more cards to work with to try to figure out how to get around this Blood Moon, or even just Iono yourself.
Yeah. So that nice Treacher was so important for Ian, right? Without it, he wouldn't be able to Iono. Now, he has Iono'd once. He only plays 2 copies. Does he have an Iono left, though? That's the question. I don't remember if he Iono'd earlier on.
We do see a Noctowl in the hand for Ian. It's going to at least allow him to search through the deck and try to piece together these next couple of turns.
Yeah, I mean, if it's available, I think that's what we need to see. We could see a weird Angelite play, but I don't know if that'll be enough. Now, there's a Terra Orb. I don't see Iono.
Yeah, Terra Orb just looking through the deck, trying to figure out what resources are left for Ian.
There's also no way to get rid of the Clefairy, right? Like, if you could get this Clefairy... Oh, there is a Professor Tour. Never mind. So we tour the Clefairy. That takes away Rowan's win condition for this upcoming turn. That's even better than Iono.
And this is where you would want a card like Monkey Dory that Rowan also had to discard with that Hawlucha earlier on in this game. And the Monkey Dory would have been able to kind of help you get to that 270, 260 number that you would need.
So grabs the boss to go after the Blood Moon after we attack it with Magical Charm next turn. We will Turo up the Clefairy. If Flareon, Jeremy, had the right energy attached, like if he had a fire instead of the Psychic, then we could have seen a Kieran KO with
that
Carnelian.
Yeah.
Kieran is a card that Ian Robb is playing, can let you switch out or do 30 extra damage, your choice. And he had the Lightning in his hand. So fortunately, that Psychic energy is there, so we could not see the game end right here, but we're just going to see the Magical Charm. Damage reduced, no possible 2-price turn here for Rowan.
Okay, there is a way, but it's very convoluted. There is the Area 0 Underdepths in play. Both Dragapult EX are in the discard, and I think one Night Stretcher has already been used for Rowan, so only has access to one more. So I don't think this play is actually available, but you could have Dragapult, get that Terra in play, open up the bench space for the Monkey Dory with Luminous Energy, and be able to use boss's orders and everything like that, but it's just unfortunately a little bit too much for Rowan with only having those 2 recovery cards in the deck.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That one Night Stretcher has been used. So yeah, a sort of Monkey Dory play could have been available to take down the Flareon on the bench.
And we did see Rowan discard that Dragapult EX last turn. So just going to have to settle for an Iono here. Both players going down to 2 cards. Rowan still does have 2 recon directives available to him. Does find the switch, and that is huge.
Yeah. Switch was necessary to be able to at least not lose this turn, right? Otherwise, the game was immediately over. Now we do have the switch. We have the Nice Stretcher. We found another Luminous Energy, which is no longer live, right? Because you cannot have 2 Luminous Energy to cover the attack cost. We see the switch. We're going to see a Buddy. No Hoot Hoot available. And Rowan knows that the boss's orders and the Clefairy are at the bottom of the deck now, Jeremy.
Yeah, exactly where you want it to be.
No items, no items. Oof. That would have been very, very bad there for Ian. I mean, and what he was trying to do is shuffle the deck, right? Because the boss's orders and the Clefairy are at the bottom. And that would have allowed him to be able to have a chance at drawing them with this Iono that he got.
So this is interesting. Rowan did not use the Night Stretcher, so still has one available to him. If Ian Angelites and tries to hide this Dragapult back into the deck, it's going to open up a bench space. If you have Night Stretcher Luminous Energy along with a boss's orders, or I don't even think you need the boss's orders at that point, it just could be game.
All right, there we see the Angelite. This could be, as you said, Jeremy, yeah, that Night Stretcher with the Blood Moon attacking onto the Flareon EX, that could open up a win condition for Rowan.
You can just attack the Sylveon in the active now.
Oh yeah, because there's no protection. You're right. I keep forgetting that magical charm. Ooh, there's the boss's
Night
orders.
Stretcher.
There's a Night Stretcher.
You don't need the boss's orders. You already drew.
You need the Luminous.
Yeah, you need the Luminous.
You win with Luminous Energy.
I think the play here is Night Stretcher, Monkey Dory, Iono for 2, and hope you find a Luminous Energy off of those 2 cards.
But then you're committing so hard to win this turn, right?
I mean, do you just lose next turn to a boss's orders?
Well, but you know the deck didn't get shuffled.
That's true, yeah.
And the boss is at the bottom. I think, like, with that knowledge, you're not in a rush to commit your Night Stretcher.
Oh, wait. Rowan did not use Recon Directive yet.
He just did it, found another boss and a Treepy, which he chose not to grab the second to open up the space for Monkey Dory. I think Rowan should be patient here.
I don't know. I'm on the complete opposite side. I love this Slowpoke deck, and just being able to do a play like this seems to be crazy to me. Especially after the way this match has been going with this Sylveon, kind of just controlling everything. But we are going to see a boss's orders bring up, what, Noctowl, Itchy Pollen?
I mean, since he found the second copy.
Could have also done the Flareon, because it can't attack technically right now.
Yeah, but it can retreat, right?
Oh,
and what
true.
you want is to make sure that you're not pressured more. So Rowan does have the other copy of boss orders available to him. He just needs to find a Luminous Energy to win the game. Gosh, this is...
What a back and forth.
Yeah, what a back and forth, exactly. And you see how, like, the big weakness of this Noctowl decks is this Iono when you have no Hoot left, or even if you have some left, you need to find those Noctowls. And even retreating Noctowl is just so awkward.
Ian does have a Water Energy in hand. Could just play it and then pass.
He's really doubting that Iono. I feel like he should commit. Just Iono, see your 2 cards, and attack, right?
Passes the turn back.
They pass.
Luminous Energy off the top.
No
what
way.
A top deck for Rowan. Has everything to take the knockout with Monkey Dory. Would have had it last turn. I told you, Pablo, this deck is insane.
Yeah, that is crazy. He would have had it last turn, Jeremy. You are right. But, I mean, dang, what a game. I don't know if Ian had not committed that boss's orders to his hand. I mean, having game in hand is never a bad call.
Yeah.
Right? Rowan had used quite a few Ionos at that point. His hand was pretty big that you probably had to expect the second one, but yeah, I mean, we have the replay ready. Let's take a look at everything that happened in this crazy back and forth game 1.
Yeah, it was an early knockout with Magical Charm. No Angelite just yet, and that's all due to Rowan attaching the energy to the Dreepy instead of a Dracloak. Now with an energy on 2 Dracloaks, it is time for the Angelite. Shuffled them in, and then we took another knockout with the Genesect. It was all Ian in these early turns, but finally Rowan had the play of the Flying Entry with Hawlucha and the Counter Catcher to take the knockout on both Hoots. But Ian had the response with the Lily's Clefairy EX, going down to 2 prize cards. But then we saw the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX with the Bravery Charm, the Counter Catcher to take the knockout on the Pheasantipity, and this is where the tides turned for Rowan, trying to slow things down to where you can pull off this 3-card combo. Night Stretcher for Monkey Dory, Luminous Energy, Boss's Orders, one of the 2 prizers, take the knockout with Blood Moon yet again.
So patient by Rowan. That Iono putting the Boss's Orders to the bottom. I think, like, every card being played, everything every decision made by both players was so well calculated and executed, and it just came down to that like top deck essentially for Rowan. If Ian had used that Iono, which he was so hesitant to do, right?
It would have put the Night Stretcher on the bottom. No way to really search for it out except for in the Arvin.
Now we do see the EV start pretty good, which allows you to get the Sylveon EX immediately. Now you have your Terra Pokemon in play already with, I mean, obviously Magical Charm, the best attack you can have. And
Ian didn't even use Fan Call. Just had triple Hoot Hoot with that Buddy Buddy poppin'. This hand is stacked so far for Ian. Now just needs an energy to really make it a great turn 1.
Yep, energy attachment would be ideal. And there's 2 energies available, Jeremy. Wow. And a Crispin already.
Now looking at the prize cards, Sparkling Crystal in the prize cards, along with the other Sylveon EX and one of the Area 0 Underdepths. Normally that Colorful Friends EV is very good in that Badoo matchups where you just search for 3 Pokemon of different types, but who needs that now when you get a start like this?
Yeah, I mean, I think every colorless Pokemon other than that EV hit the board right now, but over in Rowan's side, 3 tool cards. If 2 wasn't enough, Jeremy, last game, now we have 3 tool cards prized. The rescue board once again. Now, it's less impactful now that the Sparkling Crystal is also prized, right?
Yeah.
So Genesect doesn't need to deny an A-Spec. That is not available at all. However, not having EXP Share is pretty crucial in terms of that energy conservation for these Dragapult decks that play no energy acceleration whatsoever.
Yeah, he also prized the other fire energy. Rowan's list is skimping pretty hard on the basic energy counts, just 2 fire, 2 psychic, along with those luminous energies. So if you're going to have to commit this fire to retreat this Monkey Dory into something like a Badoo, then you're going to be on the back foot a lot.
Now, Rowan being very thorough with his prize checking, he just realized that there are 3 tool cards prized. He's put all the Pokemon to the front, all the energy to the front, now all the supporters, and now the tools. So he knows that there is only the Luxurious Cape available to him in order to try to deny the A-Spec or make his body a little bit stronger.
Yeah, that Luxurious Cape is the only available card to really do that, and it does come with that huge cost of giving up an extra prize card if your opponent takes the knockout by damage. We are going to see the fire energy on the Dreepy. Rowan did have the Dreepy to try to start with, but opted to start with the Monkey Dory. Even benches down that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX right away. That is a liability in this deck.
Yeah, and I mean, with 1 Night Stretcher being discarded right now with the Professor's research, as well as the Dracloak, and 1 Dracloak being prized, Rowan's setup is going to be a lot weaker compared to the previous game where he had quadruple Dracloak in play pretty much the whole game.
Yeah, honestly, I think if Ian's hand permits it, which we know there's a Noctowl in there, we could just see a Crispin, Angel Light away, both these Dreepy, and Rowan may never get a chance to get a Dracloak in play.
Yeah, honestly, that's very much likely the case. You can do 1 turn Magical Charm KO, next turn Angelite, shuffle any Dreepy that's in play with energy, Magical Charm again. Now, if you're trying to win, right, this round, there's 16 minutes left. I'm sure
that is
both players are very aware of this. So I don't know if that strategy might be a little too slow overall, but we have the Magical Charm ready, we have the Angelite ready as well, and that's what we're doing. Both Dreepies getting shuffled back into the deck.
Yeah, this is kind of what I've seen happen a lot with the Sylveon versus Dragapult kind of match, where you're going to Angel Light a bunch of times. If you don't win game 1, you have a chance to win game 2, but most likely there's not going to be a winner game 3.
Yep, that is very true. 50 minutes is a long time, but in this very back and forth meticulous match where games are going for a large amount of turns, it's just not going to be enough.
It is pretty crazy that Ian also had the Crispin in hand, didn't even need to play the Noctowl.
Yeah, and therefore you don't have a liability that could get stuck in the active, which, I mean, you kind of do, right? Because all these Pokemon have retreat costs. However, Latias EX is available to be able to retreat any of these, as we see the defensive Boss's Orders play immediately onto a Hoot Hoot. Ian really needs to apply pressure, so unless he has the Latias already, we should be seeing a Noctowl to grab that Latias. or just an attach retreat. All right.
You could still Noctowl for boss's orders here, bring up that Dreepy, take the knockout if you want. But again, you're also sensing that Rowan doesn't really have much of anything. And you can evolve into a Dracloak, but then just Angelite it away next turn.
Now we do have access to Unfirst Stamp this turn for Rowan, even though Angelite is available. We could find a counter catcher as a defensive play once again. So I really would have liked to see like a Latias EX in play and a preemptive attachment to the Noctowl that found it. That way you cannot be stopped next turn. There's nothing stopping you from attacking once again. Now though, if we see a counter catcher, it comes down to finding an energy or finding a Noctowl of your 2-card hand plus your top deck. So a little bit more vulnerable in this spot.
And this is what Rowan's list is built for. It has those 3 counter catchers, has those Arvins to try to search for him, finds one off of this unfair stamp. So most likely we're going to be seeing that yet again, trying to just prevent another Angelite from Ian's side of things. 2 Dreepy found off Buddy Poffin. And hopefully there's an energy attachment, maybe a supporter this turn, but it's definitely scary staring down that Sylveon EX.
For sure. It's applying so much pressure now. To see the Recon Directive finds the boss's orders to potentially stall.
And again, that's kind of what Rowan wants to do, right? There's 13 minutes left now in the round. You won game 1. If this game 2 does not finish, Rowan will be considered the winner of the match.
Yeah. Now, he's a little hesitant on benching this Fizandipity X, which, of course, it's a 2-price liability, but also there's nothing in play right now that can threaten it. Magical Charm cannot KO it. Angelite only shuffles it to the deck, so I don't see any reason why you wouldn't draw those 3 extra cards. Try to find the counter catcher, follow up for next turn, find more Dracloaks, and there's the flip the script. Finds 2 energies to have them ready to go.
Go back in the deck, more like it.
Yeah, probably. If Ian can retreat, right? I mean,
That
he
is
does
true,
have counter catcher, and he does have the boss's orders, so I think that's what we're going to see here.
Yeah, and I think boss's orders here, you don't have another supporter in the hand, might as well use the resources that you have available to you. You're not going to take a knockout anytime soon in the first place. There is that Itchy Pollen. 10 damage on the on the Hoot Hoot is also big, but Crispin in the hand, Noctowl drawn for the turn. What an unfair stamp for Ian.
Yep, pretty good draw right there. That extra energy will be hand available to prevent a retreat next turn if necessary. And yeah, now do you Angelite or do you take the KO? It's gonna be the Angelite.
It
right?
has to be Angelite. Yeah.
It has to be.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there we go. Energy gets shuffled back in. No more Dracloak in play. So Ian has a chance at winning this game, but if we keep this up, it's going to take at least 12 turns, right? 1 Angelite, 1 Magical Charm. 1 Angelite, 1 Magical Charm. And could be more if Blood Moon or Fizandipity tanks some hits.
Rowan, thankfully, has access to that one of Artisan Stadium, being able to at least find these Dreepies turn after turn yet again. Usually the big thing that Angelite is so good against Dragapult is eventually you're going to run out of those Buddy Poffin, those Nest Balls, things like that, those Brocks, to be able to find your basic Pokemon that keep getting shuffled back in. But Artisan really helping out there.
Yeah, putting in the work. That Artisan finds a Buddy Poffin as well, which seems like we're not going to play. We want that Iono now. Rowan does have Counter Catcher to try another stall play. Combined with that Iono, you will give Ian 5, like you will give him more cards, but you will also get rid of the energy that you know he has in his hand. And with 2 energy, I think here, 3 in play, he must know that these decks play like anywhere between 8, 9, or 10 energy on average, so there aren't that many left after this.
Counter Catcher is also going to help against the potential boss's orders play on that Dracloak, but I think with the energy in hand and the Noctowl, you can just do it pretty easily here. But no, we're going to take the knockout on that Badoo. Again, Ian just opting not to play down that Noctowl just yet. Wants to save that ability for the right time.
I don't know. Rowan could get a double knockout on like 2 Hoot Hoots, but now that there's a third, Ian is just feeling a lot safer overall. Even if that Dragapult gets some damage in order to get the Clefairy down. So we'll have to see. He chose not to go with the boss to knock out the Dracloak. Maybe because he doesn't have a follow-up energy to retreat next turn if he got Bajud plus Countercatcher. So that could have been the decision. And I think I would have been very tempted to go after the Dracloak with energy, but yeah, I mean, Ian just making sure that he can attack every single turn.
Well, there is that Dragapult and a Professor's Research. Where's the high five?
All right, Research for 7. We do have Recon Directive and Flip the Script available as well. We just need to find any energy to be able to Phantom Dive here.
Not a Luminous, but...
Not a Luminous, yeah, sorry, any basic energy.
There is that Fire Energy first card from that Research here.
9 minutes on the clock. I think now that there's the Dragapult DX committed, we know there's Nest Ball in Ian's hand in order to respond to this. I think we are going to see this game finish either way.
Yeah, I feel like with a little over 8 minutes, it's going to be enough time for both players to be able to put together these 2-hit knockouts, or just these 1-hit knockouts on these 2 prizers, especially with Pheasantipity on the bench for Rowan. Again, a lot of these Dragapult decks kind of opt for Professor Turo. We even see like a Penny to go along with that Blood Moon with the Bravery Charm to kind of loop it. But Rowan is opting for neither of those powerful supporter cards in this list, just opting for that one switch to really kind of maneuver around.
All right, so Genesect in hand, 4th 3P hitting the field. Right now, we're going to see Flip the Script as well for extra resources. Drawing 1 card at a time. All right. Pretty much have access to anything we need. Even if Rowan chose not to take a knockout this turn to not activate something like Flip the Script or whatnot, there is a bench space available for the Lilith Clefairy for the follow-up knockout. But do you commit the energies to the Lilith Clefairy next turn or try to have that powered up? Because there isn't an EV available to be able to evolve or apply any pressure if this Sylveon gets KO'd. And the Blood Moon Saluna that was benched in the beginning is still there for a follow-up.
Now we do see that second Night Stretcher being played for a Dracloak. Now Rowan has no more access to recovery for the rest of the game and is hoping to rely on this board.
Another Ultra Ball gets played, more thinning.
Now I do believe this last 3P came into play this turn, so won't be able to evolve it into a Dracloak just yet, but trying to get those cards out of your hand that aren't really going to do too much against a potential Iono. Maybe just trying to figure out what to do here, but I think there's maybe some discrepancy here. Yeah, Judge is taking a look at the discard.
Something might have happened here.
Maybe it was the second Dracloak couldn't be evolved because a Buddy Buddy Poffin was played. It's definitely hard to keep track of which Pokemon came down this turn with all the Angel Lights going on.
This 3P definitely came down with the Arts on this turn. But yeah, this other 3P might have not been in play last turn. I think that might be right. There was a Dracloak and a 3P in play last turn. Dracloak had an energy. I think that might be it. That extra evolution. And I mean, there was so much happening that I missed it for sure.
I definitely think that's what the discussion is here. And it's kind of awkward because the nature of Recon Directive, you're taking the top 2 cards, but you're putting 1 on the bottom. So it will change the cards you kind of do, but maybe...
No, it seems like the 3P was in play, so it's only this last 3P that came into play this turn that didn't evolve, so we are in the clear.
Ultra Ball for a Dragapult EX. And now it's up to Rowan to see what is going to go on. We did get a minute time extension here, so with that ruling, it won't affect too much with the end of game here.
I feel like I've seen Ian be pressed against the ropes every time he's been on stream, right? Like he lost in Atlanta his first round against Fabricio. Now he's against the ropes here. 1 game down with 5 minutes left on the clock, but We're going to see a quick search for Clefairy, search for Fezandipity. Not a lot of help after in terms of like, how do you follow this up? Clefairy could potentially take down the Fezandipity if Rowan benches another Pokemon. Otherwise, he's going to be 10 damage short, or he's going to need to play Era Zero and fill up his bench quite a bit.
Well, here is the flip the script, drawing 3 cards. Professor Turo, Iono, and the Flareon. Ian finally commits that Noctowl. Jewel Seeker is going to be able to find 2 trainer cards from the deck. Could you even want to go for the Air Zero here? Yeah, I think we're going to do that.
Yeah. Could commit to a Terrapago EX powered up as well. Ian does play that as a potential attacking threat as well. Just needs to make sure that he can take down this Fezandipity next turn. That's the plan. And since Rowan only plays 1 copy of Artisan, this Area Zero will now be staying in play this whole time. So Ian piecing this out to be able to take a knockout the Dragapult this turn, and then take a knockout on the Fezandipity next turn to be able to win this game.
And Rowan is going to be forced to try to attack with that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX yet again. Ian has the Night Stretcher, is going to be able to get that energy attachment on the Clefairy EX, trying to prep for that Full Moon Rondo.
Yeah, now both Pokemon are 1 energy away from attacking, so really nice setup there by Ian, taking 2 prizes, unlocking an energy and the other Area Zero as well. Looking pretty good here.
This is the awkward part for Rowan. That rescue board is still in the prize cards along with that fire energy. Is going to need to attach an energy to this Blood Moon Ursaluna EX to be able to actually attack this turn. Maybe, well, okay, there is 70 HP left on that Sylveon. We could just see a Jet Headbutt from a Dragapult EX, but that is very easily knocked out by that Lily's Clefairy.
Yeah, now, I mean, requires finding a Psychic, right? But with 2 Hoot Hoots in play, Fezandipity in play as well, definitely liking my odds of finding it next turn.
Buddy Poffin, just to search through the deck, see what resources are available for Rowan. Has 2 Recons and that Flip the Script available to him. Luxurious Cape's not going to do too much here. Not sure about Ultra Ball. Maybe just find another Dracloak.
I think the last Dracloak is still prized. It was at the very top. Yeah, so the last Dracloak is still...
Well, Rowan Night Stretcher. Oh, never mind. Yeah, they got knocked out. Yeah.
The Night Stretcher is, it's this one in play, so no more Dracloaks. I mean, I feel like if you're Rowan, you want to try and give your opponent only 1 prize card this turn and then see if you can stall it out with the +3 turns, just trying to make sure that you end up the winner if this game doesn't conclude. Like, I don't think there's any way Rowan can win this game if time is not a factor, but with how things are looking, I think it's going to be tough.
Counter Catcher played for Rowan, brings up that Fezandipity EX. Are we just Iono and hope we find an energy switch?
I mean, do you even take the knockout? If the Fezandipity is stuck in the active, right?
Probably
That's
not, yeah.
1 less turn. What did Ian draw, though? I think he found an Ultra Ball, so if he can just grab Noctowl for his upcoming turn, that's going to be huge.
And I think that's why the Terrapago CX was just another big important piece for Ian, is just having that Terror on board, just in case that Sylveon EX goes down. That way, Jewel Seeker.
Yeah.
Second Recon Directive. Choice between Iono and Arven. Neither of those help this turn. 3 energy along with double Iono here. And Rowan is playing it to where Ian does not have the energy and will have to just... Oh, interesting to see he attached before the Flip the Script.
Yeah. Right. Not very consequential, right?
Yeah.
But overall, usually the right sequencing would be finish drawing your cards, have all your options in your hand, and then commit the energy, unless you're planning on using an Iono or something during that turn. But all right, we see the pass. It's on Ian to make something happen. Has Ultra Ball, has Buddy Poffin, and has Super Rod. So Super Rod is now gone. Resources are no longer able to be recovered. Oh, I mean, going into the tank after. I think he's deciding between Noctowl or Latias. You just grab Latias and take the knockout. I mean, then you're susceptible to a return KO on the Fezandipity. So yeah, I think committing to the Noctowl, just grabbing, maybe. This is tough, Jeremy.
Yeah, there's a switch in the deck still.
I guess if you had 2 Nest Balls, you could commit to Latias and Mew, and then
that might. There's 1 Nest Ball. Maybe you get Nest Ball switch, and you commit to the Mew with the Nest Ball. You switch into the Mew.
Draw 3 extra cards. Yeah. All right, we're gonna see a Nest Ball. Time has been called now, so Ian will be turn 0 in this instance. 2 turns to close this up, Jeremy.
Best possible scenario here for Ian is to draw into what? Boss's Orders Energy?
All right.
Does Noctowl do that? Is there Earthen Vessel left in the deck? Oh, Night Stretcher does it. All right.
There we go. So we're going to see the boss onto Fezandipity. We're going to retreat, bring up the Terrapagos. We have exactly 7 on a bench. Now we have 8. And that's going to be enough to knock out the Fezandipity. Ian Robb wins game 2 and ties up this round barely.
Yeah, even with a tie, I feel like both of those games were pretty close for these players, and they're still pretty well positioned in this tournament to try to go far. Ian doing it with a deck that is not really considered high up there in the metagame. Yeah. Meanwhile, Rowan has been championing this Slowpoke variant for a while now, and it's going to be interesting to see if he can improve on a top 16 placement.
Yeah, I mean, Ian definitely, it felt like if you're going to play something like Sylveon, right, you want to have a good, you're trying to get a good Dragapult matchup and Gardevoir matchup, right? So let's take a look at what happened in this round. We had a lot of exciting moments, Jeremy.
Yeah, Ian starts off that Fan Rotom Fan Call, has that early Sylveon EX Magical Charm, takes the knockout on the Badoo, and then follows it up with the Angelite, and then another knockout after the fact. And it was all Ian for this early game, but then Rowan finally got a Dragapult EX set up, takes the double knockout on the Hoot Hoots. Ian was able to draw out of it into that Lily's Clefairy EX and uses that Magical Charm to take the one-hit knockout on Dragapult. Rowan responds with the Counter Catcher and that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX with Bravery Charm, and then finishes off game 1 with that 3-card combo Night Stretcher for that Monkey Dory. Boss's Orders, Luminous Energy, Adrenabrain, take the knockout. Now game 2 started off great for Ian. Had all of the Pokemon without even using Fan Call, and getting that early Sylveon EX. Opts for the Magical Charm knockout before the Angelite, then Angelites, then gets the other Magical Charm knockout with that Lily's Clefairy's EX in play, and just being able to get that Boss's Orders and that energy with that Night Stretcher thanks to the double Noctowl find. And it was a pretty great 2 games, I must say.
Very back and forth. I think Ian definitely had the advantage in both games. You can see how much pressure the Sylveon X applies, and like with both attacks and the fact that you have the perfect mats to knock out the Dragapult in one hit. If Lily's Clefairy X is in play, it's like, okay, you're not getting your Dragapult DX into play, I'll delay it even more. Oh, it's in play now? Cool, I'll just knock it out, right? And without any support from Dusknoir, there's no way to deal with that Sylveon in a single hit. So on paper, it looks pretty good, but Ron was still able to find a way in that game 1 thanks to the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting way the match kind of shapes up with just the amount of control that Ian's EV Box deck has in a matchup like that, and the fact that Lily's Clefairy EX adds so much to the deck, because we kind of saw it kind of be experimented with a little bit before rotation, but once that Clefairy came out, it really kind of just gives you that pressure you need.
Yeah, and you know what? I've been seeing a lot of that Flare and Sylveon EX deck at League. I've been going to my local leagues, I've been playing League Cups and League Challenges, and I think it's one of the best places to really give your deck like a solid try, get more confidence in it, and be able to play with your deck against all sorts of decks there.
Yeah, even with the Ace Trainer thing that's going on, trying to hit that 200 championship point threshold,
I started trying to do that.
I saw.
I started at 25 championship points when they first announced it. Now I'm at like 190, I think. So I'm close.
Nice.
I'm close.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, yeah, you should definitely join your local league. Get interested in those sort of events. The smaller championship point awarding events. 15 points doesn't sound like a lot, but I assure you, right now, if you take a look at the rankings, 15 or 10 points from a top 4 or a win at a league challenge can be the difference between inside that top 125 or outside the top 125.
Yeah, even taking a look, it's like 630 is kind of the number that people are at right now, and we got this regionals plus a couple more throughout the world, and then you have everything finishing off with NAIC. It's going to be interesting to see where that championship point threshold kind of ends up for that Worlds invite.
Oh, for sure. It's definitely going to be very interesting to see where it ends at. There's all sorts of predictions, right? And it's also different for all 4 regions, or 5 regions, sorry. That threshold depending on the amount of events in each region and whatnot. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting and very cool to finally have like that set of data that we can make a prediction for future seasons if we end up having the same format.
Yeah, this is the first time they're really doing this kind of invite structure. So it is, who knows what's going to happen. All we know is that Worlds is going to have the best of the best players, as it always should, and it's going to be exciting for sure.
Oh, for sure. I'm very much looking forward to Worlds, very much looking forward to NAC, to finding out who will be competing at Worlds. I mean, we already know a ton of the usuals, right? But I'm sure there's going to be a lot of newer people trying to make a name for themselves at the biggest stage.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are not going to have a winner's interview because there was a tie, but we do have an interview for y'all. So let's go ahead and take it down to the floor and say hi to Wancho.
Thank you, casters. I'm here with a very special guest, Matthew Wood, who was actually watching the last round, but he's still playing in this round, up to round 4. How's it feel playing in Milwaukee?
It feels good. I like it here a lot. I really enjoy Milwaukee. I remember coming like 2 years ago for the other regionals. It was a good time, so I'm glad to run it back.
Awesome stuff, awesome stuff. If you don't mind leaking, what are we playing?
So we're on Push and P, Goldengo, Pengo, Dragapult, Goldengo. Really fun deck. I didn't know what to play to the tournament. I'm like, all right, let's just play Goldengo again. Screw it. I know the deck, so.
That's good, that's good. If you know the deck, you should definitely play it. If you weren't playing this deck, what were other choices testing into this tournament?
Archaladon, Zork.
Archaladon, Zork.
My friend's playing that this weekend, so.
That's good to hear, that's good to hear. What's your current standing?
201 right now.
201, all right. Now, just one last quick question. What is your mindset now going into the next round?
I just lock in. I like my list a lot. I added some text for like Genesect and stuff, but the list feels really good. So I'm just gonna lock in whatever comes, in my way, whatever gets thrown at me. I'm just gonna hopefully beat it.
Yeah, thank you for the quick interview. Anyone we want to shout out before I let you go?
Shout out the Shovel Squad as always, and shout out my friends I'm staying with, Sashi and Neil and stuff.
Yep, thank you. I believe the next round has started. You might have to go. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Matt, for the interview. We're gonna throw it to a quick break, but there's gonna be more Pokemon action.
Sequencing is the process of combining things in a particular order or discovering the order in which they are combined. For the Pokemon TCG, this is figuring out what cards or abilities to use before one another to give yourself the best odds to find the perfect setup or a specific card needed for the turn. To optimize your sequencing in the Pokemon TCG, it is important to identify your deck's core strategy and have a goal set for yourself through each turn of the game. Decks are built differently and use a variety of engines to help support consistency and an overall game plan. One of the more popular engines we see being utilized is centered around the Lost Zone, with cards like Comfey and Colress's Experiment to draw cards at the cost of losing other cards for the game. Because of this, the way you sequence playing each card will greatly affect the types of cards you'll see as the turns progress. If you need 2 basic Pokemon and have a Nest Ball in hand, it might be better to use your active Comfey's Flower Selecting beforehand to have better odds of seeing another basic Pokemon before taking one out of the deck. Otherwise, you could be missing the Colress's Experiment, so it'd be better to thin as many cards out of the deck as possible before using Comfey's Flower Selecting, trying to find the powerful supporter. A deck like Lugia V-Star aims to get 2 Archeops in the discard as fast as possible to utilize the powerful Summoning Star V-Star ability. It's important to play search cards Mesagoza, Capturing Aroma, and Great Ball first in a turn over cards like Nest Ball and Ultra Ball because their effects are not guaranteed, thus giving you the most amount of information possible before committing to a play. The same principle can be applied to using Archeops Primal Turbo to get energy out of the deck before playing a draw supporter as to not accidentally draw into them. The more you thin the deck of cards throughout the game, the better odds you have at the end to get the card you need to win. Kyogre's Aqua Storm is a very risky attack to try and accomplish early on in a game, but when paired with the Lost Zone engine, you are able to get the deck to nearly 0 cards to where it is guaranteed to take massive knockouts. You play cards like Energy Recycler and Mirage Gate to stack your deck with energy and power up Kyogre, but to get to that point you have to sequence your plays perfectly. As long as there is a way for you to win the game, you should always play to your outs. Sometimes it is out of your hands and you are forced to see if the other player can finish the game. Just try and make it as hard as possible for them to accomplish their goal. We often see this when players are counting the resources available to them and realize the normal game plan might not be available. From there, it might be best to focus on recovery or an alternate way of winning. Oftentimes, finding a supporter after your opponent tries to disrupt you can make or break the game. If a boss's orders can bring up a Pokemon to stall, or that is the last couple of prizes to seal the victory, then it is important to play the extra cards in hand that can take more cards out of the deck before going for the game. Trying to draw into a specific card becomes a lot easier when you have less cards to choose from. It is once again playing for those percentages that allows decks like Mew VMAX to continue being in the format based on its overall consistency and ways to go through the deck fast with an ability like Fusion Strike System. There are bad draws here and there, but if you try to sequence your plays in a way to minimize the amount of luck, the better you have a chance at winning your next game. Proper sequencing helps take your game to the next level. It's a battle of knowledge, as the more information you have before making a play allows you to find the best possible play available on your way to become a champion.
Thanks to myself for that great sequencing video. Now we are in Milwaukee for the Pokemon Regional here in 2025 season, and we just had our round 3. It ended up in a tie, but it was 2 great games between 2 great, amazing players, and really just setting the tone for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I think both players walking away with a tie against such a high caliber opponent, like when 2 players of such high skill clash against each other, there's very fine small things that could end up making or breaking a game, right? So walking away with a tie this early on, I don't think is a big deal for either of them, and they can still easily make it deep into this tournament.
Exactly. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the day 1 meta breakdown and see what they're gonna have to kind of go through for this tournament and the decks that these players are playing. And no surprise at all here, the top 2 spots, Dragapult EX and Gardevoir EX, holding down the fort. But look at that number 3, Miraidon EX, Pikachu EX, basically a Joltik deck that has been popping up since a little bit before Monterey, and really has just taken the format by storm. Miraidon EX is back, Pablo.
Miraidon EX is back indeed. And I mean, we didn't see any Joltik box or Miraidon EX at Atlanta, but we did see it get top 8 in Monterey, and I feel like it's been a Joltik frenzy since then. It's been dominating online tournaments, it's been so popular everywhere, and people are no longer relying on Electric Generator. Now we have that Joltik, but that opens up other attackers, right? Like that very powerful Pikachu EX. So no surprise at the top 2. Gardevoir EX's numbers going up. Dragapult EX's numbers going a little bit down, right? But still remaining at the very top. But now we have a bit of a shuffle further down.
Yeah, you even have 2 different variants of Golden Go EX on our top 6 decks here. One of them, including that Dragapult EX, kind of shaping up the meta breakdown at the first and last spot here. Such a powerful dragon Pokemon, but Golden Go, definitely one of those decks is just takes one-hit knockouts really easily, and it's also paired along with that Raging Bolt EX in the middle of there. Also another deck that takes one-hit knockouts pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, they both play out very similar, right? So it's no surprise that they're both there as ways to deal with Dragapult EX in a single hit. If you're not going to hit it with weakness with a Liz Clefairy EX, just show enough energy and take a knockout onto it. But definitely pretty interesting to see that if we just take a look at Golden Go EX decks overall, they would be the second most popular, very close to Dragapult as well. So we are seeing a lot of like attempts at countering these first 2 decks. I'm sure there's plenty of jamming towers and vengeful punches in those decks, trying to get rid of those Drifloons and Screamtails.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the notable matches for our round 4 here today in Milwaukee. Now, it was community choice for this round. Ended up being Tyler Matthews up against Dylan Donnelly, and then we have Tanner Hurley, who was another big proponent of that slow Dragapult style, has 2 top 8s already in this Journey Together format, up against Brandon Salazar, a former national champion, and also just a pretty consistent player from the Florida area. You got Grant Shen up against Zachary Smart, and Henry Chow versus Benny Billinger. What a match that could be.
Yeah, for sure. Both, I mean, everyone in this featured matches are very talented, and funnily enough, Tyler Matthews was the highest placing Joltik deck at that Monterey Regional that created all this frenzy. And funnily enough, guess what he's playing?
Is it Joltik?
It is indeed Joltik. You are almost a psychic Pokemon at this point, Jeremy.
Basically, up against Dylan playing this Terra Box deck. And I have to say, when we first kind of found out about the Journey Together format, as all the tournaments in Japan, Terra Box seemed like the terror of the format, just dealing a lot of stuff. Nothing can really stop Wellspring, Ogerpon, and it has just kind of fallen off. It doesn't really do too much. Our own Juancho Saldana did win the Philippine Nationals with it, but we'll have to see if it can kind of stay and keep up in the format.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, I think it suffered from its own success. Everyone was so hyper aware about the deck and how good it is that it ended up not doing too well because everyone was ready for it now. Of the prizes here, 2 Lightning Energy out of the 5 that are played could be a little impactful, as Ampere very much requires Lightning. The Pikachu EX's attack requires Lightning as well. But over on Dylan's side, nothing too major. The 1 Water Energy could be impactful, but you're not going to be using Wellspring at all in this matchup pretty much, because there's never 2 Joltiks that hit the board. And it's a 3 prize liability against that Ampere very much, so having the water prize out of all the energies available to Dylan is probably the best case scenario.
And here we go. Both players give the fist bump. Tyler starts that Latios EX, and Dylan starts that Hoot Hoot. Now we do see Ultra Ball in the hand. Gonna have to get rid of some resources, but that would be able to help find Fan Rotom and get things going. You see double Noctowl, Lily's Clefairy, no access to a Terra Pokemon. Maybe we just see this Ultra Ball for a Terra Pokemon like one of the masked, maybe even the... Oh yeah, Ditto is an option as well, so we could see Fan Rotom for the Ditto.
Yeah, we could definitely Fan Rotom for the Ditto to retreat into it and get that Terra Pokemon going. I don't know if Dylan knows what he's up to. Like, if you know Tyler Matthews, he usually sticks with one deck throughout its whole lifetime, essentially. So you would expect him to. He's already top 8'd. He's probably playing the same deck. However, did he have another energy available? No, he discarded the energy that he needed to retreat into the Ditto in order to get that active, to get going. So it's just going to be the Terrapagos EX. I mean, he had so many good cards in his hand, it was hard to justify any of the discards, but I don't know, I think I would have preferred the Area Zero. You have 3 copies in the deck. With the energy, you would have had a much more stable setup, right? With the Fan Rotom, double Hoot, and the Noctowl already in hand, with the Terrapagos in the active spot as well. But very underwhelming start here for Dylan.
Yeah, and I think that is just due to the fact where maybe he might not know what Tyler is playing.
Yeah.
Now, if you, like you said, are a fan of the game and you kind of watch through everything, Tyler is known to stick through the same deck. Did it with Lost Zone a lot before, and then what was it, the Entei Valiant deck for a while.
Yep.
Now, knowing that, these Joltik decks don't really play stadiums. So again, that would be a safe discard just because that Area Zero is going to pretty much stick and play the entire game. But still has the Terra Pokemon and has the Noctowl in hand. So you can get a setup at least next turn, but no Fan Rotom means you're just playing from behind already.
Yeah, definitely you didn't thin the deck enough. There's not going to be a backup Hoot afterwards next turn. There's probably not even going to be an attack coming next turn. Just because, yes, Noctowl's Jewel Seeker is very good, but it's not good enough to get you a full bench, get the Fan Rotom, get the Stadium attacking, and get you a fresh new hand to have a much better setup. However, over on Tyler's side, did find that Arven off of the Pokegear, and so he can search for that Nest Ball. I mean, he already had Joltik in his hand, so he's probably looking for something for future turns. We could even see, we do see a Nest Ball. We could have seen a Pokegear as well. And yeah, it's just going to be full-on setup here. We will grab that Miraidon. Miraidon will get us Joltik and Iron Hands, I'm guessing, which we already had in hand.
Now, looking through Tyler's deck, you can see everything is gold and blinged out, except for the Pikachu EX. And that's just because Tyler's least favorite Pokemon is Pikachu. So opted not to, you know, drop all that money on the expensive versions.
All right, so we do get the Joltik going along with the Pikachu off of the tandem unit. We will be using that Jolting charge, thinning the deck quite a bit. Probably powering up the Iron Hands, which does get the Bravery Charm attached, putting it out of range of a full bench Terrapagos with Area Zero, which maximizes at 240 damage. See the 4 straight energy. Now, do you split them here to have summon Pikachu EX to take down the Terrapagos and summon Iron Hands to take down the Hoot with no Crispin in hand? I think you have to commit to the Iron Hands, maybe? Or to, well, I mean, it's
It
tough
just depends what you expect Dylan to do next turn, right?
All right.
We're going to commit
all
fully to that Iron Hands EX, and Dylan draws a Crispin for the turn, which could be pretty good here to at least get an attack going. But the thing you kind of have to realize against this Joltik deck is most of the time you don't want to take a knockout on the Joltik. Your opponent is never going to bench another single prizer.
Yeah, you're still going to have to go through 2 rule box Pokemon essentially, right, to win the game. So getting a prize on this Joltik is pretty inconsequential, as you mentioned, Jeremy. But pretty difficult decision here for Dylan. Does have the Sparkling Crystal, which he could attach to the Terrapagos. And now that Tyler has committed all his energies onto the Iron Hands, the one thing you know about next turn is that Pikachu EX is not going to be attacking. So your Terrapagos EX is pretty safe here.
Looking like maybe just double Nest Ball here off of this Jewel Seeker, trying to pick up where Fan Rotom did not get anywhere.
All right. That energy, that crucial energy going into the Ditto, because the Ditto wasn't priced, right? So
no, yeah.
And I mean, even if it was and you didn't know if it was priced, you should always, because the chance of a card being priced that you need is always way less than it not being priced. If you don't know, you should always assume it is not priced, because odds are in your favor that it is not indeed priced.
Well, if you don't know, now you know.
Yep, and now you definitely know. Now, going for the Wellspring, that is an immediate 3 prize liability.
Especially with that Iron Hands. If there's one thing this Joltik deck is good at, it is Boss's Orders, take a knockout. There's 4 of in the list.
I mean, could we be seeing an attempt at a sub to keep that Joltik in play, get another turn, slow things down? But then that just means another Jolting charge, right? And then the Pikachu EX gets powered up. Like 2 or 3 turns of Jolting charge is like the dream for this deck. Usually how you deal with it is knocking out the Joltik has no consequence in terms of the price raise or the price mapping, but it does matter in the grand scheme of things because if you take down the Joltik, then it's going to take a while to power up the Pikachu, but it's just going to be a sub play here.
That means that Joltik will not be able to retreat, but I think Tyler is A-okay with that.
For sure.
Especially because that Pikachu EX, it discards 3 energy to be able to do 300 with that Topaz Bolt. And if you're able to charge up 4 energy on it right away, that means you can attach, take a knockout, the next turn attach, take another knockout.
Yeah. I mean, and you're also thinning your card by 4, your deck, sorry, by 4 cards off of the Jolting charge now. Tyler is eyeing up that Iron Leaves. Jeremy, tell us about that.
Iron Leaves, its ability, when you play it from your hand to your bench, you can move it to the active and then attach any energy from your bench Pokemon to the Iron Leaves. But what it's doing here, it's just acting like a switch. You can bring up that Iron Leaves, retreat to that Iron Hands, and take 3 prizes. It seems pretty good to me.
That seems pretty good to me. You're protected with the Bravery Charm as well, so there's no retaliation. This sub play was definitely extremely weak, and now with the Rapid Burnure, like, I mean, Tyler doesn't have a great hand. He has, I think, Lilith, Clefairy, and Blood Moon in his hand as the only 2 cards, but now he's about to get 3 prize cards.
Yeah, and looking at Dylan's hand, there's 3 cards, and not much else really doing anything for him. Able to move that Psychic Energy from the Joltik, so you still have all 4 energy on, and you don't even need to get the energy off. You have that Latios for free retreat.
Yeah. So you just needed the effect of the Rapid Burnure ability. No need to add extra energy, and we see the Amp you very much for 3 prize cards, getting Nest Ball for a potential follow-up Serendipity if anything crucial happens and the Trapagos takes down any of the 2 prizers on the bench. So far, so good. And a Crispin to just get more energy into play.
Now, I think with the Bravery Charm, it puts it just out of range, but Dylan is playing 1 copy of that Flamigo from Paradox Rift, being able to combat Beak for 20 plus 20 for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. It is a fighting Pokemon, but it is going to just be doing, what, 240? And that Bravery Charm really putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, Bravery Charm, such a crucial, good card. There's 2 copies in Tyler's deck, and just giving extra HP. I mean, having a 280 HP basic Pokemon is already outstanding, right?
Jewel Seeker for Dylan, trying to just figure out what options are available. Could it be another Nest Ball? Jewel Seeker for 3 Nest Balls, essentially?
That would be, I mean, necessary probably to just get the Serendipity EX into play. Seems like 1 card is going to be Crispin to power up. So Dylan does have the Ace Pick in his hand, but he's being very conservative with it. You could just attach it here, go for a big research, just assume you're going to draw an energy, and then go from there. But he's just trying to save it for the right Pokemon. But what is the right Pokemon even at this point?
I have no idea right now, Pablo. This is such a strong setup from Tyler, and really that's what this deck does. You go for that turn 1 Joltik going second, charge up your Pokemon, and then the following turns you just start taking prizes, playing Boss's Orders, and we see from the Jewel Seeker here for Dylan does find the Crispin and the Nest Ball. Nest Ball will find that Serendipity EX. Crispin will allow this Terapagos to get powered up. Now, looking at the list yet again, could we see a Crown Opal? There is that 1 of Water prize, but you have that Sparkling Crystal in hand. Crown Opal will help this Terapagos EX just prevent all the damage from non-colorless basic Pokemon.
Yeah, so 180 damage. There's no colorless Pokemon in play, right, that can do anything. So this could be like panic moment for Tyler, but as long as he finds Boss's Orders eventually, take either of these down, The issue with not having any other energy in play could be important, but there's definitely enough threats on the bench to where Tyler is fine. And maybe that's why we didn't go for the Fan Rotom play in the beginning, right?
Maybe.
Yeah. Not have so many basic Pokemon in play that they can be bossed around. It's too late now, right? There's definitely enough at this point, but maybe Dylan definitely had something planned for this specific matchup, and he did know what he was up against, perhaps.
There is a Turo in the list as well, so you can kind of save one of those Pokemon from getting bossed up next turn, but Arvin will be able to find that powerful ace spec in a Prime Catcher, which has just seen a lot less play in this format than you would have expected.
Yeah, told Bean about that secret box, about the Sparkling Crystal, about the on first stamp, Prime Catcher, because the format did slow down with Body, right? And Body also blocks Prime Catcher. It's been less appealing, but in these sort of hyper-offensive decks, it's always a good option to have that extra searchable ghosting effect that can be used at any moment, and it's an extra switch effect as well.
And in tandem with Latios EX, it is just free to play.
Yeah.
You really don't have to think about it too much. And honestly, I think I kind of see the way this game is going to shape up. You're going to Iron Hands take a knockout on a Noctowl, and then your opponent's going to take a knockout on Iron Hands, and then maybe you'll kind of Joltik again, or just put up Pikachu in the active spot, maybe take a hit. But I think it's going to finish with that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. It is the one Pokemon that can hit through Crown Opal, and with the Sparkling Crystal on that Terapagos EX, it's perfect amount of HP for Blood Moon to take it.
Yeah, Blood Moon does 240 damage, bypasses the Crown Opal, as you mentioned, Jeremy, so it's going to be a pretty straightforward and easy way to deal with it. So even keeping your bench low against this deck doesn't work. The only way it would work is if Crown Opal didn't do any damage, right? But it does 180, so eventually you will KO something, you will open up the bench space, and I'm sure Tyler is very aware of this situation.
And I think here we're going to do arm press. Tyler playing around Iono 2-1 because that is the one weakness of this Joltik deck in general is there's no draw support on your bench. There's no Dracloaks trying to get up any extra cards. There's no Golden Go EX. So your one way to really lose this game is Iono and then just draw nothing.
Yeah, for sure. So always being able to draw that extra card is perfect. There's always that Fezandipity in play. I mean, there is Professor Turo, right? So Dylan could get that off play, but since you have the Blood Moon, which is a colorless Pokemon, you're pretty safe here.
Well, there is the Crown Opal, so it could just be pretty simple that Fez is still in play. Boss's orders off the top, but I don't think there's a way to actually take the knockout here. It might just be Crispin to the Blood Moon, attach energy, pass.
I mean, honestly, I like Crispin to the active, just both energies, leave that ready, and then you threat.
Or you can Joltik too.
Or you can Joltik and just get every energy in play and have both threats available. That works too.
Kind of setting up a little checkmate on board for Tyler.
Yeah.
There's going to be so many energy in play at the end of this turn, Pablo.
Oh, wait. Yes. 2 from Crispin and then 4 more from Joltik. Will there even be any left in the deck? I think you want to go for the Psychic here because you can't attach Psychic and Metal because those are the ones you cannot attach with Jolting Charge. Who would have thought? I mean, it feels like 30 HP Pokemon are just dominating the format, wreaking havoc, right? Cleffa being played in Gardevoir, Body all over the place, and now Joltik takes this stage as well.
It's giving me flashbacks of 2011, but you can't attack on turn 1.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, flashbacks to the 2000s with the first baby Pokemon that came out. Those were the days.
Listen, Pablo, I'm not that old.
Yes, you are.
Well, I didn't play back then.
Okay, that's different than not being old enough.
Crispin here is going to find the Metal and the Grass. Metal on the Pikachu.
That's into hand, being very conservative with that Psychic Energy just to keep the Clefairy available just in case. As we see the Jolting Charge for 3 energies, only 1 Psychic Energy left in the deck. I mean, 1 Grass to Pikachu, the other 2 to the Blood Moon. And then if Dylan takes a prize, which he needs to continue being protected, he'll end up losing to the Blood Moon. And if he doesn't take a prize, then he'll just lose to the Pikachu. It's a lose-lose situation here either way.
That's not good.
Crown Opal doesn't even do enough damage to really close things out.
Now, Dylan does have that Iono in hand, but it is a turn too late.
Yeah. You could, I guess, boss the Blood Moon, hope there's no more energy left.
Is there even a boss in hand?
There is. There is a boss in hand. It's the Lysander
Oh, yes.
one. So could go after the Blood Moon here. And if there's no energy attachment, then the Blood Moon can't attack. And the Pikachu X also can't attack. So that could be one option. But I mean, then the Blood Moon retreats and you're just patient and you lose to a boss's orders, right?
Well, even just benching the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX here kind of gives you that lose scenario just to a boss's orders as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, there was always a Fez, right? Also the Blood Moon, so.
Like this turn needed to be 2 supporters, like boss's orders, the Blood Moon, and Professor Turo.
And Turo, yeah. Which, of course, is not possible now. Dylan debating, trying to.
I guess Iono to 2 means there's less of a chance for boss's orders, but your opponent has 3 left.
I mean, but if you take a prize, then the Blood Moon is active, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have taken 3 prizes, now Blood Moon does enough damage, 240, knockout, and that's it. And if you retreat into the Blood Moon to attack, then the Pikachu EX close out the game. So I don't see any way. No help here. I mean, there was nothing that could be drawn to help. Benching this Hoot is inconsequential.
Yeah, this is one of those times where you're kind of just playing it out, but you have game on board. Yeah. Tyler Matthews winning game 1 here in round 4 up against Terrabox, and it is just pretty standard for a deck like this. Joltik, get your energy, start attacking, take prizes, go into the next game.
And now that you have the knowledge that there's a Blood Moon Ursaluna, Crown Opal strategy, not great.
No,
right?
not at all.
I mean, I think in the against the earlier Raging Bolt decks, that could have been viable because not every Raging Bolt plays Blood Moon, but I think at this point, every deck is ready for this potential strategy, so you just need to play a 2-prize race. That's what you need to do. You need to race them and be faster than them at taking the first 2 prizes and go with that.
This was the turning point of the game, I think. Sob into that Joltik, but Tyler had the perfect counter in that Iron Leaves, being able to get into the active, retreat for free with that Latios, Iron Hands, amp you very much, take 3 prizes. Then it was a Prime Catcher, bring up that Noctowl, take 1 prize with the Arm Press, playing around Iono, and Dylan doing the only thing he could really do with the start that he had. Crown Opal trying to just stay in the game, but Tyler seeing that, charging up that Blood Moon Ursaluna with that Joltik and that Pikachu kind of set up a checkmate scenario in play.
Yeah, too many energies in play. Latias providing the free retreat. Could have been a 0-card hand after that Iono, and still would have been completely fine as he just showed the Blood Moon at the end, showing that it was game. So, I mean, can Dylan do anything about that situation? There's no Bravery Charm in the list that I can see, so you can't even power up with 3 regular energy and the Bravery Charm to protect from the Blood Moon. That strategy is not going to work. So now Dylan needs to play a regular 2-2-2, be faster than the Joltik deck. You know they always need a turn to power up, and that's your cue to take the advantage.
It's kind of a tale of 2 different styles of deck building, right? Terrabox is try to stretch everything thin as much as possible, have a counter for kind of every deck in the format. Meanwhile, this Joltik box is very linear. I'm going to do 2 things and do them every game.
Do them very straightforward and very well as well. Just Jolting, charge, power up the relevant Pokemon, and I'm good to go. Ryan EX helps me with that early game consistency thanks to the tandem unit. Now, I do like Dylan letting Tyler go first. That means he's going to have like this awkward-ish turn of just getting the Pokemon out. Then he's going to have to use Jolting Charge. So at best, he's going to be starting attacking in game 3. And now we do see the prize cards. There's an Iron Hands and a Pikachu EX in the prizes. There are 2 copies of each in the deck, so we still have access to those. But there's no recovery. There's no Night Stretcher. So if we at any point need 2 Pikachu EXs for some reason, or the 2 Iron Hands, that could be a little tricky.
And going first is never really what this deck wants to do. You want to go second, attack with that Joltik, but it's also not that bad.
especially starting this Miraidon. Just go ahead and search for your Lightning Pokemon, attach an energy to a Joltik maybe, or even the Pikachu, and then just wait for next turn until you can Joltik. Depending on Dylan's setup as well, there could not be a lot of pressure coming from that side of the board.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can be aggressive with the Fan Rotom early on, but 70 damage doesn't really do much here. I don't think the Joltik's going to be active anytime soon, right, until next turn. So, yeah, I mean, pretty safe turn. Dylan could be aggressive, but because you can't use Terrapagos EX's first attack on your first turn, even if you had the Crispin combination, that's usually a big deal. You can attack with Clefairy EX, though, to get a potential 2 prizes first, but... Right. Where does this energy go, Jeremy? To the active for retreating next turn? Sure.
I think it's probably the safest play, especially if you get Ionode or something like that this turn. You always have the option of Latios EX to free retreat, but again, you might not have that available. If you already have the energy, you just need 1 more energy to be able to attack with that Joltik.
We do have an Ultra Ball. We can go for the Fan Rotom into Ditto play this time around. I'm really hoping we see that and we start to see some aggression since the next turn. There's the Fan Rotom being eyed up. Ditto is not priced. Really, Pikachu EX being priced could be crucial. The Flamigo could be crucial as well.
Sad to see it up at the top. You know, I wanted to see it in play.
I mean, it's a pretty cute tech. I think its main use is probably as a counter to the Terrapagos EX with Buffalin deck, but they need to have exactly 8 bench Pokemon in order for you to take a knockout. If they have 7 or less, then it's not even good enough to take that KO. So I'm not sure how effective that tech is.
Listen,
there we see the Ditto.
Flamigo's trying, all right?
Yeah,
it's trying.
If it's going to have its moment, it's going to be somewhere against these Lightning decks now. There's more merit to it, right? But once again, we see the Wellspring Ogerpon.
Now this is going to be able to lock the active Miraidon for the following turn, but that just means Tyler would need to find a Prime Catcher to be able to get the Joltik attacking.
Or just go for a Crispin, knock out the active. Okay, so we're going to be very aggressive. Take down the Joltik. Okay, I like that. Deny the Jolting charge. If your opponent goes Crispin, KO, they're not going to have a lot of energy in play. They go for another Joltik. Then you did get the first 2 prizes. And having the A-Spec and the Crispin without Noctowl on your first turn, definitely not very common. So off to the races for Dylan. I like this play.
Yeah, and the fact that this leaves the Miraidon EX with 120. So following Crispin on next turn could actually take a knockout on it, dealing 120 to the bench if Tyler goes for that Joltik play.
Yeah.
And then we would see Dylan
prizes.
go down to, 2 prizes left.
Now, with this Crispin, we're definitely going to take down this Wellspring Ogerpon in retaliation, I think. So, not too bad, but with so little HP, a follow-up Terrapagos or whatnot could be problematic. Now, Dylan doesn't have another Terrapogon in play, but did get the nice stretcher off the prizes, so he could get this back and activate his Noctowls in order to set up the next KO.
It's definitely rough, though, because it's just another liability on the bench, even with how good it has been.
I mean, is it a liability, though, if there's no energy in play? I think I'm fine with that.
Yeah. 3rd energy on the Miraidon EX attached. The grass from the Crispin, lightning for the turn. Now can use this Nest Ball. Grab one of those Psychic Pokemon, maybe Latios EX. Pheasantipede is also a great card here, drawing 3 cards with Flip the Script. Remember that Joltik did get knocked out last turn.
Yeah, 3 extra cards, never a bad thing. If you assume the Miraidon is going to get taken down as well, then that's 3 extra cards next turn as well. So not too bad. And now Tyler might actually try to go out of his way to not bench another Joltik, to not give Dylan that opportunity to be on even prizes once again, but then he's going to need to find Crispin each and every turn, and there's no good 2 energy attack he can use next turn in order to keep up any sort of pressure.
Maybe something outside of like Lily's Clefairy EX.
Oh yeah, Lily's Clefairy, you're right.
If both benches are kind of full, but that's really the only route Tyler might have. There is that Photon Blaster. the often not used attack anymore in this Miraidon deck, being able to take the knockout on that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. Now, Dylan does have Cornerstone in hand.
Massive top deck now. He doesn't need to bring back that Wellspring with that Night Stretcher, so gets to conserve the resource of the Night Stretcher and doesn't have that 3-prize liability in play now. We need to grab something to knock out this Miraidon. I think it has to be Nestball Crispin.
Yeah, Nestball Crispin, Nestball for the Terapagos EX, and just be able to take the knockout. You have enough bench Pokemon.
Yeah, for sure. Doing 150 damage, looking pretty good. That's more than enough thanks to the previous damage from the Wellspring. And you leave your opponent with no energy in play. They want to get Joltik going, then good for them. That means you get an extra prize card, and there's the perfect combination.
And that Nestball for the Terapagos EX. Crispin will find a couple energies. Dylan will be able to attach the one from hand, and then I think there's another card you might be able to burn in the hand. I'm not quite sure. There's the Night Stretcher, then something else. Oh, it's the Latios. You can't play the Latios. So
yeah,
restart for one. Try to find something off the top of the deck. Maybe Area 0.
Yeah.
Noctowl for next turn. Who doesn't do it?
Not terrible, but I mean, you don't need much for next turn anyways, right? Worst case scenario would be like the Noctowl getting brought up to be stalled, right? But now that we got 2 prizes and we got, what did we get? We got Hoot and Nestball, so not a lot of help here.
Tyler deciding what Pokemon to bring up. Like that Pheasantipity EX. And this is where the Joltik deck does not want to be. You really want to be able to use that Joltik to attack and charge up your Pokemon, and from there you kind of just keep things going. This is where Tyler's going to need to pull through a lot of tricks and jump through hoops to try to get things going again.
No Crispin found, no way to energy accelerate, and you don't really want to give your opponent the opportunity to, like, you can't flip the script next turn if you don't go for the Jolting charge right now, right? So I think he might be forced to go for that Latias, go for the Jolting charge, and then hope Dylan can't find a way to win over the next 2 turns. He definitely can't get 3 prizes next turn. We are going to see the potential Prime Catcher to stall against the Noctowl, maybe. We could see Maractus as well factor into play to just buy time, and that would allow you to get a lot of energies into play. And that Noctowl would be stuck in the active for 5 turns until Professor Turo is found.
Yeah, it is one of those inclusions just because it has that corner attack, being able to stop your opponent's active Pokemon from retreating. Arvin will be able to search for the Prime Catcher. So exactly the play you were saying. Prime Catcher, bring up a Noctowl, Maractus, corner, even having a Bravery Charm if you want to kind of protect that Pheasantipity EX.
Yeah, that way it can't be KO'd by Unified Beatdown, even if there is a lot of basic Pokemon benched. Now, at this point, I don't think Tyler knows how many or which switching cards Dylan does play, but he doesn't play any switch. It's only the Professor Turo. So until he can Turo that up, then he's going to be stuck there for 5 turns. I mean, he could bring anything up, right? Seems like it's going to be the Mew instead, which has a lot more HP. And if he's going to copy the attack, right, copying corner back is not that impactful. All right.
Energy on that Maractus. Gonna see a corner here, and Tyler again just trying to slow things down, was not able to use that Joltik to charge things up. There's that corner, and now it's just up to Dylan. Can we find a Noctowl?
No, Area 0 off the top. I mean, that will let us play down a bunch of things and maybe restart for a few cards here. I mean, and is pretty stuck though.
It's also just more Pokemon to lock up, right?
Yeah.
That Latios comes down, that more Hoots that turn into Noctowls.
Yeah, and there's only one Turo available. are 19 minutes left. If Dylan ends up winning this game, because of how fast these decks go, maybe we could see the round finishing potentially.
This is also kind of a strategy for this Joltik deck in general. Like, you're a very fast, like, low to the ground deck. You're going to take game one pretty fast, especially if you go second. And then you can switch up this strategy, go into corner, and just kind of bide your time.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly would not have minded bringing up the cornerstone.
Just not do damage.
Just not do damage. Or maybe if you force your opponent to 2-row this guy, then you do it again. You bring up this. I mean, it can attack, right? So it's probably not good enough, but it can attack.
Yeah, there's 2 fighting energy in the list for Dylan.
And this
because of that
Crystal.
Flamigo, yeah. Well, the crystal was on the water.
Oh, yeah. That's true. The crystal is now gone. Really debating where to attach this energy, but every second counts for so much. 2 draws and Crispin off the top. Not a lot of help here. No Latias got benched either, so...
Yeah, opting for the double Hoot Hoot and that Teal Mass to try to dig further.
Yep.
Well, Tyler did exactly what he needed to do, just buy more time. Corner able to do that, trap the Mew EX in the active spot, and now you just got to try to charge up Pokemon again, but there's what, Earthen Vessel and another energy in hand. No Crispin I see as of yet, but you have that Pokegear.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tyler needs to get enough energy to get 2 attacks off, right? And this is where Rapid Vernier could actually be pretty good, because you do 180 damage, you can take down the Mew. That's probably why it was chosen instead of the Noctowl. That gets you the 2 prizes with Prism Edge. And then if you have enough energy on the Pikachu, you knock out whatever is next. So really well planned by Tyler. And that means the energy attachment on the Rakdos is also live for that Rapid Vernier ability. So if we get a Crispin here, get 2 more energy into play, and then perhaps another Crispin the following turn, or just even if we buy 2 or 3 turns, that's going to be enough to close out this game.
I have seen a lot of these Joltik lists kind of drop that Iron Leaves EX from the deck, but it is a great utility card, and we've seen it play out here for Tyler in game 1, and has that big potential, like you were saying, here in game 2.
Oh, no. Pokegear does not find Crispin, so we do have energy to attach this turn. We can Arven perhaps for another Pokegear to try to find Crispin next turn, which would still be pretty okay. Just give yourself the chance of finding it next turn. You know, you've already bought a turn. You can probably buy another one. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens here.
I guess there was also the route of taking the knockout with Galvantula potentially, but you needed the Crispin.
Yeah, that could have worked as well. I mean, even if you could do it this turn, though, I think you need to wait, right? You need a lot of energies into play. Yes, you have the Galvantula, Shocking Web attack to take a knockout on the active. Like, it's all about taking 2 knockouts, 2 prizes, right? That's the priority here, and it's all about buying enough time to be able to pull that off. The Galvantula was unlocked from the prize cards. It was there originally, but now it is available as we see it hit the board. So that's step number 1, right? We could use Rapid Vernier, we could use Galvantula. Both of them work. What we need is more energy, all the energy.
Latias EX on the bench. This will allow the Rakdos for your treat later, but we are just going to continue with the corner. Dylan going to take a read of that Galvantula. Definitely does a lot of damage in this deck, kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah.
You're not really expecting this Joltik that's charging up all your Pokemon to start taking some knockouts, but it does.
Yeah, I mean, if you end up ignoring the first Joltik that powered everything up and it has 1 energy on it, then it can become a threat out of the blue pretty much.
Now, for the turn, I believe Dylan drew Crispin. Still no access for Noctowl, it seems. I think it's a Nest Ball in the hand, not an Ultra Ball. Could be wrong.
Yeah, it's Nest Ball. It's definitely Nest Ball. It was there from the previous turn. So we have Crispin, we have Palpet as well, so we can thin a few cards, but now that we've played Crispin, we cannot play Turo, right? So things are not looking great here for Dylan. Then as the time wears off, that's good for Tyler, and as long as Tyler buys enough turns, he will be the winner of this game.
Crispin kind of pulling double duty here. You can attach the energy to the Mew in the active spot, but then you have that Teal Dance available to you with the grass in hand.
Yeah.
Again, just trying to find that Turo, find a Noctowl, find an Ultra Ball at this point.
This goes against that, though. We are making the deck bigger, reducing our odds of finding Ultra Ball, reducing our odds of finding Noctowl or that Professor Turo. So, sure, we draw an extra card with Mew, but I would have liked to see at least attempt to draw one card first with the Teal Dance, and then you go ahead and thin your hand for the restart.
It's all about sequencing here in the Pokemon TCG.
Just like we learned with the video before this match. All right, there's the Teal Dance. If we see a Crispin here, okay, no, just an energy, which we can attach, right? Just thin one more card.
Yep. Now we draw the Crispin.
Now we draw the Crispin. Nope.
Fan wrote him. Oh, this is rough draws for Dylan. This corner is putting in a ton of work.
Yep. And then we see the pass. I would have liked to see that urgency, right? Like that, okay, not pass. Yeah, we're taking a little bit of extra time, which it's completely fine, but it's of no benefit here.
Yeah, just hurting yourself if you do end up pulling out the victory here in game 2.
All right, now over for Tyler. We're going to see another Pokegear looking for that Crispin, which is now doesn't even bother looking at the other cards at all.
That's the best feeling, to be honest.
Yeah, that's usually pretty good. So we're going to get Crispin. That means we get 2 more energy into play along with our attachment. I think we still need 1 more turn. And then, well, no, yeah, we still need 1 more turn. And then even if Mew copies our corner and traps us, quotation marks, we can still use the Rapid Burnier, switch into the active, take a knockout on the Mew with that Rapid Burnier, and have enough energies on the Pikachu EX to close out the game against the Teal Mask or against the Terrapagos the turn after.
Tyler's thinking about discarding that Iron Leaves EX, but decides against it. Pretty close there. It is your one way to really switch out of the active, because I think the Prime Catcher was already used.
Yep, Prime Catcher no longer available. I mean, I generally think it's just a matter of time here for Tyler. Now that he bought himself 2 turns, has decent odds of buying a 3rd as well.
And it's not like you're in any rush, unlike Dylan, right? Like, you won game 1. If you want, like, you just want to corner the entire game.
Oh my, but, oh wait, there's Area Zero. I thought we were filling up the bench, but no. Liz Clefairy hits the board. Blood Moon Saluna also hits the board. With Latias, they all have free retreat, so it's completely fine. All thanks to the Area Zero. You can still Rapid Burnier. I want to see the Rapid Burnier. Locked in on that play, Jeremy.
I think we'll see it, Pablo.
Right.
Energy on that Clefairy EX. It's just a better attacker at this point than the Pikachu. It only attacks for 2. That means just an energy attachment next turn, and then along with an energy attachment on that Galvantula if you want.
I mean, it could get bossed though, right? Like if Galvantula attacks, takes the knockout right now, which
are we going for? Okay.
Yeah, but what if the Clefairy gets taken down? I think if we buy more time and
you have the
get the
Blood Moon.
Pikachu ready. Yeah, I guess you have the Blood when you have 2 threats. You're right. You're completely right. Both of these work. You are completely right. That's good enough.
You can keep saying that. I love hearing it, Pablo. Right? Knockout
web
for Tyler, going down to 2 prize cards. And this is the awkward part. Every one of Dylan's attackers is a 2 prize Pokemon. They all have under 240 HP. And if this Pokemon gets knocked out, all Tyler needs is an energy from pretty much either the Lily's Clefairy EX or that Blood Moon.
There is no boss's orders in Tyler's hand, though. So he actually can't win next turn because of that Cornerstone Stance protection. Now we see the Turo getting brought to the forefront. There is a Crispin available for Dylan. This flip the script is going to be pretty big, though. We need to find Crispin to be able to attack this turn, take a prize card, and if Tyler doesn't have exactly boss's orders, we would be fine here. We could also get energy and energy switch and the fighting energy as well. That would also work. And there are 2 copies of energy switch in the deck. Combining that with Iono, because you don't know what's in Tyler's hand, seems like the highest odds of reducing the boss's orders, but it would actually be helping Tyler to get closer to the boss's orders, as he would see 2 new cards and the top deck, and then would still have Flip the Script to find it.
All right, 3 cards does find the Noctowl, 2 of them, in fact. Jewel Seeker will be able to give Dylan access to the entire deck. Now we could see that Iono play, like you were saying. There's the Crispin available to him as well. Now is the fighting energy in there. Maybe you are forced to go for something like a Super Rod.
Do we have an Earthen Vessel even available?
I believe I saw it.
All right, well, there's going to be, because we're committing to the energy switch.
Well, there's no committing until, you know, you shuffle your deck after.
Yeah, well, I mean, what I mean is, like, he's putting it on the table.
Yeah.
So he's showing us that he's going for that. Yep, there's the Earthen Vessel. Okay. Or the Night Stretcher. That works, too. All right, Night Stretcher for a fighting. This Iono is incredible that it's going to help Tyler. I mean, he will still need to find an... No, he will still need to find an energy. So now it's energy boss instead of just the boss, sorry. So the energy switch, Cornerstone powered up. We're going to see the next Noctowl. Grabbing Iono, I'm guessing, and something else. Yep, there it is at the front.
Iono and a card you want to put on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, pretty much. Could grab Supra to put energies back. No, we're just going to grab 1 card off of
All right.
Seeker. All right.
Now, Dylan does have the Demolish available to him. We'll be able to take the knockout on the Galvantula, put him down to 2 prize cards after this turn. But like you were saying, there was no boss's orders in Tyler Matthews' hand. And there was a ton of energy, though.
Yeah.
So needing the energy and the boss could be a little bit awkward. But there's the energy. There's the boss.
Oh, my God.
What
energy
a play.
And boss's orders. That is crazy. I mean, he was going to get them off the flip the script anyways.
Yeah, but it's better to draw like that.
But, I mean, Iono to 2, you find the exact 2 cards you need to close out the game. That is crazy to see, Jeremy.
Yeah, Tyler showing the boss, not even showing the energy, even though he needed the energy.
yeah, for sure.
What an insane 2 games from Tyler's side. Unfortunately, Dylan just couldn't really get stuff going. Game 1 had to rely on that Crown Opal. And Game 2 had a little bit more, but that corner from Maractus, putting in a ton of work, able to, you know, do what Joltik does, but it just takes like 4 turns.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, let's take a look at the replay of what happened in this round. Dylan did have a very awkward hand, right? If he had been able to access the Professor Turo much earlier, then it could have been a completely different story in the second game.
Yeah, this game 1 was a little bit awkward. Dylan had to sob the Joltik, but that just led to Ampy very much for 3 prize cards. Then Prime Catcher came down, took 1 prize off the Noctowl Tyler, playing around Iono. And this is where Dylan was like, my only hope is Crown Opal from this Tropicos EX. Crown Opal yet again, but Tyler set up checkmate on board with that Pikachu EX and Blood Moon Ursaluna. And game 2 started out very different. Dylan going for that Wellspring yet again early on, but had that Torrential Pump take the knockout on Joltik and put some damage on Miraidon. But Tyler having the Crispin, able to charge up that Miraidon EX, take the knockout on that Wellspring. Dylan answers back with a Terapagos EX knockout. And this board, just crazy. It was a Fez and a Pikachu EX, but it led to corner for a while, and Tyler pulling the game out of kind of nowhere, having that Galvantula take the knockout, and then drawing boss energy, the exact 2 cards needed off Iono to be able to seal up the match.
Yeah, I mean, it always feels so good when you get the 2 cards, the exact 2 cards you need, right? And I think there was a bit better odds of finding boss than energy, because there were a few in the hand, and then...
Yeah, there was 4 boss left in the deck.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, pretty solid win for Tyler. I'm sure he's going to be pretty happy moving on to that 5-0 record. I mean, it's not day 2 guaranteed yet, but a single tie does it for you. And this deck doesn't tie a lot anyways.
4-0 record, right? It was round 4.
Oh, right. This is round 4. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of
we
myself.
both did it. It's fine.
I'm getting ahead of myself. You're right. Yeah, 4-0 record, looking pretty good. And you have 4 win-and-ins, essentially, to day 2.
Yeah, it's definitely crazy to see how much Tyler has affected the metagame with this Joltik Miraidon. Really came out of nowhere before Monterey, and from there, it took like 3 spots within the top like 12 placements or something like that. It's very fast. It does a lot of damage. It has a lot of one-hit potential, takes extra prize cards, cheats out energy, and the cherry on top, you get to play essentially 5 bosses orders.
Yeah, and like if Body's just gonna slow down the game so much, all right, Jolting Charge, deal with an amp you very much on turn 2. We all thought we were safe from that after Raikou and Raichu and Luminion went away with rotation. Turns out Joltik replaces all of them, powers up the Iron Hands, and Gardevoir and Dragapult definitely do not enjoy dealing with that on the second turn of the game.
Yeah, it's crazy to see one of the smallest Pokemon in the game being able to put a whole deck on its back.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, right, this 30 HP Pokemon are just completely taking over the game. They are not the ones drawing their prizes, but they are the ones dictating the pace. Body is slowing things down. Joltik is speeding things up.
Yeah, perfect way to say it. And it's interesting that all these 30 HP Pokemon are so prevalent in a meta where Dragapult is the best deck in the format that just drops 6 damage counters on the bench. But it doesn't matter when you really only play 1 single prize in the entire game. You force your opponent to play that 7 prize game pretty much every single round.
I mean, let's hear from our winner this round. Juancho's ready with Tyler to hear his thoughts.
Thank you, Pablo. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by the last round winner, Tyler Matthews, or the Joltik master himself. How are you feeling?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, that was a very, very impressive win and on stream, I think. A lot of the times when I think about this deck, right, the Joltik deck, people say it's very linear. You know, you're powering something up in the back, you're taking knockouts. But I got to see, you know, that opened my eyes in that second game where you're actually have some options. You're taking routes. You attack with Miraidon turn 2. You use the Maractus to buy some time for you to be able to set up a more checkmate play. Tell me about that. Like, when did you decide to, or what goes through your mind when you decide to attack with the Maractus, for example?
Well, I mean, he took the KO on the Joltik, so I had like no way to like set up energies really. And after I did take the respond KO with the Miraidon, I felt like going another Joltik just wouldn't help my game plan at all. So I was like, I just need to like try to stall him out and draw Crispins. Took me a couple turns to find the Crispin, but we got there.
Yeah, it did take you a couple of turns, but you know the Maractus did buy you a couple of turns. That's very, very good. Tell us about the deck choice, right? Again, you're known as a player who likes to stick with her deck for an extended period of time. So I'm sure you've put in a lot of thought into this deck. So why Joltik?
Well, actually, this season, I've played like a different deck at almost every of
Oh, really?
except for like maybe a couple of them. So I don't know. My approach this season was a bit different.
Okay.
And I would say I had like worse results on average. I missed a lot of day 2s, but like I top 8'd with the Joltik deck, and I was like, I still feel like it's in a good position, so I'll just run it back.
That's good to hear. I mean, yeah, you did do well in the last couple of tournaments. But yeah, tell us about. If it wasn't Joltik, would there be any other deck that's in your radar?
I really like Terrabox a lot, and Dragapult is probably the best deck still, so that's always on my radar. But I don't really like to play whatever the best deck is usually. So.
That's true. We like to beat the best deck.
Yeah.
But yeah, speaking of that though, how is your matchup into something like Dragapult?
I would say if it's like the straight Dragapult, they're both favored, but straight Dragapult's better. But the Dusknoir makes it a bit weird. They can like take prizes however they want usually, but like in a straight Dragapult, they have to like knock out stuff and give me Fez usually.
Yeah. So. But I guess the ones with like Dusknoir are a little bit tougher to deal with. 100%. And tell me about your training process getting into this tournament. How much have you prepared?
Actually, I haven't really played that much. I did a couple like master classes online for the deck, so I'm always like prepping the deck and like figuring out what I want to play. And I had some friends that went to Seville, and I told him what text to play in the deck for that event, and like his results were basically like my testing. And I'm like, I could take that and apply it to my next event.
Makes a lot of sense. Tell me about matchups you want to run into, though.
So Dragapult's pretty good. Gardevoir, if they play the Henry Child, the Zoroark list, that builds better for me. The one that Brent Thompson played is a bit harder. Terrabox, I feel like is a pretty good matchup as well. The only things I don't really want to hit is probably like Raging Bolt with Slitherwing.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Slitherwing can knock out that Pikachu sometimes, and sometimes they're a little bit faster with their energy and knockouts. With that, before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, I want to shout out my friend Andrew Nunez. He usually plays the same deck as me. He's not here this weekend, but usually. I'll shout out my other friend, Josh Frink. He helped me come to the conclusion of well, I came up with the Maractus, and his logic behind it really convinced me that I needed to play it and keep it in the deck. So those two, excuse me. But yeah, those two would be my two biggest shout outs, my supporters, I guess.
That's awesome to hear. Again, he definitely take some friends to really tune up a deck, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much for this interview. Best of luck with the rest of the rounds. Would love to see more Joltik, potentially in top 8, right?
Hopefully again, yep.
With that, we're going to throw it back to the desk for more Pokemon action.
Thank you, Juancho. Always great to hear from Tyler Matthews. Honestly, one of our favorite players that we keep seeing time and time again. Really trying to break into those top 8s. Finally got a big one here yet again. I think it's now 2 top 8s. And maybe he can do it again. Yeah. Maybe do it again with Joltik. We'll have to see. Again, really shaping up the meta. I think it was, 11% of the day 1 meta, which is crazy.
Yeah, crazy for a deck that was a little bit talked about before Monterey, then it really showed up, and now these little spiders are all over the place, it feels.
I was trying to find a Galvantula for a friend in the vendors. No vendors had it except for one, and they had 1 left.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
So if that says anything about this tournament,
Yeah, and I mean, who is looking for those last-minute cards? Probably a lot of the players who are hunting for that invite for the World Championships. So, I mean, we've talked about the high-caliber players a lot, but there's a lot of players right now who are within that 120th place all the way up to 150th or so. That group of players who is in the hunt, right? Especially these ones in the middle with all the direct invites that we have. They do go down, I believe, until 138th place or so. So all these players are either barely in for Worlds or barely out of Worlds.
Yeah, and you have to think about it. There's this tournament, and then at least in North America, there's Portland, and then NAIC left over. And unless these players are going to be traveling to other regions trying to snipe some points there, it's going to be a pretty close battle towards the end of this season. A lot of people have been kind of chattering 700 would be the mark for getting your invite. But honestly, we kind of see 30 to 40 points creep up each time. And if all these players are going to be going to these tournaments, it might be 730, 750 even.
Yeah, especially because North America hasn't had its international championship yet, right? And the championship points there are even higher than at regionals. So if every regionals is raising the bar by 30 or 40 championship points, we can expect after this weekend the bar will be at about 650 perhaps, or 630, and then afterwards it'll be at 660. And then if the trend continues, NAIC could raise it by another solid 50 or 60. However, we should say it is the last event, right? And we do have a best finish limit of 5. So perhaps a lot of players will already have maxed out their finishes and might not be adding the full total of championship points to their tally. So it's so unpredictable, Jeremy, that this table, or this in the hunt, players could be changing every single week after every event.
Yeah, not even to mention some of these players might not even have capped out their local cups and challenges.
That too.
Trying to get those last few points. Again, Worlds is where the best of the best play, and you need to hit that threshold to really get in there, and it's going to be very close for a lot of these players.
Yeah, I mean, imagine Ian Harding wins a league challenge, all of a sudden he's in, right? If he doesn't have all his challenge finishes, 15 points puts you above 6 or 7 players, right? And then if Jared Gomila, who has been traveling to a lot of these events, adds another clean finish or gets a breakthrough, finishes in that top 16, probably adding at least 100 points, into his tally, all of a sudden now he's safe. Or if he doesn't do well, then he's falling farther and farther behind. So all these players are like basically living on the edge right now.
Yeah, and that's not even to say that if a person that wins Milwaukee here this weekend already has their invite, someone like Henry Chow's 4th regionals, that means there's one less invite being brought down this list. It is intense. I am glad I'm not having to deal with this in the hunt. Thankfully, you locked up your spot for Worlds already. Wancho locked up his, you know, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, this season has definitely, it has felt more intense, right? Because it's not like you get to a certain amount and you are safe until you get to like the very high numbers. If you're in between those 500, 600s in every region, then you're always on the edge. And all of these players, I think, a good weekend could make or break their Worlds run for sure.
All right, now let's take a look at the prizes for this regional weekend. A lot of money on the line. Masters Division, $10,000 for first place. Goes all the way down to top 32. Gets a nice, cool 1,000 along with all those booster packs. You gotta be loving the prize support that we've had here in these last few years.
Yeah, for sure. The increase in prize money, the increase in booster packs as well. And there, I believe there's prize all the way to top 56 as well in terms of booster packs. So a lot to play for no matter which place you end up at. The juniors and seniors also getting 2,500 for first place, 2,000 for second, 1,750. That's a lot of money when you're 9, 10 years old.
Yeah, put it away for college, you know.
Yeah.
Or just use it to pay for the next
or use it for all your family's travels. Yeah, because I love these kids. Like, their whole family is traveling to these events, right? Brothers, sisters, both parents. I'm sure the cost adds up. I don't have a kid myself, so I travel solo, and that's pretty good. But yeah, all of these kids, I mean, they have such a good support group behind them, and that's why they're able to do so well. That I'm sure this money definitely comes in handy to keep traveling and keep competing.
Yeah, plus juniors and seniors, they're the future. We've seen so many people age up from the senior division and just continue that success that they've been seeing beforehand into the Masters division. And honestly, with a lot of our winners too, like the medium age for everything is so low, like low 20s. And it's really just they have the time to put into the game.
For sure. I mean, when you're in high school, in college, you can definitely make a lot of your free time leading into Pokemon, which definitely, the more time you invest into anything, right? Not just Pokemon, anything you invest time into, you're probably going to get better and better. And we've definitely seen a lot of first-year Masters this season already get top 8s. And as you mentioned, they're the future, right? Rowan, 2013, I think, world champion in juniors, still playing extremely well at the highest level of play over 10 years later.
Yeah, it is crazy to see, and we got much more to see coming up, but for right now, we're going to go to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be coming back with Swiss Round 5.
Thousands of Pokémon TCG players gathered at the Atlanta Regional Championships to play the very first tournament after this season's standard format rotation. With cards such as Lugia V-Star, Regidrago V-Star, and Radiant Greninja no longer legal for play, trainers were forced to adjust their strategies for the new formats. Dragapult EX was expected to be a popular choice, and it absolutely delivered, leading the charge in Day 1 and in Day 2. Four-time regional champion Andrew Hedrick led the charge with the most popular archetype into the final match. But on the other side of the bracket, Henry Chow had made his way to his 3rd regional final match of the season, and he was hoping to claim that 3rd title. This set had players trading blows in Game 1 and Game 2, leaving very little time on the clock in Game 3. But Andrew had the perfect play for this exact situation. Rare Candy brought out an early Dragapult EX, and Andrew was able to take a 3-prize card lead. It seemed like Henry had no chance to come back and win, but on his final turn, he played Professor's Research to draw 7 cards. Off of those 7 cards, he needed to find Gardevoir EX, Rare Candy, and Night Stretcher to bring back Lily's Clefairy EX from the discard pile. He revealed his cards one by one and somehow found that perfect 3-card combo to take out Andrew's only Pokemon in play, securing his 3rd regional championship title of the season.
He has it all, folks! monumental plot armor. 3-time regional champion in one season.
Keep up with all things competitive Pokemon and head to Pokemon.com/compete to get in on the action.
Truly finishing this tournament undefeated is quite an accomplishment.
So my name is Henry. I'm from Massachusetts originally, and right now I'm living in New York. My favorite starter. I'll go with Piplup. Yeah, Piplup's pretty sick. Gotta give most of the credit to my brother here. He's the one who sort of got me into it. I was only like 7 years old. He was like collecting Pokemon cards, and he was like, let's actually try to learn like what this text does, and then started going to like a local league, which he found online. He was very good back in the day too. He unfortunately lives abroad now, so can't play really much. We hit our first nationals, I think like year and a half after we started, 2009, and then going to Worlds, and sort of, yeah, once you get down that road, you know, you just kind of keep going. I grew up in New England, playing against a lot of really good players, people who are still competing now, Azul, Ian Robb. What sort of got me back into the game, because I had stopped playing for a little while, was seeing these people still at the top, and it's just like, yeah, like, dang, like, it's still going on. What am I missing out on? Back then, a regional was just the people in the region, right? But nowadays, you know, we got Tord coming over from Norway. Tord Reklev, I mean, he's the best player in the game. Playing against Tord, it's always got something fun cooked up. Would just absolutely love to do that. At some point this season, that's definitely going to be one of my goals.
Henry Chow here, taking things down in Baltimore with Gardevoir EX.
Having like the surprise factor in an event can just straight up win you games. And I definitely surprised some people this weekend. The name I put out online and that I just say it's aggro Gardevoir. So all these cards are meant to go really, really fast, and my only attack cards were really Drifloon and Screamtail, and I played 3 Earthen Vessels. So the goal is just to discard as many energies as possible, and then just go in and one-shot stuff. This event and NAIC, like with the list I locked in, I felt like, you know, I had the right deck, it was just up for me to perform. I felt pretty confident going into the weekend, a lot more confident than Worlds, which did not go as well as I thought, but you know, I just felt like I had something to prove here, at least to myself. I mean, you know, I don't have haters or anything, I just gotta prove it to myself.
Oh yeah,
there's a strategy here.
Hasn't like Sun getting that much yet, it's just, playing is just so fun. Just competing against other people who really put a lot of work in, just brilliant people, and just going against them head to head, what more could you ask for? Anytime I lose, I want to play more, and anytime I win, I want to play more, so I always just want to play more. They told me on stage that I'm the first Worlds invite of the season. I feel like I have a bit of a chip on my shoulder because I didn't do great on this Worlds. I'm going to come in with a surprise. Even if my deck looks normal, expect a surprise. I got Worlds. I will win Worlds this year.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We're here. We're bringing the Pokemon TCG. Hot and spicy at the tables here. You're welcome back to the desk here in Milwaukee. As our players are shuffling around, they're getting to their seats because we are jumping into another match here in our Swiss rounds at this regional championship. I'm Shelby Boo here with Kyle Sablehouse. We're back, Kyle.
Oh, feels good to be back. It's been a long time coming. We thought we were coming back last round, but we're here now.
Yeah, true. We were one round early. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that community choice pick that you chose, of course. But this time around, we're picking the matchup here, and I think you're going to be super happy with these decks you're about to see.
Yeah, it's there's a lot going on out here in Milwaukee, and there's some spice over at the top tables, and thankfully we have an opportunity to show off some of that. I did not have this on the bingo card.
I did not either, but hey, that's what we like to see, Kyle. Some surprises here and there keeps things fun here. Well, let's look at some of our standings that we have from our players. This is going to be our ranking so far this season. Who's on our leaderboards that we've been looking at here in North America? Of course, sitting right at the top there, the champion, the Gardevoir champion himself, Henry Chow.
Yeah, finally dethroning Rahul, who was sitting atop the leaderboard for most of the year at this point. Henry, with 3 regional wins, has finally done it, and he's not looking to slow down here, already at a 4-0 start here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, of course, all of these players here have raked in so many championship points. We just looked at who's in the hunt and what they're sitting at, but look at these players right here. I mean, they've got the stonk arrows, but they're still out there. Almost every single event, we see most of these players fighting it out in the fields.
Yeah, some unbelievable results we've seen from these players, just stacking up the wins. We saw Gabe Smart winning a big event earlier as well. Andrew Hedrick on the rise there, and some players still waiting to get those big accomplishments. Caleb Rogerson is one specifically that I'm looking to see have a tremendous rest of the season, maybe even clutching up here in Milwaukee too.
Well, we don't only have North America, we also have our European region as well. Let's take a look at the leaderboard over there in Europe. Of course, we have streamed matches going on there if you get to tune into our events. When we don't have our NA events, you can tune into our European streams as well. A little bit of a different time zone there, but we have just as skilled players over in Europe as well.
Yeah, fantastic players here at the top 16, let alone. But we see Tord Reckliff there at the bottom of the first side.
The stonk is down,
His stonks are down, but only because he keeps playing over in Japan.
Yes.
Even more results over there.
He's over there right now.
It's been really fun to keep track of all the Pokemon that he's been playing, but I've got to start off with the top there. Daniel Magda, almost 1,600 points.
Wow.
How do you stop this man?
I know, that is so cool to see. Of course, several different names up here that we've seen in our previous seasons as well, still seeing success here in our 2025 season. I'm looking at James Cox and Alberto there in the 2nd and 3rd place as well. Raking up those points, catching up to that #1 spot.
Yeah, some of these popular players that we've seen, at least in the social media aspect, really starting to put their name up there to the tippy top. It's been really cool to follow along. We see a lot of streaming from James, and of course, Alberto's quite the memer. So it's been really great to see him back it up.
Yeah, always has the memes for sure. Well, let's take a look at our champions, though. You know, we've gone through all of these events. We've seen the championship points, but we only have a limited number of the actual champions. Who is taking down these events and becoming regional champions or special champions as well?
We gotta buy Henry a new shirt. This is unreal. I mean, we've had the graphic like this
before. The man
before.
likes muck.
He doesn't even get to switch plushes. It's unreal. It's 3 regionals. That's not wrong. That's straight up how it works here in the TCG. Henry is been phenomenal, and he's playing Gardevoir very consistently. He's been switching up the list every once in a while.
Right.
It looks completely different than how he started in Baltimore, I can tell you that much.
Well, what's funny is in the little player interview we just saw, he was saying he didn't perform very well last Worlds, he said, so he's going to be coming in. He punched his ticket in Baltimore, the very first regional we had in NA, and he made sure that he's going to bring something nice to Worlds. And then he was like, I'll do that 2 more times, actually. That's so wild. Of course, fantastic names here as well. I still remember in Louisville, Caleb Gedimer getting his win. That was one of the best results that we've seen, or his emotion behind that win was incredible from Caleb.
Yeah, it was really great to see. He's been fighting back to put himself back in contention as one of the top players. He's doing that very consistently now. We see Landon Calvin and, of course, Andrew Hedrick there, too. Some great names, but that's not all, because we also have the European regional champions to show off here, and it's been quite a whirlwind. We stole one. We got Isaiah Bradner in there.
Yeah, I guess so. That is pretty cool that we see there taking down Stockholm. I know that was a huge win there for Isaiah, but of course, not only just from the NA region, you see from Dortmund too, Ryuki there. On the leaderboard over in the EU region, of course, we have incredible players from over there and champions that we have crowned so far this season. I gotta say, I love that Gumi hat.
I think James looks the best. That is quite the look right there.
He looks like he's saying "saw, dude."
Yeah, saw, dude. He's embodiment of the surfer.
Right. Well, let's take a look at our LATAM leaderboard as well. They have been crushing it over in our LATAM region. And check out this leaderboard.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many of these players making the transition to playing more worldwide. All of the events that we have here over.
Had more events over there this season.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
huge.
they've been stockpiling all these big placements. Yerko Valencia, I feel like I see this name at almost every event that we play at. It's no longer going to be Lugia, but I'm sure he's going to keep finding the results at nearly 1,500 points.
Absolutely. Fantastic players from all around the world that we are seeing, carrying out this season, the 2025 season. We don't have that many events left leading up to our North America International Championship, as well as our World Championship, where all of these players are going to collect themselves and get ready to go and kind of write their names in the history books here in Pokemon TCG.
Well, one way to do that is to continue and playing great Pokemon and winning some games. We've got a match lined up here now. It is round 5 here in Milwaukee, and we've got quite a doozy. Mr. Grant Shin playing the Golden Go, but my goodness, we are hopping on the other side.
Yeah, we are hopping into a hop toolbox deck here from Brooke Wagner. Of course, Grant Shen bringing it over with the Golden Go EX, of course, paired with that Dragapult EX. We have over on our left side, Kyle, 3 feet 11 inches, the Golden Go 66 pounds versus the Zacian at 9 feet 2 inches, 782 pounds. It's going to be a matchup.
If you're almost 4 feet tall and made of pure gold, you shouldn't weigh 66 pounds, but I love it.
Well, I'll tell you what, that Hops Zacian is a big dog.
It is. he not only protect, he attack.
He attack, yes. 800 pounds here. I'm really excited to see this. We have yet to feature a pure Hops deck on our stream. Of course, both of these players sitting at undefeated records here in Milwaukee so far. We're going to see how these players take down this match. I'm excited to see Grant Shen once he realizes he's going against a Hop deck. I wonder if he's going to have the tools needed to bring out a win against that.
Grant may have been a very young boy when Landorus EX was out and about and wreaking havoc. He's probably not faced this attack very often.
Right. Exactly, and that's always awesome to see how our fantastic pro players adapt in these kind of off-meta matchups. Of course, Brooke Wagner here on the right side. This is her 4th regional championship, Kyle.
Yeah, and a fan of Sprigatito.
Not a day
Pasta
2 yet.
Cat.
Yes, the Pasta Cat. I mean, I feel like Pasta Cat people gotta believe, right?
Yeah,
right
there's some believers, and we can see already a lot of hopping around. We've got the bag, the choice band, and the Snorlax there. On the other side, a couple of ways to find basic Pokemon and Pokemon themselves with the Treepy and Gimmighoul. These are manageable prize cards on both sides.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, that's always hype to see, so we can just have some nice, clean Pokemon play. Of course, I'm excited to see Brooke's strategy against Golden Go. Golden Go is one of those decks that you just have to have on your radar. I think in the online results, it's like number 3 right now in the most successful decks online. So any of those ones in like the top 5, you're definitely going to want to have a strategy to work around those in these matchups, because that's where you're going to see in these giant fields here. So both these players about to get started here. We've got the fist bump. We're rolling into our next Swiss round here in Milwaukee. Wow, look at that. The Iron Valiant EX. Okay, so we've been talking about Hops Pokemon this whole time, Kyle. Now we're seeing an Iron Valiant EX. You want to walk us through that?
I mean, you need to hop around. That's
Yes.
the whole deck is just moving these Pokemon around, finding the right unique attack to include at the right time. Sometimes you're looking to set up a little bit of damage to work in a big knockout in that mid stage of the game with your Hops Cramorant. And a great way to do that is by softening up these Pokemon. You've got that Iron Valiant EX, using the Tachyon bits, plenty of ways to switch around these Pokemon, and you can really manipulate the board as you choose.
Yeah, we're hopping indeed. Of course, if we can get some of those hop Pokemon out on the field, we see the Snorlax hit the bench here from Brooke. Oh, Grant's taking a read,
This is the moment we were waiting for. Does Grant know exactly what he's up against? And he's soon going to be learning. But
I'm a little scared there, Kyle.
That's the turn, though, on that side. Not much to do for Brooke, as we now see Grant with the Arven, a card that's kind of lost a little bit of its play moving into this new format. However, still a great tool to have in the Golden Go decks, using that TM evolution to start to get all of those Pokemon in play and There's a lot to learn here as you move through the deck. There's a lot of unique cards.
Yeah, a lot of unique cards. Grant is picking up the cards on Brooke's side and reading them around. Of course, that's Snorlax on Brooke's side. Those are the only Pokemon we see from the Hops Pokemon. The extra helpings is its ability name. It's definitely been taking some of those, Kyle, I would say so. But it's plus 30 damage. And there's other cards in Brooke's deck that also buff up your damage in this deck to the point where you can actually hit quite a lot on a free energy attachment Cramorant with the Hops Choice Band.
You've got the Hops Choice Band giving you additional attacking power, that plus 30, reducing the cost of the attack. You have Post Wick as well that adds an additional 30 damage. So plus 90, 1 energy less to attack. You're just sprinkling in so many great attackers. It's all about finding the right window, though.
Exactly. That's going to be the key here in this matchup. And playing against Grant Shen is quite the challenge it's going to be. Grant has so many phenomenal finishes, not only this season, but previous seasons before as well. Taking Golden Go to our stage here. And as we see, we already have several Gimme Ghoul set up from Grant Shen. Now we're going into the deck here with an Earthen Vessel, getting rid of that Ultra Ball to get some of these energy out.
Yeah, these are two decks that basically only care about their own strategies, which is a part where Grant probably feels pretty comfortable. When you're not on the back foot thinking about the removal of multiple Gimme Ghoul in a turn or other situations that can arise, it takes so much for Brooke to have a turn like that. Instead, you can just focus on your own setup. You have that technical machine. Now you have two Golden Go ready to roll.
Yeah, I love this technical machine. It makes this deck flow so seamlessly. We have the tool card that attaches. It brings out your benched evolutions into those Golden Go EX. All you need is that energy attachment to be able to enable it. Then it's going to discard at the end of Grant Shen's turn as well. But it has served its use. We popped in the CD. It played a banger. Now we're going over to Brooke's turn.
We do love bangers here on the channel. It's worked out very well. It's a very clean turn, and now you start to consider what is Grant truly capable of on the following turn. It's likely going to be some big knockouts. You can work in a Hopzation in the early stages, try to take some knockouts, but 230 hit points is a little vulnerable.
Little vulnerable, yeah. That is the only thing with some of these big basics. They're not as big as they used to be because we have much bulkier evolution Pokemon in the format now. But especially going against Golden Go. Golden Go is essentially one of those decks that can hit a lot of damage, Kyle. You have routes around pretty much anything you're faced up against if you're Grant Shen. So Brooke is going to have a sticky time, especially after that little bit of a lackluster start that we saw. Brooke, of course, going first, just getting that Snorlax out. Now this Hops bag is going to be big here for Brooke to be able to search out 2 more of the basic Hops Pokemon and put them straight onto the bench. That's pretty nice. We want to see these Hop Pokemon. So we got Hops Cramorant and Hops Zacian as well. If you can kind of see it. I'm blind, but you can see it on board. Hop is on those cards. He's making an appearance.
Yes, very so slightly. He has taken ownership, and this is his deck to work with. Yes. But is Brooke the pilot? She's thinking about how to maneuver around this board. Can you potentially start to work on a Golden Go? The issue that we have here, Grant is playing that Monkey Dory. He has a copy of that. Any additional damage that you place on Grant's side of the board could easily be transitioned over. 230 hit points. You move 30 over. It's only a 4 energy knockout. Pretty easy for Golden Go.
Yeah, exactly. That's the big deciding factor here is Grant Shen just has the ability. As soon as he gets started, it's kind of hard to stop, but I believe in the Hops Pokemon, we'll see if they can get something done here. We see that Hops Choice Band onto that Zacian on the bench there. Of course, that Future Booster Energy Capsule on that Future Pokemon in that Iron Valiant EX. That's going to give it that free retreat. Jump out of the active position. We have the Hops Zacian EX now. And we're seeing that knockout here. Grant's also reading this chart. This card, the Hops Choice Band allows the 1 less colorless energy to be attached, which gives pretty much a free attack on that insta strike from the Hops Zacian.
Yeah, pretty broken cards here on the other side. It's something you're unfamiliar with seeing, but you likely knew that the Gimme Ghoul would fall that turn. And now the situation comes up for Grant. He hasn't accomplished too much. It's going to start with the coin bonus. Has the Cypher Maniac's code breaking in combination with the active coin bonus to find what would likely be some additional help with Energy Search Pro, but it's a knockout for this turn at least.
Yeah, that's one thing the Golden Go is able to do is draw some cards. Of course, the coin bonus in the active with the 2, the one on the bench for 1 additional card. Arvin helping to thin out a little bit here as well for Grant Shen. Grabbing an item card and a tool card if you have it. Of course, look, I wonder what the item card's going to do.
Just flash all the energies.
You got to show that pink card first. Energy Search Pro. This is the new build here of the Golden Go that we've been working with all season now. It searches out the rainbow of energy here from Grant Shen. He got it off the Arvin as the item card, and now all these energy are joining the hand here for Grant to play with this Golden Go EX.
Yeah, just thin your deck out of upwards of, 7 energies and the tool. Now you get to draw with the coin bonus, see even more resources. This hand is near 15 cards at this point, and that's just unfair for a player who's going second turn 2. Monkey Dory added to the hand as well. This could be nasty on the following turn with moving some damage.
Look at that. Yeah, the preparation for the late game here as well. Night Stretcher bringing out another Gimme Ghoul to just keep that pace up. We do have to see an energy on this side of the field, though. It's only 1, though. That's what makes Golden Go so good. This Make It Rain, it's just 1 metal energy, and then each of your energy cards that you discard from your hand are 50 damage per, and that is enough to take down that Hopzashian. It's in the discard pile. That's 2 prize cards there for Grant Shen.
Well, you said that the CD was playing some bangers. Do you think that we're going to be spitting over here with the rap god Cramorant potentially?
Why is Cramorant always spitting, yo?
It's what it likes to do.
Disrespectful. Yes, the Cramorant. Hops Cramorant, of course. They like to make really good Cramorant cards, I've noticed. The Fickle Spitting here, it's 120 damage. It's pretty much free if you have the Hop's Choice Band, but you can only use it at certain times when your opponent has either 3 or 4 prize cards. Of course, Brooke here sending up that Iron Valiant EX, putting some damage counters out now that it's being brought into the active position with that Tachyon Bits. It's 2 damage counters onto that Golden Go. That's going to add to the damage counters needed for Brooke to put some of this math together and start taking out some Pokemon on Grant's side.
Yep, we've got Snorlax with the inclusion of 30. Postwick for 30 more. It is just a choice band away. Hop's choice band to get the job done with Cramorant.
I don't see it, though.
We have the 1 in the prize cards, and we've seen 1 earlier, too. What's the count?
Yeah, let's see.
It looks like 4s. It's maxed out, but unfortunately gonna miss.
I mean, it's pretty important,
on
I
that
guess.
shot there.
Ah, that is such a bummer. We saw the spit, but I guess it wasn't disrespectful enough on that Golden Go. It's staying alive. 30 HP left in the active position there from Grant Shen, which is dangerous here for Brooke. I mean, that's just allowing Grant to essentially run away with another turn here. We're going to see a billion cards being drawn into. 1 already off of that first coin bonus into another Golden Go EX for another golden coin bonus, but just another Golden Go.
Yeah.
So
I mean, Grant's got options here. He could try to focus on just continuing to take knockouts, or there were plans where maybe he tries to include the Professor Turos in a spot like this. He's got a ton of damage on his active Pokemon. If he used all of his coin bonuses and then Pokegeared, he might be able to thin out to a point where maybe you find that one-of copy, but going to play a little safer here now. Go with the Cypher Maniac's code breaking and set up some resources for a game that he's in control of right now.
Right. I like being more in control, Kyle. That's exactly what Grant is doing here. Cypher Maniac's code breaking fits perfectly into this deck. You get 2 cards, you line them up at the top of your deck, and then you see that active Golden Go EX is able to draw into those 2 cards from the coin bonus. We see the Artisan jump into play immediately, get a Monkey Dory out. We're going to start shifting around some damage counters now back onto Brooke's side, so the pressure is on here, Kyle.
Yeah, move yourself out of range of the Hopzashian taking a knockout on the Golden Go if it were to go to the bench, and also you avoid some of the shenanigans with multiple Tachyon Bits. It's just a really clean play here. You have an opportunity to take advantage of the fact that you already have the energy to attack with in play. This is a great turn to play the Dark Energy.
Yeah, beautiful. We see it, of course, with that superior energy retrieval. You got to discard 2 cards, but then you get 4 basic energy into your hand, which is beautiful in this deck. You use them for the discard for your damage. And then, of course, that Monkey Dory, gaining that dark attachment for the Adrenabrain, moving that damage onto Brooke's side, healing up that Golden Go EX that has so much damage in the active, but now it survived and it's a little healthier. Look at that. Knockout on that Hops Cramorant. That's going to be a single prize card, but it is a good one, I must say, because that Hops Cramorant can get so dangerous from Brook's side. That was the liability, the attack, taking it out. Brook needs some answers here.
Yeah, and with, what, 5 cards in hand, not a lot of resources. There is the Artisan to help find some more basic Pokemon, but
True.
The lifeline of this deck has to be finding all of those Hops Choice Bands, and we're just not seeing them right
We need damage. We need it quick. Ooh, we're going to see that Iron Bundle of Joy joining the field here. The cutest artwork as well from that Artisan. Of course, doesn't have that rule box joining the field. We have Techno Radar from Brook.
Yeah, this is a count to see how low can I get my hand so that maybe I can draw back up with the Mew. It's not great. It's maybe down to 1 or 2 cards remaining, but you're still just relying on the top deck at that point, maybe to find a relevant supporter this turn.
Yeah, this is tough here. Brook bringing out this Iron Valiant, yeah, thinning down those cards from the hand.
You can see the lines,
and
though.
The deck.
You have multiple Tachyon bits in play now. You can put 20 damage onto the Golden Go, switch again, another 20. If you work in the Hop Session as the last slot of your bench, you can take a knockout on this Pokemon while it's on the bench by way of using the Iron Bundle. So there's a way to really add up the damage on this side, but you need a lot of help here from you.
Yes, yeah, Mew, can you save the day here? Postwick, of course, being the stadium bump for the turn after Brook was able to utilize the Artisan here. Now we have another Iron Valiant. We have the switch here into that first Tachyon bits. 2 damage counters going on to the Golden Go EX.
Research is pretty good.
We tossing? Are we tossing here? Of course, that future booster energy capsule on the other future Pokemon here, giving it free retreats. We use the switch for the first switch, so we still have that retreat. We do see the research. This is a fresh 7 cards here for Brook. It's going to be the 7 that we need, Kyle, to wrap this game up.
Yeah, well, I mean, the switch is already the first card in the window. Now just looking for the Hop Zacian and a way to attack to really start to use all of these abilities to your best advantage. Also, you have the Cramorant still. As long as you attack with that Pokemon into not Monkey Dory or this damaged Golden Go, you feel comfortable.
Oh,
but I don't know if you're going to see that.
We're seeing the bundle. Yeah, what are we going to see, Kyle?
I mean,
Let's see.
It's tough because the Monkey Dory is so helpful in moving the damage around and manipulating this, but that odd prize exchange, it doesn't really work here, as we've already seen the single prize taken on Brook's side. So you might as well send up the high hit points.
It's awkward. It's awkward for sure. Well, we saw the bundle. Of course, Grant gets to choose which Pokemon is activated from that Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle going to the discard pile. So that healthy Golden Go EX in the active position. That opened up a bench spot here now for Brook to bring out that Zacian EX that we've been waiting for from the nest ball here for Brook.
Yeah, you almost have to make sure that you take advantage of the fact that Cramorant's online this turn. If you can use this Pokemon, you have to. It's so much damage to include. The problem is, you're walking into a likely Turo in some form or another. If that happens, it's game ending.
Yeah, we haven't even seen one yet. It was the Cypher Maniac in the last turn here. We're seeing some more Tachyon bits. As you said, Kyle, this is our second one now. 40 damage being placed from damage counters from these Iron Valiants. But yeah, like you said, I mean, you can only use that Cramorant when your opponent is at 3 or 4 prize cards. So this is the time here, but it's going to be the prime catcher, the Hop Zacian, coming up, and the Monkey on the other side. Here's the choice band.
Yeah, I really like this. This is a great way to start to work on finding a closeout in this spot. You're taking 3 prize cards at this point. Remove the Monkey Dory and the damaged Golden Go. Just finding a way to close out here would be so tricky. There are some plays for Grant, however. He's got some really unique inclusions in this list. If we see the Jamming Tower this turn, that could be backbreaking.
Oh my gosh, I loved that there. All the damage. We had the Hops Choice Band, we had the Postwick, we had the Snorlax buffing up here, taking out that Monkey Dory and getting the Golden Go EX just in range. 3 prize cards for Brook Wagner. That was incredible to see. Grant Shen here starting us off though with a Pokegear. Got to see a supporter from the 7. We saw 2. Wasn't the, or was the Cypher Maniacs or the Boss's Orders?
Yeah, we see the Cypher Maniac. We also see Iono in the hand as well. If you feel like your opponent's at a point that you could really disrupt them. You could go for a spot like that, but unfortunately you only have 3 cards in hand. You have to kind of focus on your setup at this point. And with, what, only 1 more coin bonus, it's just Cypher Maniac.
Oof, Cypher Maniac here. We've already used the benched coin bonus. We still have 2 additional draws. That's going to give us those cards that Grant puts at the top of the deck from some code breaking action. See the Earthen Vessel being brought to the top here from Grant. Get some energy. I mean, what is our hand looking like here from Grant? I mean, just a bunch of supporters?
There's the Metal Energy, there's the Iono, there's a few other resources. Pheasantipity, which seems like a liability at this point.
Yeah, it's scary.
You want to work with as many hit points as you can.
It's a little weak sauce.
It's tough.
Draws you cards, but it's not enough HP. Especially now, Brooke has totally turned the tables. I mean, Brooke's leading now in the prize race here. Grant has to make something work for this turn and just hope Brooke can't put it together in the last half of this game.
Yeah, a lot of cards in Brooke's hands. 7 cards, and then you're going to draw as well. We see Supporter there. We see Nest Ball. Plenty of ways to find an additional attacker. And
yeah, we don't see any disruption there from Grant because that Cypher Maniac's code breaking was the supporter played. So now Brooke's working with whatever she's got there in the hand, which is quite a lot. Of course, those cards being drawn into. Now from Grant Shen's side, counting up how many energy are in the discard pile so far here. Earthen Vessel is just going to be discarding away this Iono here for Grant to get out some more energy from the deck.
Really nice understanding here from Grant. Any turn that you would have played Iono is also a turn where Boss's Orders will win the game next turn, so completely irrelevant card. Throw that away, find some additional energies, use that Superior Energy Retrieval, and you will have the 5 energies required to take a knockout here. Go down to 1 prize card remaining, and then just hope that 260 hit points is enough to withstand what Brooke's capable of.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways to add some damage. Grant Shen putting it out on the line here against this top deck. Still going with this turn. We have the Superior Energy Retrieval, just choosing which cards to discard to. It has to be 2. One's going to be that Pheasantipity that we said is a huge liability there. I think that's what that one was. And then a Psychic Energy to get back 4 from the discard pile to the hand. We have the energy attachment to the Golden Go. Enough energy cards to get a knockout on that second Hop Zacian EX being taken down. Grant Shen down to just 1 prize card left. But is Brooke able to put things together?
You got to look in the sky and see if it's sunny or if the moon's out. And I'm seeing the blood moon. It's going to get dangerous in this spot.
Tachyon Bits. There's the 20 Tachyon Bits. The blood moon hitting for 240 damage. That's 260, Kyle. Perfect math here for Brooke Wagner, taking things down in our game 1 between these players.
Lined up so well. Just Grant did not have the play around at that point. Wanted to manipulate the hand, but would not have the resources to take the knockout. It's just a lot to ask, and there's a lot of hopping going around. It worked out really well in this opening game.
I don't like that, Kyle. I don't like that. Grant fell into the bear trap. Not the bear trap. No, Grant Shen. All right, we got to pick
the light of the
up.
moon to guide him, and it didn't work.
No, it did not work.
Still walked right into it.
Yeah, we need to see, maybe this time around, Grant can adjust. Now, we've played 1 game, we've gotten it out, you know. Let's see how that matchup went there, unfortunately for Grant Shen, but great for Brooke Wagner, as it was pretty smooth from the right side of the field.
Yeah, really clean opener here from Brooke, just to take that opening knockout on the Gimme Ghoul, set up a little bit of damage, and it ended up being very relevant to taking a knockout in the later stages of the game.
Right.
That's just how important it is to keep track of all of this damage here. We saw a little bit moved here from Monkey Dory, trying to help out, but it just was not going to be enough. When you include multiple Tachyon Bits in a turn, you have the Prime Catcher to go along with it. You take 3 prize cards very easily. This is a turn where Grant maybe could have dug a little deeper, tried to find a Turo, said, you know what, I'm just going to count on my Pokemon sticking around for an additional turn. The cards were not there, though. He lost a lot of resources, and it was all about the moon at the end of the game.
Yeah, could not put it back together in the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. That late game finisher card we see in so many decks is what led to that beautiful win there from Brooke Wagner. Of course, we're heading into our game 2 between these players. We're going to see if any adjustments are made. Is there anything Grant Shen can really do, Kyle? Like, do you think earlier Monkey Dory might help more? Like, what do you think?
It depends if you're able to find the right resources. You're put on the back foot immediately with the opening knockout of a Gimme Ghoul. It's almost always going to happen on that opening turn. So finding opportunities to play down relevant energies, you have to have the metal in hand, or you have to have the dark and Monkey Dory ready to go at that spot. If you do not have those exactly, you're going to be a turn behind from that point on. You just have to attack with your Golden Go.
Yeah, that's a tough one indeed. Yeah, Grant had the attacks. Like, he was taking the knockouts. It just got a little bit awkward there. And like you said, Brooke was on that awkward prize trade, but then getting that 3 prize turn was so nice there. Of course, Grant now suffering from that 3 prize card turn. Maybe going to take an extra look at the damage counters and just hope things work in his favor this time around.
Yep. Maybe Monkey Dory's a little too cute in a matchup like this.
That's what I'm thinking too.
You
like,
just might have to play the 7 prize race and hope that your opponent can't reach 260 when it's like a 3 prize turn, as opposed to when you fall to that like 2 or 1 prize game and the Blood Moon Ursaluna comes up. There is the inclusion of the Dragapult in this list. However, I feel like that's a pretty difficult Pokemon to set up too with the aggression that we see on Brooke's side.
Oh, yeah, that seems tough here for Grant. Yeah, that is a good point. Of course, the Dragapult line being in this deck allows for some extra draw support. You can bring out a Dragapult EX, I suppose, but yeah, Grant Shen didn't look to do that at all in the first game. We'll see if that continues. Is this the 3rd mulligan here from Grant? Brooke has got the aura, just netting cards into, oh, this is the 4th. No way. Brooke's gonna draw 4 additional cards into the hand for every single time. Grant Shen cannot draw a basic Pokemon to start the game off with. I mean, this is just brutal. It's not what you want to see when you're down a game in any of your games. And I'm getting a little scared here,
I mean, there's only 8 basic Pokemon in the deck. This is a pretty reasonable thing to happen.
It ain't no 23.
All right, you know what? They found a pretty solid hand. It only took 5 attempts.
Let's go. Would you trade a really good hand for 4 mulligans, though? I don't know.
Not in a deck that plays 1 Iono.
Yeah, for real.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to get punished on the other side.
Oh, no. Look at that. Oh, well, Brooke is going to be starting with that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, which is a little bit awkward there. Like we said, we saw it come out right at the end of the game. That's kind of when you want to see it. Don't really want to start with it because it can be kind of a liability for you, and it's pretty beefy to retreat as well. But not if you have easier ways to retreat. Of course, there are a lot of switch out cards for Brooke on that side of the field. So we're starting over here. Once again, the first turn being over to Brooke. Let's take a look at the prize cards here. We've got a couple of hot Pokemon sitting at the top there in a Zacian EX, as well as a Snorlax. Iron Bundle that we saw just kind of come out of the deck last time in the prize cards. One of those switch cards. Jet Energy as well, some switching mechanics, and a Pokegear.
Yeah, I feel like we could. The Iron Bundle is pretty relevant when you see the Monkey Dory start in a spot like this.
That's true.
A lot of hit points in the active. It's a single prize that's given up on the 2nd turn, but it might not even be available. And it's also a Gimme Ghoul that gets to stick around for an additional turn. So this might actually work out really well for Grant.
I was thinking the same because the Zacian EX is a 2 of, and the Snorlax is also a 2 of. So that means there's only 1 per the deck here for Brooke. And those are at the very top of the prize cards as well, so we're not going to see them for pretty much the entirety of the game here. So Brooke is going to get out those 1 copies there. The Snorlax on the bench, the Hops Zacian EX on the bench as well as the Cramorant. So all the Hops gang is here. He's hopping in and hopping out. Of course, Grant, like you said, Kyle, had a pretty stellar starting hand from what we saw.
Yeah, it looked great. We saw the Arven, we saw the energy. I think the TM evolution was already there. So
yeah, we got a Surfer in the hand over there.
2 Golden Go.
Yo, here we go. One of those Jet Energy, whee, into the active position here. Iron Valiant EX jumping in, putting those 2 damage counters on to Grant Shen's field. I mean, that's just an immediate pressure here. Arven is going to be the play here from Grant, allowing you to get the item and the tool card out. And a pretty important item here if you don't have any Pokemon out. Buddy pop in to get some Gimme Ghouls. We have, of course, that tool card that we saw in the Technical Machine Evolution to get out those Golden Go immediately. What are the prize cards looking like, though?
Yeah, it's the one that really shines at me is that Jamming Tower. It's unfortunate. We did not see that in the opening game. But
that'd be so good.
Think about the limited potential there is for Brooke to complete a really solid turn if you don't have access to any of your tools. Now, of course, there's plenty of stadiums on the other side. 4 Postwick
I was about to say,
counter this stadium. But if you combo that with an Iono or a low hand size at the right time, you might be able to have that jamming tower stick and your opponent's just shut down.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, not only bumping the stadium, getting rid of that damage, but then turning off the Hop's choice bands. Oh, so crucial. Jamming Tower is a huge tech for a lot of decks in our field here in Milwaukee, but unfortunately, it's stuck in the prize cards for Grant Shen. Of course, we are going to get those Gimme Ghoul out from the Buddy Buddy Poffin. They're eating good today. Popped out of their little treasure chests for some Poffins. And we have that Technical Machine Evolution. That was the tool grab. As long as we have the energy to go with, we're going to be evolving here, Kyle.
Yep, it's in hands, and this 20 damage could prove to be pretty relevant at this spot. And we talked about how difficult it is to hit the right numbers, but now one less amplifier is required to take a knockout here. Hop Zacian dealing 30, Snorlax with an additional 30. Now you just need basic energy or that basic energy or whatever, any energy to go along with the stadium or the choice band itself to get the knockout here with the Zacian.
Kyle's saying math.
Check it. Pull out your calculator.
Yes. Yeah, that's definitely one of the decks that you're going to do that with. There's so many ways to buff up your damage here from Brook's side. And then you got the Tachyon bits flying around the board as well here. Brook finding that Iono there on the Pokegear 3.0. Getting that supporter into the hands. Is that going to be supporter played, though? Was the hand looking kind of lame? I mean, we had 4 mulligans. That helped us out quite a bit there in the initial hand.
Yeah, you would expect a lot more from an opening hand, but I mean, this is the main turn. This is the first turn that an attack is available for Brook, and she's going to try to find the right pieces. It looks like there is a switch in hand, so maybe you could include another Tachyon Bits if you have access to that, but
Postwick,
Snorlax, Zacian, it's knocking on the door.
Them hops are hopping 30 additional damage. Of course, that extra helpings of the 30 from the Snorlax for the Hopperonis. They're just going here.
I've never had Hopperoni. I've heard it's great.
I prefer extra Hopperonis, actually. Extra helpings of the Hopperonis. Yeah, that's Snorlax. I mean, I love to see this. This is the first time we've really gotten to make the Hops deck shine here, and it is working quite well for Brook. We see that switch card activating the second Tachyon bits, or I guess the first Tachyon bits here for Brook.
The mind games of finding the non-foil Iono and playing the foil Iono.
Oh,
Brook is in his head.
Keeping you on your toes, Grant Shen. That full art, baby. That means both of our players shuffle up their hands. They're going to draw for each of their prize cards. They're both even at 6, so this is new hands for everybody.
Future booster and the choice band to go along with this. We are hopping into the active spot. That's a big knockout.
The free retreat from the future booster energy capsule into that Hops Zacian. Doesn't even need an energy. It just strapped on a cool headband, and now it's swinging, knocking out that Monkey Dory. That's the initial prize card that we see. That was so pivotal for Brook in the last game that we saw. That single prize card helped so much in the game. If you can line up the math and take multiple prize card knockouts in the future. And we still have just a baby Gimme Ghoul. Oh, well, there's a Golden Go EX.
I was worried. I was getting worried, though. But Coin Bonus helping out there, finds that third copy of the Golden Go. So you have all your evolutions at this point. You can play the 7-prize game. You've got a knockout probably lined up at this point, but you got to be worried about the spitting on the other side. So much damage can be compiled early.
Yeah, listen, Grant, I need you to focus up here, all right? We need to get this done here. We've got the Golden Go EXs. Of course, they are already damaged. It's going to be the Pheasantipity EX joining the field this time around. We didn't see it in the last game. It was just discarded, but now is it going to have more utility for Grant to be able to line up some cards after flipping the script?
I mean, this is arguably one of the scarier turns to play this. You know that you could walk right into Prime Catcher Cramorant, easy knockout at that point. Dealing 210 damage is so simple for this Pokemon.
Easy bear traps later. Wait, we got Turo. We're fine.
Sure.
We're okay.
Go ahead, waste your support for the turn. It always works out.
Oh my gosh, I'm scared here. We're seeing the Cypher Maniacs code breaking. Grant Shen gonna line up some cards. You know, the big pink one's pretty nice, I would say, to go to the top, as well as the boss's orders. being put at the top. Of course, supporter already played here, but boss's orders for the future turns for Grant Shen going to be drawn off of some coin bonusing if we have it. Or sorry, flip the script as well, can draw those cards nice and easy.
Yeah, for Grant, his game plan's pretty clear at this point. Once you've decided to go that route of the Pheasantipity, you're just trying to establish the biggest hand possible and take 3 consistent knockouts back to
go fast.
If you can do just that, your opponent needs to have Iono to counter whatever you're building up in your hand. You saw her play the full art one instead of the regular one.
Right.
You know another one's at the bottom of the deck at this point. You have a pretty good chance of holding on to this hand next turn.
So we also saw the boss go to the hand from Grant Shen, Kyle. Do you think maybe switching up the targets is going to be good here for Grant as well? Is that going to come into play as for what he targets down?
I mean, as long as it says EX when you knock it out, I'm pretty comfortable with whatever he targets at this point.
2 prize cards were chilling.
It's all you need to focus on. You have a knockout here lined up, you use the boss's orders on the next turn, and then you're just looking for one more answer.
Yeah.
I mean, it's even possible that you'll have that EX in the active going into that turn, because Brooke doesn't have many answers other than Cramorant, and you don't use Cramorant on those outside of the middle turns.
Yep, it can only be used on those 3-4 prize card turns from your opponent's side of the field. Definitely could come into play. Well, that's the first EX down here. The Golden Go swinging into that Hop Zacian, taking it out nice and easy with those energies discarded, of course, from that Energy Search Pro, helping all that damage be accumulated into the hand. Brooke starting off, Tachyon Bits, one of the Iron Valiants with the free retreat from the Future Booster Capsule in the active. We see the Pokegear getting an Arven out here for Brooke as well.
Yeah, Arven's pretty great. You find Switch and a Hop's Choice Band once more. You have access to attacking with your Cramorant on this turn. Double Tachyon Bits included with dealing 180 damage right now with the Cramorant. You're starting to get closer to some really relevant points.
Relevant points from the Spittin', that's for sure. I'll also note, too, remember that's our only Hop Zacian, the other one's in the prize cards as well.
This is also a good spot here. As looks like maybe the A-Spec will be the choice here, and then you can target down that Pheasantipity. We mentioned it earlier. It's a bit of a liability, and if you can knock that Pokemon out, take 2 prizes at this spot, you'll have access to the Blood Moon for the rest of the game at least.
Yeah, you said it, Kyle. That was the risky turn to play that Fez down, get those cards to the hand there. Grant had to do it to line up that A-Spec to the hand. So Pheasantipity was played. Will it be what takes Grant Shen down? We will have to see if that's how this ends up going. But Brooke already chucking down that energy onto the Iron Valiant, or the Future Booster Capsule?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. I was like, why is it not moving? And Cram's going to get a Hop's Choice Band as well. What we were looking for here, Kyle, just some additional damage, you know. That's pretty nice.
It's starting to line up over here for some knockouts.
I mean, the fact the base damage is 120 on that Cram is just gross.
Cramorants have done some pretty wild things in the TCG, and it has not been a lot of longevity either. It's just it just came out firing. Yeah.
Yeah, every time. It's all the time here. Look at that. So much damage being done here. Of course, does have the Hop's Choice Band, does have the Snorlax, didn't have the Post-Wick that time around. So Golden Go EX hanging on by 80 HP in the active position here for Grant Shen. Now, is this where the intricate plays come in as far as choices here for Grant? Kyle, what do you think? This is a huge hand.
Yeah, and this is what he's been lining up this entire game. He's just trying to find opportunity to have all the energies in hand and the boss's orders. You continue to target down some EX Pokemon, and you don't have to worry about these cheeky setups that can potentially happen with the Golden Go and the damage on it. Double Tachyon Bits and Hop Zacian is still 10 short of a knockout on this Golden Go on the bench.
Ooh.
So you feel pretty comfortable there. You can go down to 2 prizes left, and I feel like you'll find the answer there unless it's Iono and a lot of mischief.
A lot of mischief, yeah. Also finding the answers in these energy cards coming into the hand, boosting up that damage from the making it rain here, Golden Go EX, of course, with that superior energy retrieval. The Draclo easy discard there, as well as another Golden Go EX. We're seeing an energy come down for the turn here onto that bench Golden Go EX as well. This is the boss turn here, Kyle. It's the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX coming into the active position. What took Grant down in the last game. He's ain't fallen into the bear trap this time.
Look who's been trapped.
He's trapping the bear. Putting that in the discard pile. 2 additional prize cards here for Grant. He's at 2 prize cards now. Cramorant, you can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. But we still have, of course, that Iron Valiant EX in the active position, but that's it, Kyle.
Yep.
Yes.
It looked so good for Grant. Not only the prize lead, but also in hand. Jamming Tower plus Iono. If you find boss's orders, you can close out the game. So many ways to stay atop in this game 2 here. We are set for a pretty great game 3 in this match. It has been a wild one.
Oh, I love it. I have enjoyed this matchup so much so far from these players. They're playing it well. We've got some clean Pokemon on the board. Brooke, of course, tried to make things happen there, but this time around, Grant was able to set up here. And yeah, we were kind of scared when the Pheasantipity went down, but it was A-okay. Like you said, Kyle, Grant just prioritized his own board, and we really saw that the aggression is what led to him profiting in this matchup.
Yeah, it's a solitaire style of deck, but it does have a little bit of play around with that Monkey Dory. We saw it started in the active spot, which arguably is the best place for it in this matchup. Remove with that single prize Pokemon, set up your board of all these Golden Goes, and then just continue to take huge knockout one after another. 2-2-2, the best prize map to follow for a long time in the TCG. It worked out really well here for Grant. He's going to try to do that once more here in game 3. I'm going to be very nervous about these opening hands when we see them. So much comes down to how you set up here in these opening 2 turns.
Grant, get a basic Pokemon, please. No more
No Judge Ball.
But also, I mean, Brooke having the Snorlax with the Hop Zacian, primarily the Hop Zacian in the prize cards too, is a little awkward in the late game there for Brooke.
Whoa.
Well,
the turns have tabled. We
Mulligan's
see
on
them
the
mulligan to the other side.
Oh. Grant, is the full moon shining down on you today? Who knows? We'll have to see. 1 mulligan so far. Let's hope Brooke can get a basic Pokemon on this shuffle up. But all right, this is the first time we've seen hops hop into our stream. Kyle, what do you think about it so far? What do you think about this matchup specifically as far as like on paper?
I feel like this is a very winnable match. The math lines up fairly well. 260 is kind of tricky, but if you set up early enough with the Tachyon Bits, with the Hop Zacian, you can have 1 turn of that isn't challenged immediately by Golden Go. You win. The problem is Golden Go is always going to set up that turn 2 knockout, and we see once more that potential is on the table. Grant has a pretty great start. He's got a pink card in hand. He can do a lot of cool things.
I mean, yeah, let's think about that. There's so many decks in our format right now that draw cards. They draw a lot of cards in a lot of different ways. Brooke is essentially relying on the Hops cards in this deck, like the Hops bag to bring the Pokemon out, the Choice Band to buff up as well, and there's not just like, oh, free cards being drawn everywhere. So it can get kind of awkward and clunky potentially for Brooke.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, no.
Hey, now.
Grant.
I'm an all-star. We're in trouble.
Oh, no. The Dreepy starts. Like we said, we hadn't seen that Dragapult line being played in either of the games. Now it's going to be a forceful play here. Dreepy starting off just getting an energy attachment.
Got such a good hand if he's able to play it. Arven to follow along with it.
I'm
but the
scared.
Snorlax is playing. The Arven is there. There's also the Jet energy to move the Zacian into the active spot. This is just game here. It's over.
Getting rid of that energy need from Brooke's side and taking the knockout on that lone Dreepy. Brooke Wagner winning in game 3 in less than a minute here. I cannot believe it, Kyle.
I was so ready for a great game 3. And you know what? That also works. That is a way to win the TCG. Sometimes you play 8 Pokemon and you have to pass. And that's what it looks like there. An amazing play here from Brooke. Just not only obviously to close out in this last game, but throughout this whole series, we saw a lot of great play just from a very unique deck that we're not used to seeing.
Yeah, I love that. I guess the Sprigatito was helping out there, buffing up Brooke in this matchup. Let's take a look at these games between our players. It was pretty linear from both sides. as far as strategies go. Like you said, Kyle, both of our opponents kind of just valued their own strategies and carrying it out as smoothly as possible here. We saw prize cards flying on both sides. Brooke taking the first, Grant taking the second from a hops, Zacian being taken down, but this was the pivotal turn. The Prime Catcher knocking out the Monkey Dory here, as well as that Golden Go EX. That was set up perfect math thanks to the Tachyon bits from Brooke Wagner. And Grant Shen tried to make it happen, just couldn't do it there, leading to Brooke taking that first game.
Yeah, this matchup seems like so much fun to watch out. Grant has to watch out for those big 3 prize turns. You have to have all of your Pokemon lined up. If you can incorporate the 2-2-2 prize map like we see here in Game 2, it seems like it's very favored for Grant's side of things. Brooke just does not thin the deck as cleanly as you'd like to, but that's also one of the things that happens with this hops
the build. Yeah.
You just don't have access to that, but what you do have is a lot of unique plays, ways to move around Pokemon, and occasionally donk.
Yes, occasionally donk. Is Grant Shen now going to just regret the Dragapult line here? So sad. It was the basic Pokemon that we found, but it was not the basic Pokemon we wanted. Nothing on the bench here. Brooke Wagner able to knock out with this Hops Zacian EX for the win here. 2-1 in this Swiss round for Brooke Wagner. That means still with the undefeated record here in Milwaukee with the Hops toolbox.
You know, if Skarzig was here, he probably would have put it on his predictions. I feel like that's definitely a Skarzig type of move.
Oh, it totally is.
But it's pretty wild to see, and it's got a chance. I think the matchups line up pretty well. There's a lot of unique ways to steal some of those basic knockouts that we're worried about so often. The Dreepies, the Gimme Ghouls, all these 70 hit point Pokemon that you think of, Hoot as well, potentially too. You just sneak in a couple of the Iron Valiant in combination with that Hops Zacian, take 2 prizes on the second turn, first turn if you really get the great hand, but it's scary.
It is. It's actually quite scary. I'm happy that we've gotten to see what a build of this deck and like a consistent build looks like here, because that's what we saw there from Brooke. As we said, it's, you can't thin your deck as easily. You're not just drawing free cards, but it's still held up enough to really challenge, especially Golden Go. I mean, that's the deck that you are truly scared of in the early game. It has the TM Evo, it gets its energy out with that A-Spec Energy Surge Pro, and then it is just swinging on you non-stop. But it was able to be challenged there from the Hops Toolbox deck and be taken down. So that's kind of surprising. I don't know if I would have put my money toward Hops Zacian winning that, but hey, that's how things turn out. That's how the cookie crumbles, Kyle.
Yeah, there's a lot of counterplay in this kind of matchup. We could have potentially seen that Turo play a big role when you just leave 210 damage on an active Pokemon or 180 damage from a Cramorant. There were so many spots where it's just like, how did you not get this done? But sure enough, it's there, and it's just hard to find the right resources at the right time. That when it's specifically a supporter as this Golden Go deck, you can find all the right pieces with Cypher Maniac's code breaking and saying up, but you have to have the foresight to see that you're going to need this in 2 turns. And it's just not possible every time.
Yeah, it's not one of those decks you really want to miss a turn with, that's for sure. And it can get really sticky from there. But I mean, why do you think Grant chose to bring Golden Go into this specific event, Kyle? Like this format?
I mean, the consistency of this, when everyone is looking for a great draw engine, you have a deck that is a draw engine. It's perfect. It lines up so well. You have a lot of Pokemon that you can knock out in the early stages of the game. You can play a long game. You can play a fast game. It's just really clean for that 50 minutes plus 3 turns type of tournament.
Well, I mean, he brought it, but it was taken down here by the Hops Toolbox deck. Brooke Wagner going into an undefeated record, or maintaining it, I should say, in Milwaukee. Let's hear from her after that incredible stream match win. Wancho, take it away.
Thank you so much, Boo. I'm joined with our last round winner, the all-star herself, Brooke Wagner. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good, yeah. A lot of like nerves going into the match, but first time on stream, so had to deal with all that, but definitely wasn't bad at all. Very fun experience.
I bet winning on stream, that must feel phenomenal. You were facing one of the best players as well, Grant Shen. What was your mindset going into your first stream match?
I was pretty nervous, especially knowing like, I'm pretty sure Grant's either made it really far in top cuts or won regionals before, so I know he's like very high quality player. I knew I would just have to play my deck, try to get snipes where I can. The last game I just kind of cheesed out with like the Valiant, like the donk there, and a few matches have gone like that today, so it's really helpful to just squeeze out that with a little extra aggression.
No, I mean, that's what your deck is built for, right? Being able to just attack right off the bat. And we're in a format where, Dragapult and Gardevoir are prevalent everywhere, and they have 70 HP.
Yes.
Well, add Gimmighoul to that list now, too. But yeah, your deck is very interesting. Tell us about how you came up with this deck choice.
So I was a little bored coming off of rotation because my favorite thing is drawing cards, and we lost like Pokestop, we lost Trekking Shoes, a bunch of the things where it's like, it might turbo the deck or the game too much, but it's fun a little bit. So I wanted to keep aggression, and I found that Zacian was really good at like just doing the colorless attack and ignoring the metal attack. It's really good at damaging something and then taking out like a baby Pokemon on the bench or setting something up. And then you get the like devious setup of Cramorant. I love that guy because everybody's playing Fez. Fez is one of the best draw cards in the game. You're really going to get to gust it a lot and do 210 to it with your Cramorant. Then they have to have Stretcher in hand or a good supporter and gust.
Yeah.
It's hard to have all of that right now.
Yeah, that's true. Cramorant is such a violent Pokemon, to be honest. That's bird-on-bird violence right there, attacking into a Pheasantipity. No, but yeah, very, very powerful plays. It's like turning, you're attacking first with such an aggressive Zacian, then suddenly you're turning into almost a single prize deck. Yes, you have those Iron Valiant, if I remember right. The name of
I love
Pokemon.
the Valiant.
Yeah, the Valiant seems to be very interesting. You play at least 2 in the deck. That's what we've been able to see on this stream. How much has that mattered, though, that damage manipulation?
It's been really nice because Blood Moon hits 240, Goldengo's 260. There's a lot of other things you can kind of damage set up by hitting with Zacian early. The pings take Pikachu's ability out, which is huge against Joltik. As well as, I played like a Monkey Froslass earlier, and I managed to just get a turn 1 going first donk because they open Badoo, and it's just retreat switch.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really good setups like that for taking out babies or just taking out single prize little Pokemon that open up.
That makes a lot of sense. Tell me about the matchups you like to see and like to avoid.
Yeah, so weirdly enough, a lot of the big Pokemon evolution decks aren't that bad because I get to be really aggressive early, and they almost need to put down a baby Pokemon to do something, so the 30 HP guys. Badoo is really easy to take out when they're like itchy pollinating because I can boss something big, damage it, and take a prize. Setting it up perfect for Cramorant also. And then I really like looking for just little ways that you can snipe their draw engine.
That's amazing to hear. With that, I think there are a lot of fans of your deck now. A couple of them are our casters, I believe. I think they have a couple of questions there. Kyle, Boo, do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Wancho. Brooke, fantastic play on our stream. That was awesome to watch. I'm curious. Yes, we are now believers in the Hops, the Hops toolbox. But I'm curious, like, what did your play testing group, your friends say when you were saying, hey, I'm going to take Hops into this event?
A lot of them were decently supportive, but with some pause. Definitely there was some pause there. I would always have to like hesitate and be like, yeah, I'm playing Valiant Zacian, and then give it the like explanation of, it might not be the most powerful or consistent deck, but it goes well into what people are playing, and everybody hopped on Joltik really quick, so I'm super happy about that.
Yeah, that is very true. It's been a popular pick for sure this weekend.
Yeah, well, you also have a lot of damage manipulation that we've seen. You saw the Tachyon Bits that was thrown around. You can also manipulate with that Hops Zacian. What's the craziest turn that you've had so far?
No.
What's the most prize cards you've been able to take in a turn?
Ooh, I think it was 4 earlier. Yeah, I didn't get the 5 prize turn, unfortunately. I was 10 damage off.
So close, so that's incredible, though.
Yeah, it was, I think, something that I had hit earlier with a Zacian, I took out with 2 Iron Valiant pings, and then Prime Catchered up like a Fez and took it out with Cram. and that's rough to deal with when you're on the other end.
Right, that's impressive indeed. I definitely think you're putting Hop on the map. So thanks for bringing it to our stream and kind of showcasing it for everyone.
Yeah, thanks for appreciating it.
Yeah, 4 prize turn. That's very impressive. I'm sure we'll see maybe a 5. To be honest, just knocking out that 1 Dreepy, that was impressive by itself on stream.
I was happy I got that. I was nervous that match would go long.
For sure. All right, before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
Definitely my buddies, Logan and Leanne out there, and then Squawkabilly's always got my back. Got to shout out that guy.
Birds.
Yeah, they do everything right now.
Right.
Awesome to hear. Awesome to hear. Thank you so much for this amazing interview, Brooke. Again, best of luck with the next rest of the rounds. Hopefully we see you in day 2.
Hopefully.
Yeah, with that, take it away, Boo Kyle, for more Pokemon action.
What a great interview there from Brooke. Only the 4th regional she has attended. And that's a undefeated record here with an off-meta deck. You love to see it, Kyle. We always get these matchups, huh?
Right, yeah, they sprinkle it in right as we have to figure it all out. But you know what? It worked out really well. It was a great match. 2 great players, and we might see a couple more people hopping on the hop.
Yeah, are you a believer now, Kyle?
I mean, I've seen 3 2.5 games. So
Kyle's, yeah, he's hard to convert.
I'm going to need to see another 50 or so.
It's because Kyle hasn't been taking those extra helpings lately, so
Is that what it is?
It is, yeah.
Me and Snorlax don't see eye to eye anymore?
They're beefing now, yeah, that's for sure. But yeah, super cool to see on our stream. Always nice when, we get to see a little something different from the top meta, the Gardevoir, the Dragapult, so that's awesome. Of course, I did put my weight into Golden Go for this tournament as well. So Grant Shen is definitely not out of it. I mean, was at an undefeated record, now taking a loss here in that round, but a lot of our players are in that position now. But I have seen them come back swinging, especially once we get into our day 2. That's where the pressure truly joins us.
Right. Losing this match, unfortunate, but this is also where you look at the decks and you start to wonder, is Hop Zacian going to have that longevity? Can it continue to draw as well as it needs to when it doesn't need as much as other decks? But I mean, the numbers just aren't in your favor. You're not thinning down your deck as much. You're going to run into some of those rougher draws, and you also you're running into the susceptibility of Ionos throughout the course of the tournament. You don't see that on Grant's side. He has a lot of consistency built in. He draws all of his resources, throws them all into the discard pile, and then just needs the help of a coin bonus here or there to get the job done.
Yeah, that's very true, Kyle. We didn't get to see Grant's other games, but definitely has seen a lot of success in the field so far. I talked about my Golden Go pick. Let's take a look at the other casters' picks. Coming into Milwaukee here this weekend, what did we think was most likely to succeed here? We have a lot of En's Zoroark, a different leader Pokemon in that En Zoroark EX. Of course, we can see that a couple of different ways. We see it slotted into Gardevoir EX pretty popularly, or now it's just its own deck. And I'll tell you what, Kyle, it's gross. It is so gross to play against. Oh my goodness. It's fun to play though.
I think it's so fun. Yeah, it makes so much sense on paper. You see all the different attacks that you have available. We call it a toolbox for a reason. You have all of these different unique tools in your arsenal that you can use, and then you combine that with the fact that you are trading again. In 2025, we love to see that. So many unique ways to close out games. You have the weakness that targets one of the most popular decks in Gardevoir EX. And you've got some longevity too. 280 hit points withstands a lot in this meta.
Let's shine some light here on one of Juancho's picks in that Farigiraf EX. Of course, it's his baby.
He's on another planet.
It's his pick that he's been playing in Terra Box, but having this inclusion of the Farigiraf EX into decks like that, I mean, let's just discuss how its ability comes into play, or really how that deck functions overall. What do you think, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see that any form of wall is finding success in this format. You have the Terra Box that's also starting to do well too. You've got the inclusion of the Cornerstone, and it's just really great to see that there's a lot of unique opportunities here, that we have a smaller pool of cards to use. Players starting to find those niches throughout the format where you can take advantage of the fact that the meta hasn't caught up yet, and get some free wins throughout, and it works out.
Yeah, I would say so, Kyle. It's working out for sure. Of course, we've got some other fantastic picks in there from our co-casters, but we're gonna have to wait a little bit till we see what starts to kind of creep up to the top in our predictions and in our standings here in Milwaukee. It's always fun to see how things iron out, especially after Atlanta. That was kind of our breakout journey together. Exciting new format event, but now we really get to see how people respond to that, what decks they choose, and how the meta shifts from here on out. So I think the second event is actually a little bit more fun than the first one. You know what I mean, Kyle?
It depends.
I feel like it's not like figured out.
If you're already a 1% gamer, then
Right.
the first event's great because you already have it figured out. You know exactly what the tournament's going to look like.
You saw it with Henry Chow, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's like, oh, cool. I can just play the same thing. I'll just spice it up a little bit and have the deck list ready. But for simpletons, we just wait to see what deck you played, and then we'll spice it up a little bit.
Kyle, I think you're better. You're more than a simpleton, okay? I think so.
Maybe a few years ago.
Well, speaking of players from a few years ago, we've had some incredible, very talented players. Some of those players have converted over to now being judges or a part of the staff at these events. Well, we want to catch up with one of those players, right? Or players and judge here. Michael Pramawat, we got to see what he had to say. Wanto, let's take it away.
Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm here with a very special guest, someone no stranger to the stream. I personally enjoyed him in the top 4 of the 2023 World Championships. Michael Pramawat. Michael, how we doing?
Hi, great to be here. I'm having a great time. We're doing big things today.
I noticed, Pram, that's not the typical attire for our competitors. How about we tell the folks at home what we're doing today?
So I'm going to be the head judge of the Masters Division for the Regional Championships today.
Wow, the head judge for the Milwaukee Regional Championships. This is big. This is your first one, I believe, yeah?
This will be my first time as the head judge. I've been in other roles before, but this will be my first time here.
That's absolutely massive. Can you tell us all the responsibilities that entails?
So one of the things is when appeals happen, I'm the last point of appeal. I get to decide what happens when I'm basically the final word on anything that happens in the event.
Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Hopefully you're a kind and merciful judge. No, but I 100% trust your experience. I mean, you've been playing this game for so long. You're one of the top players out there. I can only imagine you'd be an amazing judge. Are you nervous, though, going into this event?
No, I mean, I've had a lot of time to kind of get the judge thing down with other events. I've been judging for this entire season, and I've had a good time. And all those different roles have really prepped me for this one. So I think I'm good for it.
I know. I think that's where I've mainly been able to catch you with this uniform, being a judge. That's massive. Are you ever going to come back, though, to being a competitor? Are you ever going to see Michael Pramawat in the world stage once again playing?
You might. I mean, if I get maybe I go to a regional at some point, and if I spike a win, you might see me there. Who knows?
Well, if anyone can do it, it's you, Pram. With that, thank you so much for your time. I know you have so many things you have to do as the head judge. Anyone you want to thank, though, before I let you go?
I mean, I just want to thank the whole judge team. They really don't get enough credit for what they do. It really is a laborious effort that they put in, and everyone who judges these events are great people. So, yeah, just appreciate your local judges.
No, I have to agree. And on behalf of all the players out there, thank you for what you do. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action. Hello, Pokemon fans, and oh boy, do I have a treat for you. Joining me right now is the one and only Ono family, a very, very well-known, very competitive kids here. They're absolutely amazing. How about you introduce the kids?
Hello, my name is Annabelle, and I have won 2 regionals.
Double regional champion Annabelle. And how about you?
My name's Kenji, and I have 6 top 8s.
6 top 8s, and we're winning this regional, right? Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Of course, we have the parents, Steve.
Hello, everybody.
And Lynn.
Hello.
All right, I wanted to get an insight, really, of what it's like to be a Pokemon family, a Poke family, if anything, because it's so nice to see all of you here coming to a competition together. I have a question for the parents first. What does it take to be a Poke parent?
Ooh, a lot of practice. I think testing with friends, testing with, masters, seniors, anyone you see. I think it helps when you know the different decks that are out there. and just like practicing, putting in the time.
Okay. And for Dad, we all know it's tough being a parent sometimes. Are there any sacrifices you've had to make to be a Poke parent?
Yeah, I'd say we sacrifice every weekend, pretty much every Wednesday and Friday, playing Pokemon. All our vacations are now in convention centers. And it's pretty much all consuming, but it's amazing. Yeah.
It's worth it, right? I mean, you say convention centers. I mean, last year we were just in Hawaii, right?
Yeah. There's, there are trade-offs to this, right? Yeah. So.
Amazing stuff. And for the kids, Annabelle, you've won 2 regional championships. Are you feeling good about the season and whatnot?
Yes, I'm feeling very confident, and I'm hoping I can catch up to Henry Chow.
Watch out, Henry Chow. Annabelle Ono here could be the next, big player. And what about Kenji? You haven't won a regional just yet. Can you tell us about what you do, how much you practice?
I practice a lot, and I've been just trying to get that gold medal with my sister.
Oh, with your sister. So who do you think is gonna, you already have a gold medal. Who do you think is gonna get the next gold medal?
I'm not sure, but hopefully it's me.
You think it's gonna be him?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. I believe in Kenji. Can you tell me what your favorite Pokemon are?
My favorite Pokemon is Alolan Raichu.
Ooh, that's very specific. Alolan Raichu, not regular Raichu? All right, what's your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon is Wartortle.
Wartortle, all right, Gen 1. Why specifically Wartortle?
I think the ears are very cool and very unique.
Oh, that is true. He doesn't have ears as a Squirtle, and he loses it for some reason as Blastoise. All right. A little bit more. I want to go back to the parents a little bit. There's a big competition tomorrow. It's the Milwaukee Regional Championships. Is there anything you'd like to say to your kids, to cheer them on?
Yeah, I think we remind them that you guys have practiced quite a bit and just have fun and play your pace of play and just, get to, and also create new friendships. Oh. Yeah, right? Because I think their favorite part about going to these regionals, it's honestly, this is an expensive just play date. It's, I think I feel like they're just so excited to just meet up and play tag, check out the vendors, go swimming at the pool, and I'm just do we need a test? Do we need to talk about Pokemon? So I feel like the main priority of these tournaments is when we go to regionals it's a play date. It's to hang out from their friends from all over the U.S. and from other countries and and I'm sure you understand that because you have friends, and it's really, really fun. So.
You say expensive play day, but she's won 2 regional championships. It looks like it paid for itself. I get it. How about Dad? Anything you want to say to your to the kids?
So we kind of have a routine that we go through every kind of the night before these regionals and then the morning of. For me, I think one of the biggest things is they have to believe, right? It doesn't matter how they start, how tight it's getting, whether they're one loss away from getting knocked out, from being in top cut contention. It all starts with believing you can do it, right? And so I think just reminding them of that is super important.
That's great to hear. All right, kids, do you believe?
Yeah!
Do you believe?
Yeah!
Let's go. All right. With that, thank you so much. Oh, you know what? Is there anyone you guys want to shout out?
To my family, to Jeff for supporting me and helping me play, and also Nassif and all my friends out there for helping me test too, and my brother. Yeah.
Oh, and is there anyone you want to shout out?
I like to shout out my parents for always helping me get drinks or snacks, and also paying for the flights, and my sister for always teaching me new techniques, and my coaches who got me to play at this level, and my friends and family who all supported me to get here.
That's great to hear. You guys are absolutely amazing.
Another shot. To Positive Potato.
She has a little potato, and it has a smiley face on it, and it's named Positive Potato, and she carries it around with her now. So.
Oh. Well, thank you, Positive Potato. Definitely leads to a couple of regional championships there. But again, thank you so much, Ono family. This was a lot of fun, a lot of good insight about what it takes to be a Pokemon family. With that, we're going to throw it back to the action at the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
And we're back here in the beautiful city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Again, the tournament has been definitely heating up, as I actually have an update here on the field. I want to give you guys who's been winning, who's been losing, and all that. And I want to give you an update on your favorite players. So, of course, Brent Tonneson takes a win against Isaiah Chaville. Again, Brent Tonneson did just get first in Monterey. Could be eyeing up to win another regional championship. Another person, though, who did well, 4th place in Monterey, Caleb Rogerson takes a win against Asher Donhan. Again, 5-0 now for Caleb. And as well as Jordan Johnson, playing N's Toolbox, takes a win against Piper Lepine, which is absolutely massive. Again, Piper, very, very well-renowned player. We have Henry Chow versus Owen Dalagard. Oh, Henry Chow, multiple regional champion this season, did take a loss, though, from up-and-coming master Owen Dalagard. So, our Gardevoir master might have to work a little bit harder if he wants to make it to the top this time. And, of course, we have Charizard's strongest soldier, Jackson Ford, takes a win against Anthony Bruno, 5-0 Charizard in this metagame. Very, very interesting. And last but not least, I wanted to give an update on Ian Robb. He did take a win against Tyler Keller to go 4-0-1. So after tying up on the stream, took nothing but wins. So I want to ask you, casters on the desk, Boo and Kyle, what do you think of all these winners?
Yo, Charizard in this economy? What? I mean, that's pretty cool.
It is the most blinged out Charizard I've ever seen in my life, though, to be fair.
Is that what gives it the buff?
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. No, you mentioned so many great players that we saw on that list. Henry Chow taking that loss. He's one of the dogs I'm rooting for in the fight. We'll see if he's able to figure things out. But up against the Dragapult, it's a matchup that he's been figuring out. It's interesting that he was able to take a win against N's Toolbox and was not able to beat the Dragapult this time around.
I mean, to be honest, out of all the players I've named today, it's a good bet that these players will be able to make it into day 2. I mean, 5-0 is such a great record. 4-1 even, just a little bit more, just a little bit more push to make it into day 2. But again, seeing Caleb Rogerson get a win though here, 4th in Monterey, might be eyeing to take the win instead here.
Golden go, golden go. Let's go. Yeah, I'm rooting for all the golden goes out there, Wancho. What about you, Jolting Box?
Hey, we did get to see a couple of Joltics. We did get to see a Joltik on the stream. It did take a win. Unfortunately, no giraffes just yet.
Yeah,
can we fix that, please? Just one for a giraffe, please.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait on if your baby makes an appearance, Wancho. I'll tell you what, though, Wancho, you're everywhere in this event. You've been all over the place, absolutely crushing our interviews and our side segments. So a little shout out to you, Wancho. Make sure we give props in the chat there. But we're going to let you go for now so we can get back to our tournament here, because we got to go into our next Swiss round very soon. The timer has been called. We've got the new pairings up. We're going to get you a nice spicy one to watch here on the stream in just a second.
Yeah, I got a little sneak peek over here. We will see a new deck featured on the stream along with a great player on the other side. This is going to be pretty phenomenal to watch.
Love it.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one.
Oh, hey, if Kyle's excited, I'm excited. You should be excited as well. Of course, we love to hear from you. We've given props out to Wancho in the chat. We love hearing who you're rooting for, what decks you're rooting for, but we also like seeing your posts online. Let's take a look at who's been hashtagging Play Pokemon and what we're seeing from our players, from our viewers. We have Jarek here. Milwaukee Regionals thread. Super excited to compete this weekend. Good luck, everybody. Jarek, of course, so many of our players have their threads out there, so they usually post every single matchup that goes by. Some of them, you kind of see trickle out. You see like win, hasn't posted in 4 hours.
Yeah. Tie. Oh no.
Oh no.
No, we saw Jarek doing fairly well, I believe, in the standings. So great opportunity there to build on this. I think Jarek's name was also in the hunt.
The hunt, yeah.
To find potentially that 125 position and then try to hold on to that. And there's a great opportunity here for you, Milwaukee. Beautiful sleeve color.
Is that
He's
mint?
got a good chance here.
Is that minty fresh?
Sign me
Looks
up.
like it. Yeah. Well, good luck to you, Jarek. Hopefully we can check in on your regionals there and see how it's going for you there. Or, you know, we can just look at the standings as well. We are the casters, so let's see what else we have posted here. Oh my gosh, look at this! The Joltik love, the Galvantula love here from M. So was my outfit from March foreshadowing the 2-1 Joltik Galvantula line in Joltik box or what? I would say so.
Is that, I mean, that Joltik might be life-size. We looked it up. It's only 4 inches, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It's like 4 inches and like 1 pound or something.
You know?
That's a chunky boy. It's been feeding on some of those decks, that is for sure. I love the outfit there, Em. I mean, that's one of my favorite Pokemon, so I'm always loving the representation there. That Galvantula, I don't have that plushie, Kyle.
Ooh.
I need to take a look at the
You're
vendors.
getting outdone.
Yeah, I know. I need to go look at the vendors there soon. Pick that guy up. Oh, look at this. Speaking of Tord, already being in Japan. Look at this. This is the list.
This is what he played. I don't believe he was able to make day 2, but there were so many players in the event. Understandable that it's not always going to work out for you, but it looked like he had such a great time. I'm sure that he spent a lot of time setting up this deck list. There's so many new cards to check out.
I was about to say, Kyle, I'm sure you don't know any of these card names, huh?
Oh, Rocket's
Got
friend.
That helmet?
I've seen that one. Yeah. There's a stretcher, a vessel. That's a grass energy.
Yeah, Tord is just in leagues ahead of us now here. Blasting off with Team Rocket in Japan, playing over there already. I mean, what a fun time. Tord is just a staple player in the Pokemon TCG, and he's, you know, making strides over there in Japan and piloting his way to new decks and stuff and kind of representing what the art field is going to look like soon once we get access to these cards in our format here.
Yeah, I mean, for him, he'll just be revisiting the past as he's been able to check out all of these cards early on, have some really great competition over in Japan, and then he gets to bring that over in the coming months when we get to see all these cards as well. It's a really great opportunity for him.
Yeah, beautiful there from Tord Reklev. Thanks for posting that there for us. We see Eric here, sorting bulk, building baby furniture, and watching Pokemon. I mean, that's a pretty productive day, I gotta say.
I have been there, my friend.
Family comes first, but I'm cheering on all my friends competing in Milwaukee. I know, that's for every player that doesn't come is just a supporter and someone rooting for their friends at home, which is really cool to see.
Yep, always have to have the stream playing on in the background. You can hear what all of your favorite players are competing with, and also get to check out some great decks along the way. It's really cool to watch, and unfortunately, he was just on the wrong round that time. Pablo and Jeremy.
Yeah, get out of here. We got the dream team over here, Kyle and I. No, I'm just kidding. We love our co-casters, of course. Wow, Ryan's Unknown TCG. NDG, the name's so long it almost didn't fit there, Kyle. Patiently waiting for the Milwaukee TCG stream to start. So this is my type of morning here. We got the super cute mug, we got a fresh cup of coffee, we got a singular pancake over there.
No syrup, slightly burnt, just how we like it.
Is that your new diet, Kyle?
I would not include a pancake. There's no way.
Not that pancake. Yo, if I'm eating pancakes, they are going to be made up. That's for sure. It's going to be a triple stack.
If the mug in the back is full of water, that's my diet.
Oh, no. Well, that is awesome, Ryan. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for supporting the stream and our players. Whoa, I've seen this before.
I have not. I saw that there was some origami going on, and I saw, of course, we saw the Metapods that were
those are so cute.
Being made. Those looked phenomenal. And
You're there in the picture, Kyle. Barely.
I'll take it. You know what? He didn't do a great crop job. I'll take it though. He's got to shout out his boy though, the Krogunk, making its appearance. He loves this Pokemon. It's really, really, really cool.
I mean, that's a really cool origami. That's for sure. I'm so bad at origami, and Jeremy's just crushing it out there, making the origami on the field. Thanks for that post, Jeremy. Now get back to work. No,
everything I'd make would look like an airplane. That's the only thing I could make. Right now, I'm already imagining folding it in the middle crease and throwing it as hard as I can.
Oh my gosh. You're just trying to soar out there, huh, Kyle?
Yeah, it's the Dreepy role play, just getting shot out of the cannon.
Well, I think we have one more post here. Make sure you continue to, oh, sorry, that was our last post, but make sure you continue to post for us. Hashtag play Pokemon. We love seeing them on the stream and seeing what you all are up to, our players, our spectators, everybody who's loving Pokemon and posting about it. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, we love seeing that you're following along with the action.
Great.
Everybody's really invested right now. This is a great time to get into Pokemon as a whole. We've got so many players here at the events, and yes, we're starting to close out on this season, but it's heating up. We have so many unique decks and storylines to build on here. It's been an absolute blast.
Right, I know. This season has just flown by here. Of course, in Milwaukee now, Portland is our last NA regional that we have before our international and world championships toward the end of the season. But let's check back in on Milwaukee. Let's take a look at our leaderboard right now here in Milwaukee. If you're following along with us, maybe some of the names that you're seeing are the people who you are rooting for here. And we've got a lot of 5-0s. This entire page is still at 5-0 here. So make sure you're telling us in the chats who are you rooting for from this page, because they're doing pretty well.
And they're all starting to play against each other at this point in the tournament.
Wow.
All the 5-0s lining up. Got a powerhouse matchup in Tyler Matthews up against Michael Larson. Two very unique decks. The Ends Toolbox up against that Joltik Iron Hands, as we've seen. It's called so many different names, but you got to give a shout out to the Joltik. It's so impressive. This little guy is charging up all of his buddies. Caleb Rogerson building on that 4th place finish down in Mexico, now sitting atop the leaderboard here, and he'll be playing up against some of those Ogre Pawns in the Toolbox build, so a lot of unique matchups here.
Yeah, unique matchups. You love to see it when a meta is still spicy. It's not stale yet. We just started here with our Journey Together being added in, and now we're finally seeing a lot of those Journey Together cards trickle into our decks, into our matchups, which is so exciting here in Milwaukee. I've loved it so far, and maybe we'll see that continue here going into our next Swiss round, Kyle.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities here to build on these results, work into the day 2 with a ton of these points, and we've got a lot of good players lined up here. Oh my goodness, we had the Ginsburg fight.
Oh my gosh.
We missed a brother fight?
Oh, wow. Yeah, how often do you think that happens, Kyle? Wow, that is so cool. 2 brothers going up against each other here in Milwaukee. I wonder if they're on the same 60, though.
Yeah, you know, maybe it wouldn't have looked that great on stream, but I'm sure they're going to have a great time, and another fantastic battle here with Grant and Lucas.
They've gone against each other plenty of times. I feel like they've definitely got a tally going on how many wins each of them has. We'll have to see how that shakes out here, but of course we have our feature match, what you're about to see on the stream here. Let's introduce our players going into our next Swiss round here in Milwaukee. Of course, Swiss round 6. Here we go. The new cards are coming out to play, Kyle. We're gonna see Dragapult EX from John Ang face up against Zorark EX, the toolbox in its own. The N Pokemon coming out to play.
Yeah, this is a wild matchup. And Zorark has so much potential to do a lot of work, sneak in some really unique lines of play with all the different attacks that you can include. Dragapult is a tried and tested deck that we've seen so often have success. Just 200 damage, 60 to the bench, and any unique way you'd like. You can do so much pressure with that deck. It's going to be a pretty incredible game.
Kyle, it's doing more damage than it even weighs. It's only 110 pounds, that Dragapult. It's a ghost. It's light on its feet, I suppose. Of course, the Zorark being at 178 pounds, only 5 feet tall.
Wow, it's like my brother.
Oh my gosh, so let's take a look at the prize cards here. Oh no, I'm seeing a lot of Pokemon in the prizes, but I know these Zorark decks play a little heavy lines of their ends Pokemon.
Yeah, you will see the full count, the 4-4 line here. So prizing a 1-1 is not the worst. There is the extra inclusion of the Darmaka just to clean up the line. So the 3-2 is now down to a 2-2 in this instance.
Right.
Not too bad. See the Luminous Energy on John's side. It's been a really fun inclusion to work in copies of cards like the Monkey Dory occasionally, but we don't see that this time around.
Not this time, not in this deck, but Luminous Energy still joining us. We have the fist bump. We're kicking off our Swiss round 6 here in Milwaukee between these two incredible players. Of course, John has been playing the Pokemon TCG for over 15 years, Kyle. Daniel on the other side, this is his very first season.
Wow, yeah, and you know what? That's just, it goes to show you that anyone can pick up the game and start to find success. He's clearly a talented player to already be at, what, a 5-0 position, well, 4-0-1 in this spot, so really great start.
Woo!
Now here's the test. Can you take down a player of John's caliber?
Yeah, both these players sitting at 401 records here, so sort of undefeated, has a tie under both of their belts, but I mean, that's got to be some pressure here. Daniel facing off against John, a very well-known player here in the Pokemon TCG, but bringing the spice here with these Ends Pokemon. We already see 2 Zorua here on the bench. Ends Zorua, as well as a Monkey Dory in the start here. Let's talk about this matchup on paper. Kyle, what are we going to kind of see as far as Daniel setting up here? Of course, we see all these Ends Pokemon coming out. This deck is so cool. You get to trade into a bunch of cards down the line. It's kind of going to be similar to what we saw from the Gold and Go matchup, just drawing into some sweet cards. But that Night Joker is the key here. It's copying moves of Ends Pokemon that Daniel also plays. We see the Darumaka on the bench. That's going to turn later into a Darmanitan. And what's cool about that, Kyle, because it looks sick.
A couple of things. Some matchups you are able to use the backdraft and find some sneaky knockouts. This isn't exactly the type of matchup for that. The Flame Body Cannon is a very great attack. We've seen players copying that with the End Zoroark, or even including the reversal energies to attack with the End Darmanitan. Once you're down in prize cards, 90 damage lines up very well into a lot of Pokemon on John's side. If you can start to target down some Dracloaks, or maybe even Dusclopses, Duskulls that hang out, you can really manipulate the prize exchange and put John on the back foot to where he can't take the big knockout at the right time.
Yeah, do you think that's one of the reasons so many players are opting to bring this Ends toolbox into this event?
Certainly, yeah. It's a spot where you get to include a single prize Pokemon that has a lot of value. And you have other attacks that you can copy as well. You've got the Ends Reshiram that deals 170 damage, but you also have that powerful Rage if a Pokemon's not able to clean you up with the 280 hit points that you have on your End Zoroark. So a lot of resources, and of course you can always just fall back on tried and true Blood Moon or Saluna if things aren't working out.
Yeah, we got options here. I love that move that you attack for the 170, but then it's almost scary because if you attack into that Zoroark, it can just come back swinging if you don't knock it out, you know, and it's can get sticky there. Daniel definitely has some options after we saw the setup for the turn 1. John Ing now on this turn 1 setup on his side, starting off with the Buddy Poffin. The Budew is going to come down onto the bench here, as well as a Dreepy. This has been a love-hate relationship with this Budew for our TCG players. One of arguably the most powerful cards, simply because it's locking down your opponent. It doesn't take any energy, as you can see from the empty Itchy Pollen move. It does 10 damage, and it allows your opponent to not play their item cards as well. It is a factor of these Dragapult decks. They put it into play, and it buys them some time to set up their own board. As we see now, the rescue board hopping that Pheasantipity out of the active. We're seeing the Itchy Pollen. Now Daniel's not going to have access to any item cards. You think that's going to hurt his strategy here?
I mean, this was phenomenal from John. You see what he was able to do off of just 6 cards from Iono. He found not only the energy that could help him here, but also has the rescue board, is able to attach to the Dreepy, use the Budew, and now has this opportunity to slow down on items. But no!
Look at that! Serrano!
You can see Serrano just finding all of the resources here. It works out so well in this instance. We saw this, just a few months ago with Lance being able to find all these evolution Pokemon. This is the same situation. All of the evolutions come down, and we're going to see a lot of trading.
The power of the Fedora. It has been enacted here, Kyle. 3 Pokemon EX. This is what our players are having to do. They're having to adapt around this Budew strategy. It's locking your item cards, so you need to find key supporters here to help you still set up and work around not being able to play those item cards. And look at this. It's just Zoroark, Zoroark, Zoroark.
I've seen this movie before. It usually goes really well for Zoroark.
Right, it does, because now we're trading here. Discard 1, draw 2 here from the End Zoroark, and that's how we get to start stacking up some nice hands here for Daniel.
You know what feels even better? Throwing away every item that you see.
Oh, yeah, for real.
Oh, hey, Badoo. Yeah, I don't care. I'm just going to make every one of these useless items into 2 additional cards.
Yeah, of course, that Dark Energy is on the Monkey Dory, unlocking that Adrenabrain ability. We're seeing those damage counters being shifted onto the other side of the field, onto that Badoo. So it's taking a little damage there.
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
Yeah, that's pretty much what's going on. You got to get the lock, but it does do 10 damage that Daniel can just throw right back at you with the monkey, flinging it around. Okay, we see John now evolving into this Dracloak. We're going to see some recon directive action here. So drawing into some of our own cards. Of course, this time around, no discard, but you only get 1 to the hand. The other one goes to the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, some considerations here. Has the Arvin already if he wants to find that Buddy Poffin, but actually just drew right into it. Now is going to hold on to the Dracloak for a future turn, and now probably just grab that Buddy Poffin right off the bottom of the deck.
And it's back. A tool card, an item card, the Arvin lining up so many decks here for our players. The luxurious cape. That is what
King Badoo.
King Badoo. It has gotten an upgrade here. Tosses on a cape, and it beefs it up quite a bit there. So if you need to buy yourself a couple more turns, what's another 100 HP, you know?
Yeah, we've seen players using the luxurious cape as a way to maybe avoid some of these knockouts on the bench. You can play that onto your Dreepy, have some additional hit points, or you just make the biggest Badoo you've ever seen. you can hang out for a little longer, not worry about the additional damage that the Monkey Dory's doing, and you can wait until your opponent actually finds the basic energies to attack with the end Zoroark and buy yourself a little more time here.
Badoo, 8 inches tall, 2.6 pounds. And a lot of HP.
with a 5-foot cape being draped from its back.
Yeah, that baby is strong. That is for sure when it has that. But this time around, it's just swinging without that cape there. An additional 10 now onto the Monkey Dory here from Daniel's side. And we're going to see that 3rd Zoroark EX be evolved into.
Yeah, plenty of ways to continue the draw here, throwing away item cards, just making the most out of this situation where you are slowed down by the Badoo. You can move that additional 10 damage from the Monkey Dory once more, put the pressure on John to make a move next turn, and you have to feel fairly comfortable in this spot. Your opponent hasn't set up too much. They missed energy last turn. Arvin wasn't able to help out there either, so you've got a few more turns to get all the pieces together.
Yeah, we're just seeing cards discarded here. All of those items hitting the discard pile, drawing into 2 cards each off of each of those End Zoroark EX. We don't see a Darmanitan, though, yet for Daniel. We do see that End's Castle, fantastic card that works perfectly into this deck as well. It allows your End's Pokemon to have no retreat costs, which is pretty cool. For the Stadium pick from Daniel. There's a huge hand that we've been building up from these trades. Looks like it's going to be a Boss's Orders type turn here for Daniel now, just putting that Dreepy into the active position here now before we're going to see this Monkey Dory activate its Adrenabrain, moving these damage counters off.
Yeah, this is a nice turn where you understand that you just want to use some items to potentially find some additional energies to build up, attack with your Zoroark on the following turn. Your opponent's already used the rescue board, missed an energy last turn. They're desperate for resources. We know there's another Dracloak here, but if you don't find the energy to move around, this would be a pass of the turn.
Dracloaks for days. We're seeing cards hit the hand here now for John.
Season Night Stretcher, but does not have any energies in the discard pile. Oh, come on. I don't have anything.
No. Such a big hand.
I've been playing this game for how long?
Yeah,
and we've only seen this one.
I'm not even getting Badooed. I got nothing. We're going to see the luxurious cape here now go down onto the Dracloak on the bench. And that's it. The Dreepy is inactive. That means the Itchy Pollen is not an option here from John, which means Daniel's able to play some item cards here going into this next turn. We're starting off with that Cyrano being discarded here for trade. We're going to get a huge hand here, but now we can actually play some items.
Yep, and we see the frustration once more of just not finding the energies needed to get some relevant attacks off. The reversal energy when your opponent will never take the first prize card on you. John is very content passing along and waiting until Badoo is knocked out in a stage like this. He's setting up a pretty hefty board and just waiting for his own energies. Meanwhile, Daniel has 6 copies of Darkness Energies, only seen the 1 so far.
Oh my gosh. Only 1. Well, look at that, though. The reversal energy, there's a 2-copy. One's going to join the board here from that, or onto that Darumaka. Can come into play from the Darmanitan later on, but for right now, it's just the attach for turn. Of course, we like to accelerate energy from other cards from Daniel as well. We also see that Defiance Band go down onto that Zoroark. There are actually a lot of cards in this deck that kind of become available if you're behind in prize cards. So that's something you definitely want to enact if you can here. We just see that Ends Castle come into play here as the stadium, and we're back over to John's side as both of these players are just waiting for the right moment. And what's that going to be for John, do you think, Kyle?
It comes down to a turn where you can place a ton of damage onto a Zoroark most likely, but you have to be careful into playing into a Reshiram. You can't have that bench space open to attack in, so you have to place all the damage without taking a knockout.
Yes, it's so
If you can do that, then you feel very comfortable. You can attack into 2 Zoroarks and maybe try to set up the damage with a double knockout with the Dusclops, remove both Pokemon from play, and maybe combine that with the right supporter, the Iono. But you have all the time in the world right now. Your opponent has no pressure on you, has missed all the energies, and you've got the Jock here to see your 3rd Recon Directive every turn.
Yeah, I mean, that's just beautiful here. The evolution Pokemon coming out from that Jacq. And it's just one way. I mean, when you're working with these ghost builds with the Dusclops, the Dusknoir that John has, you can kind of just take whatever prize cards you want on whatever turns you want. And you can really shut down your opponent. Think about it. If Daniel's not able to use the Night Joker to copy any moves, that's kind of awkward there for Daniel. So if John's really able to take advantage of taking out those pivotal Pokemon when he can, that's going to be huge. 3rd Recon Directive here from John. Has the choice between an Arven and a Hawlucha.
Yeah, it's at this point, you want to just continue to probably see a few more cards. You could include Hawlucha in the math if you remove the Dusclops, or you use the Dusclops ability at the right turn, but
blow up.
It's yes, but it's tricky to find the right spot for it. So I'd understand either choice there.
Well, we're seeing that Dusclops come into play here now. Badoo in the active position here for John. Back in the active, ready to itchy pollen it up. That's what we're going to see. 10 damage. Yeah, that's all you need. Monkey Dory taking a little bit of damage there. And no more item cards for Daniel. Let's see if we can actually, get some other cards. Like you said, Kyle, some energy, some evolutions.
It's so difficult for Daniel to be aggressive in this day. He always wants to lose that opening prize, and this is what you're left doing. Iono to start your turn, slowing the game down even further at this point. I don't even think you can take the knockout with the Monkey Dory to remove the Badoo at this point, because you will never see that reversal energy. It's so much more difficult to use any of these big attacks.
Yeah, you want, like we were saying, you want to unlock those abilities of those cards that are pretty key here. Adding extra damage, just enabling the attacks on its own. So we're going to see some traits happen from these Zoroarks here for Daniel.
Wow. All right, the hand is starting to come together at this point. It's
stacked.
Funny that you only need to just see some dark energies to get a little bit of optimism, but it's here now. There's a dark energy. There's also a second dark along with the boss's orders. So future turns, we could see this Zoroark attacking as early as next turn, copying a great attack like on that Darmanitan. You could remove some of these Dracloaks from play.
Flame body cannon, backdraft. I mean, those moves are wild. I mean, his body is flaming, I must say.
Yeah, and it's very scary for Dracloak. It's math no good.
Well, we are seeing the damage counter being removed here from Daniel. Where he chooses to put it, though, it's not going to be going on to that Badoo. As we said, kind of want to keep that baby in play there. It's going to be going onto the Pheasantipity on the bench there, putting a singular damage. That means it's going to take it down to 200 left from John's field on that Fez. That's going to be it here.
Yep, there's an opportunity here for John. He does have access to the Dragapult, fire energy along with it. So maybe if he's able to find a boss's orders, he'll feel pretty good about pulling the trigger, finding a big attack on a Zoroark. He can put the pressure on this Pokemon first. But then there's a question of, is do you have the placements correct in this spot? The Luxurious Cape on the Dracloak with the energy seemed correct at the time, but that's likely the Pokemon that you want to evolve at this stage.
Yeah, that's true. That's the one. It's got all the goods here. It's got that psychic energy on it. We see, of course, John going into the deck for these evolution Pokemon. That Dusknoir, another Dracloak coming out of the deck, thinning it out and giving that option there of the Dusknoir here from John.
Always so many considerations when you're playing a deck like this. You could pop the Dusknoir at any point, get the ball rolling. You could remove the Monkey Dory from play and have your opponent bring up a new active. You get a clean attack into there. You can slow down. You can place a ton of damage counters and then set up these big swing turns with the Iono. So like we tend to see all the Dragapult players do.
Right.
Doesn't seem like a great turn to walk into a reversal energy. So I'm curious to see how John maneuvers here.
Right, we're going to see the Dusknoir come out, but it's still just chilling on the bench as we hop into these recon directives here now from John. Professor's Research going into the hands here from the first. Next one's between the Ace-Spec, which is swiftly going to be taken into the hand, and that Unfair Stamp is the Ace-Spec here for John.
I thought you said Funfair.
It's not very fun for the opposing player.
No, it's a fantastic resource that we see from these players, and this is a turn for John. He's going to open up the bench space, start getting the ball rolling.
The Ghosties coming out. We see the Cursed Blast here. It wasn't the Dusclops, it's the Dusknoir. Yep. That means 13 damage counters going down onto that Zoroark on the bench. Of course, it is out of play. Daniel does get to take a prize card as well, so it's not helping in the prize race for Daniel either.
If you don't have the boss's orders this turn and you want to take the knockout on the Monkey Dory, it makes sense to give your opponent a prize card at this point. Put yourself on even footing, and maybe you can set up a good spot. But he does have access to the counter catcher, removing this dark energy from play, which we've seen has been pretty difficult for Daniel to set up. It might be a great turn to take the lead.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be. Those 2 energy required there for that Dragapult EX. Of course, has a ton of HP there as well. Daniel's going to have another End Zoroark here going down. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, the spacing of the damage here can be tricky. You don't want to just leave 30 damage easily for the Monkey Dory to push, so sometimes we see players go 2-2-2, but in this case, if your prize map is going to be Zoroark and Zoroark, you might as well just spread it between those because one of them's going to get 2 dark energies this turn.
One of them, yeah, that's true. Well, Dragapult doing its thing here. Phantom Dive taking out that Zoroark, discarding it there, 2 prize cards. And Daniel is now promoting this Darmanitan into the active. Of course, we have 2 there. One on the bench, now 1 in the active for Daniel. Where do you think we're going from here, Kyle?
Well, funny you'd say. It's when you have access to a great attack in that Flame Body Cannon, along with reversal energy already attached, seems pretty likely that a targeting Dracloak would be a reasonable play.
Right.
The only problem you run into now is you want that boss's orders as well, so you can take out both Dracloaks this turn. And I don't know if we've seen it just yet. Of course, access to multiple trades could get there.
Yeah, I mean, when you're trading, you're winning here. That is for sure. Just discarding cards into additional draws here from Daniel. Oh, that Power Glass is super cool, too. You know what that one does, Kyle?
We've talked about it. We've seen Badoo so often just shutting everything down, but yeah, the tools are a great resource to sneak in.
Those are nice for when you're trying to pick up those energies. So when you have to discard the energy, you pick them back up with the Power Glass if the tool is attached and the Pokemon's in the active. You put a basic energy from your discard pile to that Pokemon. It's pretty cool when you're doing the attacks from the Darmanitan, which requires you to discard the energy from it.
Yeah, we've seen so often this is a format where you might actually stick around for an additional turn.
Right.
So if you play into an ability that has you sticking around, then you've got a chance to
chilling.
Take some free energies.
Yeah, and that's perfect in this deck, that is for sure. But we'll have to see how the rest of this game irons out here for Daniel as we go into a pal pad. Get some of these supporters out of the discard pile, back into the deck, eyeing up those boss's orders as the picks here from the discard. Of course, taking a quick look at everything else in there too. But that means there's a lot of gust going back into the deck here from Daniel.
Yeah, really great play from Daniel. We've seen moving the damage counters around, being very specific with where the damage lies. You start to think about the math and how this could work out. Monkey Dory, 30 damage. If you can move that over to a Pokemon here like the Pheasantipity, lines up very clean with a Reshiram to take a knockout later in the game. You're already going to be down to 3 prize cards remaining once you remove Vistra Cloak and Vistra Cloak here from play. You have the Badoo with just 10 hit points remaining. The prize map is definitely online, and you wouldn't have to go anywhere near this Dragapult to get the job done.
Avoid the Dragapult EX. That is so beefy as much as possible there. It's got a lot of HP, and it can be hard to deal with, so you just deal around it for Daniel. So that's pretty key here. We're going to have to see who's able to do that. Like you said, Kyle, he's giving himself the best chance, shuffling all of those cards needed from the discard pile with the Super Rod as well as the Pal Pad into the deck here from Daniel. And you got to think, too, he's probably played this matchup quite a bit. I mean, Dragapult is one of the top meta decks, so you have to know exactly what your outs are, what your lines are, and how to beat it. And so far, so good here from Daniel. And this is only his first season. He's coming out strong here. We're going to see that Darmanitan attack here with its Flame Body Cannon. 90 base damage to the active, but it also does 90 to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon, and you discard all of the energy attached to it. So it's only a single discard, because that's what we saw in the reversal energy. Taken off the Darmanitan, took 2 of those prize cards, bringing us down to 3, as you said, Kyle. Now it's back over to John to respond to that.
Yeah, and we saw the damage placed on the Dust Skull this time around. It leads to a little bit of trickiness here. If there isn't damage placed on the board, if there's a way to clean up the board completely, then there won't be any damage for the Monkey Dory to move, take a knockout on Pokemon like this Badoo. It is really tough to set up at this point, though. Can you take the 2 knockouts here? You could potentially move some damage over to the Monkey Dory and combine that with a knockout on the Darmanitan, go down to 2 prize cards remaining, and then maybe your opponent doesn't find the resources. Pretty possible here with the unfair stamp that we just don't see the answer from Daniel's side.
Right, exactly. It's very possible there. I mean, we do have some trades that could help out, but that unfair stamp, this is when you want to use it to take the advantage in the later game. If you're John here, a knockout happened, so it enacted that card. We have 5 cards being drawn off the bat from John, only 2 to Daniel, though, and that could get real sticky real quick. We're to see this hand here from John built.
He's got plenty of resources, but at this point, what do you even want to do? You have everything you need. You have Dragapult. He even has a counter catcher if he doesn't want to target the Darmanitan. But it seems clean to remove these Pokemon. The issue is, how do you close out the game afterwards? And there's just no real answer. There's too many hit points on the Zoroarks to get the job done. So maybe he has to slow down and start to target the EXs once more.
Oh, well, we'll see what happens here. Of course, John had to have known that this deck was kind of on the up and coming. I wonder if he was treating it seriously or not, as now he's facing up against it here in our Swiss Round 6. Ultra Ball, discarding a Badoo as well as that Vessel. And back into the deck here.
Yeah, every Pokemon that you potentially add to the board is a way to walk into an issue with a Darmanitan.
Yeah, scary. I know, yeah. I mean, when you have, with this ends deck, the ability to kind of get to the bench like that, it's a total liability there for John. But we're going to see that Dragapult EX thinned out of the deck here from John. He's out, but he ain't going to be played.
Removing Monkey Dory seems really strong at this point. You have the option to take that off the board, avoid even access to the knockout on the Badoo.
Is that what you want to see here, Kyle?
Unless you use the Darmanitan, which doesn't seem great. It's just about making your opponent have to take the least optimal line next turn.
Work for it. Yeah, it's kind of awkward here. I'm curious to see what John is going to do. Of course, is behind in the prize card, so counter catcher is in play here, but it looks like he's debating it.
Yeah, could you bring up the damaged end Zoroark up to the active spot, damage the Monkey Dory, and then clean up the Monkey Dory, leave a ton of damage on that other Zoroark, and then play for a potential win next turn with Boss's Orders, bringing up Darmanitan, cleaning up that Zoroark, and winning the game? It just have to have the right pieces, and there's no drawing from this point on.
You know, all of that is churning around in John's head right now as he makes these tough decisions here, but that Dusclops is going to be wiped off the field, of course, with its Curse Blast, putting those 5 damage counters out. Daniel taking a prize card from that Dusclops as well. So down to just 2 left. John had to do it to get those damage, to get the damage out onto the monkey.
You start to wonder if he was able to set that turn up before using the unfair stamp. Maybe avoid giving an additional card to your opponent there, as every resource is going to be that much more important when you're trying to close out the game.
I mean, yeah, it all comes down to this in this matchup, this late game. What's going to happen here between these players? Ultra Ball discarding that Dragapult EX that was brought out, as well as the Hawlucha to grab that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, that late game attacker. John's adding to the hand here now, Kyle. And now to the board with an energy attachment as well.
Oh, he does have the Iono. Has not played the supporter for turn yet. The unfair stamp was just the beginning. Now has access to even more disruption.
Wow.
And, if you liked those cards, Daniel, you got to try again.
Oh, yeah, was strategizing the whole time with whatever he had. Now gets shuffled back once again, Daniel back into 2 other cards. Right at the end there, of course, Iono representing the prize cards. That means John was able to draw 4 cards into the hand. Several Night Stretchers for John now in the hand. Dragapult EX in the active position. Still very beefy. It has not been attacked once. As we said, Daniel's avoiding Dragapult EX, and this is the result of that. Now Dragapult EX is able to strike, take multiple prize card knockouts here, and Daniel is just left here with 2 Zoroark on the bench, as well as that single ends Darmanitan. And both of our players are tied up 2 prize cards each. It is down to the wire here, Kyle. Daniel still has to choose who to promote into the active position and where he's gonna go from here. Looks like that Darmanitan's jumping up, but players are even in prize cards now.
John is playing for Hawlucha Boss's orders at this point. Deal the extra damage to the Zoroark and then bring it to the active spot, clean it up with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It's a pretty difficult thing to get when you have no way to draw additional resources. It looks like a knockout's not likely this turn, so you're not drawing with the Pheasantipity. But Daniel's got a shot here to find some really good resources. He had Secret Box and Energy and Blood Moon, but he didn't have the resources to use Secret Box. He couldn't throw away enough cards.
Wow. Yeah, we just saw the Blood Moon hit that discard pile as a discard to the trade here for the 2 cards. The Secret Box, of course, the A-spec from Daniel.
The one time you want to see all of your bad cards, and he just sees great ones. The energy that he needs, the Blood Moon that could potentially take a big knockout on Pheasantipity, all the right resources. But it's not there yet. Does he have enough resources if he uses the Secret Box at this point?
Right, exactly. I mean, that's like the whole hand, right? Yeah, it is 3 cards.
Then it's just what copies do you have left to get the job done?
Well, now we don't. Now we don't, because we're seeing the energy attachment there on to that end Zoroark. That's the 2nd Dark Energy attached there. 3 cards total in the hand. It's just going to be the Iono here. Daniel's saying, I guess I'll take another 2.
I mean, if John finds Hawlucha Boss, then he's just the best.
Well, the Hawlucha was discarded,
okay, so
but he had the Night Stretchers.
Yeah.
He had 2 in the previous hand, so now he's going down to 2 cards, which is a bit awkward there, but we'll have to see if he's able to make that happen. Daniel, of course, working with his Iono as well. It's a Nest Ball in the hands. And what is that, research?
I think it was a Turo.
Oh, it's a Turo, yeah. It's the same guy.
He just picks what he wants to be.
Exactly. It looks like debating. We have this trade left here for Daniel. And I guess he's deciding what to do here. He's going to choose to use this Nest Ball first to get a Pokemon out.
I mean, there's still Pheasantipity if you wanted to see more cards.
If you need something else,
you want to work for an attacker, you have the Reshiram. You can set up a 2-hit knockout on the active.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that's a beautiful one, too. That Reshiram, we haven't even seen it yet, but now it is joining the fray here from the Nest Ball being brought out onto the fields. It has that powerful rage move that we've been talking about. If you have heavy damage counters on you, you strike back. It's 20 damage for each damage counter. That can hit for a lot of damage in these games, in these matchups. Virtuous Flame as well, 170 is an attack you can copy from one of those Zoroark. It's kind of the math we were thinking he was going to line up with that Fez. Of course, it only has the 10 damage still on it, so it's sitting at 200.
Would have been a boss's orders away from winning the game at any point. Instead, the damage was placed on the Duskull that eventually was popped.
Right.
So now both players grasping at straws, trying to find an answer. What's that?
I think it was the Monkey. Or I don't know.
Well, Monkey moved the damage over to Duskull.
Right, yeah, he moved it over, to Duskull. And now it's gone. So sad. Well, we're going to see the strike there from the end Zoroark EX, copying that attack. John now with a Dragapult EX being brought down to 150 HP left here. Still 2 prize cards to take for both of our players. Daniel just hitting that hitting the damage and just seeing what happens here. Now, if he's able to clean up this game, what is John looking to do here, Kyle? That's what we were saying before.
I mean, you
line it up.
You can't. Yeah, this Dragon Ball cannot end the turn in the active spot at this point of the game. You will lose. So you have to find a way to move this Pokemon around. You might have to slow down and go to a Pokemon like the Badoo at this point. You have only the 1 retreat cost on the Dragapult, so it's not that taxing, but you just need to buy more turns. Maybe just tell your opponent, hey, take Badoo. Just take this little Pokemon so I can. It's not. I totally won't draw 3 additional resources and win the game with one of my great counter catchers or boss's orders.
The bait has been placed there. The Badoo in the active here. It's hitting 10. It's the itchy pollen here. That means Daniel can't even play the secret box. Actually, he can't play any of those cards.
Of the items. He's got
any of those. Well, one's a stadium, but you can't bump it for the same stadium. But yeah, you can't play nothing.
Blank cards in the hand right now.
Oof.
We call that trade fodder.
That's true. That is very true. Trade. Let's see what hits that discard pile. Into an additional 2 cards there. It's just another Iono. I mean, both these players have just been Iono back and forth here. So Rua hitting the discard pile in that second trade. Of course, we're item locked here, so none of those items can be played here from Daniel.
All the resources, getting additional energies, moving Pokemon if you're down in prizes, all these things that just do not work right now in a matchup where you're 2-2 prizes, Badoo in play.
Badoo.
Taking the knockout is awful. You're not going to use that
I was like, no,
card.
don't use that. No. That's an item. That would be nice, though. Oh, this is so awkward here. It's just a pass over from Daniel over to John now. Look at the hand here. 2 counter catchers and an Iono from John as well. Both these players have the Iono, and we've just seen it back and forth. It's just the itchy Paul and back to Daniel.
In 24 more turns, you're going to be gone,
stop
buddy.
it.
Wow, boss's orders is found.
Oh, my gosh. That was the top deck?
He's got it, and he's taking the knockout there, copies the Reshiram, gets the job done. John just wants to see how close he was to finding the pieces. It looks like one of the stretchers was prized too, so just a couple of those resources.
Wow.
Tough to close out here.
Yeah, that's tough because, we did see several Night Stretcher in the hand from John, but it was Iono'd away too, so it just slipped out of his hands there. And yeah, that's how it shapes up here. Daniel able to find the boss's orders, get that final knockout. Last 2 prize cards for the W here between these players in this first match. So I'm excited to see how this goes. I mean, wow, what a game of patience between both of these players, sort of waiting for very specific times in these matchups. And that takes some heavy skill, as we see here from John. That first damage counters being placed with the Dusknoir down into these further plays. To take these 2, of course, had the counter catcher because that Dusknoir blew up. And that was what allowed John to kind of pick and choose where these knockouts were going.
Yeah, you know what's happening afterwards there. When you go down in prizes, it means that your opponent is ready to work in that reversal energy that's just been waiting for you on the other side. Double Dracloak down, all of the draw power for John gone at this point. He's just trying to find any resources to close this game out. But for Daniel, he had trade, and you can find those resources, finds the boss's orders after digging for a few turns, and is able to get the job done and close out here in game 1. Huge win here, 35 minutes in that opening game. It's
Wow,
pretty
that's
tough in a
slow.
matchup where you're waiting around.
When in doubt, draw out. Daniel was able to do it, but we're probably going to see a lot more waiting around going into this game.
How do you? You have 15 minutes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. John can't wait around
Yeah.
at this point because if time is called and there's no winner, or John is not the winner, Daniel will be the winner because of taking down that first game. So Daniel's in a pretty good spot here. John kind of shaking his head at what this opening hand looks like, and also the Pheasantipity EX start. I'm so curious as to what that looks like. Daniel starting with a Reshiram in the active position, as well as a Buddy Poffin, kicking things off here, getting some Pokemon out. We did not see any issues from Daniel last game getting these Pokemon out. I mean, we had a full bench pretty early on. Also plays the Clefairy. Well, it's in the prize cards now, but that's okay.
Yeah.
And the 4-4 line, too easy to work around. So not too bad there for Daniel on the prizes.
Yeah, opening turn, Buddy Poffin. You're setting up your Zaruas. This is exactly where you want to be, and you have plenty of time to look through the deck, see what's prized as your opponent stares down a second Pheasantipity start for the match.
Gross.
And you can just feel the energy seething from John. He is not happy with the fact that he has to try to win this game for a tie with 13 minutes plus.
Yeah, the time is not in his favor. The Pheasantipity starts awkward. Anytime you have to sort of like waste an energy to retreat out of the Pheasantipity into something else is just another resource wasted on your side. Especially, you know, Daniel's got a pretty epic setup here. The Poffin, not only that, but the Nest Ball as well. We're going to start getting all these Pokemon out. The Reshiram is already in play here to copy some moves. This time around, we just need Daniel to start finding those energy. You know, we have the energy attachments for turn. We're looking for 2 energy onto that end Zoroark. The ends PP up, Kyle, is usually what helps out with that, getting those energy from the discard pile onto the field as well. But we just didn't see it last time from Daniel because the items were locked.
Yep,
you
item
know?
lock continually was in the way there. We see the castle this time around too, and thankfully it helps out a little more because you don't have Monkey Dory as your active Pokemon for the first 5 turns of the game. You can use this, maneuver around. There is a threat of an early attack from Zoroark this time, and that's exactly where you want to be as Daniel.
Yes. All the ends Pokemon are out. They can all free retreat now thanks to that nice little castle. Man, End's got a whole castle, Kyle.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
Got to get my bread up.
Let's look at the prize cards here for John. Whoa, a couple evolutions there.
Yeah, a couple pieces.
Oh, and some in the
see,
discard pile,
see
too.
that Jock as well, the Dracloak, the Dusclops, all these great tools, but just needs to have that set up. He's got no energy, no
Golly.
Badoo, no
Oh my
nothing.
gosh. You know, not having energy is so bad, actually, because then you're just set back even further at this point. Jock is the supporter for the turn as well. Getting out evolution Pokemon, as we said, there are actually exactly those 2 in the prize cards that John just got out of the deck, the Dracloak, as well as the Dusclops coming out. We saw a Dusknoir and a Dragapult EX hit the discard pile for an Ultra Ball already in that turn from John, and that's going to be it. That means Daniel has extra play here. There's no pollen out on the field. He is free to play these cards. We see the Ace Spec in the hand from Daniel as well as these evolution Pokemons flying down onto the board. The free retreat already with the Ends Castle. This is just bread and butter here for Daniel.
Yeah, son. Top it all off with a secret box that you can play, throw down the rest of the hand, find the resources you need. The only thing that's bailing John out at this point is the Luxurious Cape, or he would have lost both Dreepy potentially on this turn. It is so difficult to have all the resources.
My gosh.
He's got 1 card in hand, and he's got no way to slow down Daniel.
Yeah, that is so tough. You want to take things nice and slow as a Dragapult player, but when the clock's against you as well as your board state in general, that is just tough to do as Daniel gets an item card, a tool card, a supporter card, a stadium card. You know, you pick and choose. Everything is in the box, apparently, as we see that secret box. Throw the rest of the hand away as well, so you're thinning even more out of your deck. And that just makes the rest of your draws from these future trades even better here for Daniel. So he's just furthering his board state so much, and you love to see it.
Yeah, we see the Power Glass there
Oh,
too.
baby.
Just draw 7 new cards to go along with it. Just looking for the energy. It's right there on the top. He's got all the tools needed to put a ton of pressure on this opening turn.
I love this.
You've got choices here. You could discard your energies. You could take a knockout on that Dreepy,
And it
damage
just pops
the
back.
Fez. They come right back with the Power Glass.
Yeah. One of them comes back, and then you're just set up. As long as you have an additional energy, you are set up to go for the next time around attacking. So if you're not having any pressure being placed, and you know, the end Zoroark, it's pretty beefy. It's 280 HP as well, which is pretty nice. Of course, being one of those evolution Pokemon, it gets a little help there. See that energy? This is the first energy, or sorry, the energy attachment for turn from that first energy. So that makes 2, Kyle. I can do some math here. The Power Glass as well on there. We're gonna see the attack here.
Ooh.
So Daniel has the option to choose either the Reshiram or the Darmanitan, and it is going to be that Reshiram.
Yeah, the only thing that this doesn't help against is if your opponent has the second Dreepy to go along with this, or the third Dreepy, I suppose.
Right.
Because then you're missing out on the potential to take a knockout on that Pokemon, but now you get to cash in on a Dracloak knockout, which feels a little cleaner in this spot.
That's very true. Yep, that Virtuous Flame attacking that Pheasantipity, 170 damage there. Now John is able to use these recon directives here, try to save the hand a bit. Of course, Pheasantipity stuck in the active, nothing was knocked, can't flip the script. It's just been a huge liability, unfortunately for John, both these times. At least we have the rescue board now. That's what we had to see in the last turn, or sorry, the last game as well from John. Rescue board going on to the Fez. Buddy Poffin from the item card, pulled off the Arvin here to bring out. Finally, we see a little green guy, Badoo, and a Duskull.
He's a little late to the party, unfortunately. Just missed his bus, but he's going to try his best to help out here. Pheasantipity already so much damage on it. The Badoo is an easy cleanup at some point in the game with a Monkey Dory. You just know that the prize cards will start flying off the table for Daniel at some point.
Yeah, the prize cards are going to be flying. The cards are going to be flying into the hand as well with these trades that he's able to work with. We've already got our evolutions out in the Darmanitan and the Zoroarks. The Reshiram was in play from the beginning. Badoo's just being swept away to the discard pile. Don't even need it. We're going fast here. Is that a Bombardier EX?
It is.
Hitting the discard pile.
And it's gone.
And it's gone. No birds here on this side. Or I don't know. Reshiram's like kind of bird-like. It's got like chicken legs, you know.
Say that to a Reshiram and see what happens to you,
It's
pal.
only like 9 feet tall. It's probably taller than that, honestly. All right.
It's never
well,
leg day for Reshiram.
we're seeing these cards have just been flowing into the discard pile for these trades. Of course, Serrano as well being played to take out the 3 Pokemon EX. I mean, what a crucial card here in this deck. It is so sweet. Now we have the access to another trade. He's just going to throw away a Darumaka. We've already got 2. One's a Darmanitan now on the bench. Daniel is flowing here. We have the attachment for turn onto the Zoroark as well. We're chilling here, Kyle, on Daniel's side.
So clean. There's so many great answers that you have built in here. You're dealing 90-90. You can remove Dracloak if you want. You can go after Pheasantipity because you're taking a knockout also. It just seems so clean to take this Pokemon, go down to 3 prizes. If your opponent ever wants to take a big knockout, probably involves Dusclops at some point or Dusknoir, and then your 2 prizes remaining. It's going to just be so simple.
Daniel has put himself in a position to win, and we are seeing just what happens when you can use your item cards with this deck. You get that initial setup, and then you're just flying. You're drawing cards, you're discarding cards, you're getting those knockouts. We saw the energy bounce back onto the Zoroark as well from Daniel. Now, of course, John's going to fight back here. The unfair stamp. Those Pokemon went down in the last turn, so we're going to try to hinder Daniel as much as possible, but it's difficult when you have those trades just stacked up on the other side of the field.
Yeah, just not enough damage on the board right now to really make something happen. You're always going to run into an issue with this Zoroark, but maybe there's a world where Unfair Stamp can line up with just missing out on some energy cards on Daniel's side. That's what John is really hoping for. Slow down, buy a turn, and attack in, maybe find a 4 prize opportunity down the line.
Well, we'll see if he's able to make it happen here. Night Stretcher getting that Dragapult EX out of the discard pile. Now it's on the field, fully lined up here. Psychic Energy and a Fire Energy.
Yeah, we could see this counter catcher used early on. You could target down the Zoroark with no energies on it and really put your opponent in a spot where they have to find the right resources.
Ooh,
right here, right now, it's still 7 cards you'll see with top deck and 3 trades, but maybe that's enough to slow them down.
John's trying to see his own cards here, pulling that Night Stretcher Pheasantipity back out, drawing an additional 3. That's the counter catcher, bringing up that healthy Zoroark EX, as you said, into the active. Here, Kyle.
Yep, still an opportunity to include a supporter for the turn. We've seen the Unfair, we've seen the counter catcher, but maybe another resource. But he's actually holding on to the boss's orders for a future turn. Maybe could have seen bosses played and held on to the counter catcher. It's I mean, at this point, you're just trying to play enough cards to stick around in this game. There's only 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, let's play some cards here. Well, John able to put all that damage down onto the end Zoroark. 200 damage, leaving it with 80 HP left. Of course, 60 going on to the rest of the field. 6 damage counters.
Oh, finds double dark energy. That's pretty difficult to see when at least 1's in the discard pile, 2 in play, and 6 total in the deck.
Yeah, there's only 6. I know, it feels like this deck almost plays more than that, but you don't really need more than that because you have ways to get it out of the discard pile.
It's
you know,
the
that
same
power
problem
glass.
all these dark decks of old have run into is you play patches and max elixirs and all the different ways to bring these energies out, and you actually don't play enough of the energy itself, but he finds 2 of them here now.
Look at that. One's just going to be thrown away into the discard pile, but you feel pretty safe doing that. If you have that ends PP up, Kyle, we're going to see trades. Cyrano going into the discard pile for that second trade. We see a lot of heavy damage on the field, but Daniel's still setting up here. Darmanitan joining us too.
We haven't seen supporter for the turn. I think Turo was found there. That's huge. A complete reset.
It ain't the research.
On this. Yeah, you're not drawing 7, but you're going to win the game.
That's a pretty good trade, I should say, Kyle. Yeah, Turo, I mean, what an incredible card. Able to scoop up your Pokemon, heavily damaged Pokemon, I should say, as well. Professor Turo's scenario. Daniel's going to put that Zoroark right back into the hand here and has that second one already lined up as well for Daniel.
That was filthy.
Yeah, that was
It
nice.
is so mean after all the work
yeah.
that John's put in trying to stick around in this game, and he needs that damage to set it up. He's going to set up the 2-hit knockout once more on this Dragon Ball. He's going to work through the massive hit points, and it seems like a solid play. If your opponent wants to take a big knockout here on the active, it includes popping the Dusknoir, and that just means that you're going to be 1 Reshiram attack away from the win.
Yeah, you're just, that is the unfortunate part about these ghost lines. The Dusclops, the Dusknoir, you can kind of pick and choose where you're taking your prize cards, but you're still giving prize cards to your opponent. And at this point in the game, that is pretty tough to see. Of course, we do see that Blood Moon Ursaluna come out. That is kind of the attacker you want to lean into if your opponent is low on the prize cards, because its beautiful ability allows it to attack late game. We're going to see the Iono for the disruption as well here from John.
Finds the energy for the Blood Moon Ursaluna. That was the one piece missing right here pre-Iono. So can attack in with this Pokemon, take a big knockout here, stick around for a little longer if the resources aren't there for Daniel. He's playing quickly and knows he has to. There's less than 2 minutes remaining here.
Seasoned skill, its ability allowing you to attack with the Blood Moon for 240 damage and a lot less energy for each of the prize card your opponent has taken here. So just that energy onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna here for John. It's already in the active position now after that hard retreat from the Dragapult EX. Ultra Ball bringing us out another Pokemon as well, debating its being the Dracloak.
There's not enough time. Optimal play has to be thrown away at this point. Although you want to see the resources and you want to build these Pokemon up, you just don't have time for this.
Go, John,
the map's
go!
not on your side here.
Turbo mode, John. Go! We see the Blood Moon striking into this ends Zoroark EX, and that's going to take it out. 2 prize cards here. The very first 2 for John into the Dracloak and a Dusclops. Daniel on the other side sitting with only 2 left to take here. Just under a minute for both of these players in this match.
Yeah, great time to look at the discard pile. See what your opponent's up to.
What are they doing here? Oh, yeah. Darmanitan going to be the promotion here for Daniel now. We're going to see that Super Rod. Yeah, play these cards. Shuffle them back.
Yep, these effects take time. This is not playing TCG Live. They're not automatically done for you. You're going to have to slow down. And this is just a part of the game that we'll see. You've got the shuffle effect here. You've Also got the Iono, where some additional shuffling happens.
More
in the
shuffles.
hands.
Yeah.
Turn will be called on Daniel's side, and that is bad news for John. It's very difficult to clean up this board, especially when there's only one EX in play.
Oh, yeah, super unfortunate there, but that's how it is turning out here. The time has ticked all the way down in our Swiss round 6. It's about to call. 3 additional turns will be played out between our players. Uh-oh. What do we see there?
Well, he's got the ends PP up. He's also got a way to move with the castle. He's got the boss's orders to go along with it.
My
he can just take the game right here with the Dragon Bolt knockout. He's got Reshiram to clean things up. That is wild. We're just not even thinking about a way to win the game because he can just win off time, but he sure enough found the perfect card right there in the boss.
Daniel said, I don't need time on my side. I'm just going to take a win nice and clean here against John. Has the ends PP up to put that additional energy out on the field. The boss's orders as well, cleaning up those last 2 prize cards. And Daniel Lin is your winner here in the Swiss round 6 here in Milwaukee. That means sitting at a 401 record now is a 501 record. Sitting pretty here in Milwaukee. Of course, John, unfortunate. Think about this. You know, John has played a lot of Pokemon. He's been playing the last 15 years. Unfortunately, losing here on our stream. But this is Daniel's first season and his first stream win. You got to give it to him. That was pretty epic.
Yeah, big moment for Daniel. Very strong play along the way, too. And with a deck that's technically unproven at this point, he was showing some great skill here. Had the reversal energy on the Darmanitan, ready to roll here, showing off all of the capability of N this time around. Taking 2 big knockouts there. Double Ultra Cloak. It's almost exactly how you draw things up. And sure, there were opportunities here for John. He tried to slow things down, tried to get things rolling with that Dragapult, and it's just a matter of time before Daniel's able to accumulate the right resources, find that boss, and go back to his tried and true double Reshiram knockout.
Yeah, double Reshiram. You love to see it. Of course, Daniel up a game here between these players, and then it was so unfortunate for John. Starting that Pheasantipity was tough because you got that damage early on that just lined up Daniel to take a quick 3 prize cards early in the second game between our players. Tried to fight back here, of course, utilizing that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX to get some knockouts on John's side, but Daniel, he's got it, dude. The ends PP up. We need some P's in the chat for that ends PP up because that was epic. We saw the boss's orders paired with that, leading to a win there for Daniel. He is not playing as if this is his first season, Kyle. That was a seasoned player type play, if I do say so myself.
I mean, it just didn't seem likely. The dark energy, the ends PP up, having all the resources there, it's really difficult to piece that all together, and had the boss's order once more to close things out. Daniel gets the job done. 5-0-1, and the Zoroark box is a deck that we have to be worried about moving into the rest of the circuit.
Yes, yes, I love it. I'm so happy it is being played out there in some hefty numbers, more than I thought would, and you love to see it. I mean, it's got a lot of good matchups going into Milwaukee.
Yeah, we just being able to remove some of these like lower hit point Pokemon, the setup Pokemon, if you will, the Dreepies, the Gimme Ghouls, the Hoot Hoots, all these Pokemon that work towards a nice game state, it just leads to these grindy, ugly games, and that's exactly where Daniel wants to be. Just put your opponent in a really awkward spot, and it gives you time to set up Reshiram, which does not feel good, but it is really efficient.
It is. It's very efficient indeed, Kyle. And that's something that Zoroark has that a lot of other decks don't have. Something like the Joltik box. I've played a little bit of that deck, and it sort of falls apart in the later half of the games a lot of times. Like, you're very explosive in the beginning turns, and, you know, you're hitting a lot, and you're taking, you know, 2/2/2 prize cards. But with Zoroark, it can pick back up. I mean, you saw how much disruption John threw at Daniel's side of the field, and just with the trade ability that you have, and as long as you're able to start up in the earlier game, which Daniel didn't have any issues doing in both of those games, he was set up, he was ready to go, and there was nothing John could put in his way, unfortunately.
Yeah, the attacks don't seem that strong. Like 90-90 is okay, it's pretty good. It takes a lot of time to set it up, and you probably need to be losing at that point. Your opponent can play around that. 170, not a very strong number, but the fact that you are Iono-proof, unfair stamp-proof, you have all these built-in ways to draw additional
got
resources.
Monkey as well.
The Monkey Dory to continue to preserve some of these hit points, as you're saying, and Blood Moon Ursaluna to clean up when you don't have that big knockout. It's just a deck that just has a lot of cohesiveness.
Yeah, and I mean, Daniel has put it on the map, you know, putting it on our stream match. I'm curious to hear how he decided on this specific deck list for N's Zoroark in the N box. Let's hear from him. I know Wancho's sitting in our lounge. Daniel, take it away.
Thank you so much, Boo. Wancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by the last round winner, the Zoroark EX player himself, Daniel Lin. Daniel, how does it feel winning a match on the stream?
I mean, it feels pretty good. First time playing on stream ever, so like pretty nervous going into it, but kind of once I like sat up there for a while, you kind of just forget about everything else and you kind of just focus on playing the game and kind of just winning.
Yeah, that's good to hear. A lot of players, when it's their first time on stream, they're distracted by like a lot of the lights or the white noise a lot of the times. That get to you at all?
At first, but I kind of eventually kind of zoned it out. Yeah.
Gotcha. And you're telling me earlier this is your first full year of playing, and you've already made day 2 once before this, and now, hey, guaranteed day 2. Congratulations. What's going through your mind now that you're guaranteed into the next phase of the Milwaukee Regional Championships?
Well, I think it feels good to day 2 again. Only did it once before, but I think now kind of just closing it out, winning the last few rounds, kind of maybe see if I can kind of take it further in the end. Maybe hit that top cut, maybe, who knows.
No, I mean, Zoroark EX seems like you're positioned pretty well. I mean, we got to see the caster picks for this tournament, and most of them picked Zoroark as their caster pick. The fact that it's a dark-type Pokemon with that very powerful trade ability to draw you out of very tough spots. Tell me about how you landed on this deck choice.
Yeah, so I was kind of just between this or Gardevoir, because I used to play a lot of Gardevoir before rotation happened. And now that Refinement Corellia's kind of rotated away, just having another way to kind of like draw cards, it's pretty much the same ability. So kind of just found myself playing this deck. Just a lot of cool like attacking options that you can do. Like no game feels kind of the same. So yeah.
I like it. Yeah, definitely Zoroark EX just feels so flexible, having all those different Pokemon you can copy. Well, I think it's specifically 2 Pokemon you really want to copy, but the trade ability is so massive. And again, the dark typing, are there any matchups that you are favorited or you want to see, or you like playing against?
Yeah, I think pretty much the top 3 or so decks, Gardevoir, Dragapult, and Goldengo. I'd say you're pretty solidly favored against all of them. Like against Goldengo, you have the Darmanitan to attack with the fire weakness, and then against Gardevoir, it has the darkness weakness, so the Zoroark kind of gets in there.
Yeah. Actually, in my mind, I was thinking Goldengo might be a tough matchup for you, that in my mind anyway, since one of the great things Zoroark has going for it is 200 HP, but you said it right, that Darmanitan being fire type, and that first attack as well, which counts how much energy under the discard pile. Hey, Goldengo has a lot, right?
Yeah, exactly.
No, but yeah, Zoroark, besides, were you testing any other deck besides Zoroark for this tournament?
Pretty much just Zoroark or Gardevoir. It's kind of either between the new hot deck or kind of what I kind of been playing for the longest time. So I'm sure I couldn't go wrong with either, but ended up just kind of picking Zoroark.
Yeah. We got to see how dominant you are against the Dragapult EX deck, despite John Hang being probably one of the best Dragapult decks out there. Seeing you just opting to pass, not knocking out a Badoo, very smart play. Love to see that, because then if you didn't see it, but John Ang's hand was just all counter catchers. Love seeing you play around that. Were there did you play against many Dragapults going into here in the Milwaukee Regional Championships?
This is actually the first full Pult that I played. Played a couple of Goldengo Dragapults, but that deck is more so just kind of Goldengo, so yeah, first time against the Pult at least.
Nice. And now that, again, you have that experience with the stream, I know you mentioned this was your first full year of playing, or what advice would you give any up-and-coming player?
I mean, I'd say kind of try sort of decks that might be a bit harder. Don't keep yourself in like the most simple decks. Kind of playing a more complex deck helps you kind of like learn a lot and kind of improve at a much more accelerated rate.
I like it. I like it. Sometimes when I talk to a new player, I like to suggest the simple decks. But yeah, that's a good point. Sometimes you just have to go trial by fire. Am I right?
Exactly.
With that, before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
Shout out my guy Gary for coming to Milwaukee with me. Also shout out Liam Halliburton for some of the theory behind the deck. Pretty much took its structure from Atlanta and kind of changed it a bit. Also shout out all the guys who are watching at home, kind of rooting for me on the stream.
Shout out all the guys at home, that's for sure. With that, thank you so much for the interview, Daniel. Best of luck with the rest of the rounds and rest of day 2. Amazing interview again. With that, we're gonna throw it to a quick break, but we have a very, very cool video about Pokemon Pockets, so stay tuned.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back. I am here with Jody Azzarelli and Juancho Salderna. I'm Gabby Snyder, and we are all fans of Pokemon TCG Pocket. Jody, you've been having a lot of fun online with your content creation for Pocket. So why don't you tell us a bit about how that's going?
Yeah, it's been going really good. I focus very much on the competitive side, and we just got ranked last month, where Season 1 ended and Season 2 has just begun. I've peaked number 2 global, and I've also finished in the top 100.
Which is insane. Congratulations, by the way. A lot of hard work went into that. Juancho, I hear that you also like Pocket.
I like cards. I love Pokemon cards.
I love Pokemon cards too. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to open up some Pokemon Pocket packs here on stream. I have not opened many packs yet from the latest set. So we're going to check those cards out. We're going to have a conversation about the new metagame, the new cards that are introduced. Yep. And the first question I have for y'all is, we have 2 new packs here for Celestial Guardians. We have one themed after Solgaleo and one themed after Lunala. Which one should we start with?
Ooh. Well, I personally think that Solgaleo is super strong right now. So the competitive player in me is like, go Solgaleo, Solgaleo. But I'm fine with anything.
Okay. I trust number 2 in the world here.
Okay. You can't argue with that logic. I like this. All right. So we're going to go ahead and open 10 packs here.
So I'm looking for specifically the Oricorio. Can I find the Oricorio in this pack?
You actually, well, there's 4 different Oricorio. You can find the Oricorio that you're looking for, Pom Pom, in this pack, yes.
So that's what I'm hoping for, because I just want to beat all the EX Pokemon.
Yeah. Personally for me, like I said, I'm...
Oh, okay.
My gosh.
Right off the bat.
Okay, so I know Alolan Raichu has its niche in the video game.
Yep.
Psychic Terrain makes it do some fun things. Does it have any playability in Pocket?
Yes, so for people who played last month during that metagame, Shining Revelry, everyone will be familiar with Darkrai Garantina and Gyarados. And Raichu, for 3 colorless energy, deals 60 plus 30 for every energy, and that is actually enough to beat every old meta Pokemon when they're fully on board.
Oh yeah, actually you're right.
I like that it's colorless, like the fact that it's then splashable in any deck.
Any deck, it's really cool.
And it's also evolves from Pikachu, which, good Pokemon.
We love cards.
We love cards.
We love Pikachu.
All right, let's keep going here.
Can we repeat that luck? Oh!
All right.
I guess
you can play the deck now.
I was gonna say we can play the Pikachu Raichu deck now. Let's go.
All right, Phone. When I said repeat the luck, I meant maybe get other cards in that same rarity.
All right, so we're gonna do a 3rd Alolan Raichu EX right now. I'm feeling it. Nah, it's just Garbodor.
Okay. Garbodor not any good? I know Garbodor in the regular TCG has historically been such a scary Pokemon.
Not yet.
All right.
Ooh.
Trevenant?
Okay.
I did see a Lily pop by. Is that a trainer that a lot of people are using?
Yes. For those of you, the biggest card or biggest entry has been Rare Candy, which makes you go from a basic to a stage 2, like Sarina. So you can, Lily will be able to heal 60 on a card like Sarina. This card's really good right now as well.
Wait, really? I mean, I see flip 3 coins. This attack does 50 damage for each heads.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm that lucky.
I like to flip. I like to flip. That's fun.
That's my tagline in the game. I like to flip coins.
Okay. So then what kind of deck would you run this in? Would you run it like with Celebi EX or something?
No, so you'd actually run this with Meowscarada.
Oh, right, yeah.
The deck famously is really weak going first, and now we have a 1 energy attacker that you can rare candy into that can attack as early as your first energy attachment. So that's where our Queenly Majesty goes.
The fact that it's grass too, that means you can also heal it with Erica potentially.
Yes.
So what, Lily and Erica? It's just never going down.
We're just building the meta decks right now. Let's go. You know, I try not to be one of those bling players, but I think I'm going to be one of those bling players.
All right, now we need one of those immersive cards, and then we'll get a second one, right?
I mean, let's do it. Maybe not in this 10-pack, but I think all things considered, this was really good.
A really good
Not
one.
too bad. We built a deck together there.
I know, right?
Yeah.
All
right.
I mentioned immersive cards. Is there a specific immersive you guys would like to pull?
Oh my gosh, they both look so amazing. This set actually has the first immersive supporters in Lily and Guzma.
Okay.
They're both really, really pretty art. They outdid themselves, honestly.
I really, really hope we pull one and we just get to play it
I
on
know.
stream. Gabby, no pressure, but you need to do
I mean,
that.
technically, I already pulled the Lily one, so we couldn't play it if we, you know. But I'm gonna try a 10-pack of Lunala now because I do know you can only pull Lily in Solgaleo and Guzma's only in Lunala.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I feel like we need to try and balance things out a little bit.
Let's do it.
I like it. I like it. To be fair, I always like Lunala more than Solgaleo.
Really?
I took Pokemon.
So it's interesting because in VG right now, Lunala is way better than Solgaleo.
Yeah.
But in the past, it's always been like Solgaleo's.
shiny!
Actually, isn't Executor sort of playable too?
This is actually one of the most playable. It actually has the same ability as that Alolan Raichu.
Yeah, but you do need 1 grass energy in addition to the 3 colorless, so it's a bit higher energy cost.
Do you pair this though with the Executor EX?
So you can, but it also pairs with the Mythical Islands Execute, which has a way to attach energy to itself, so it has its own acceleration.
Oh, I like that. Speaking of Executor, we got the tall one, we got the short one, we got a Pyukumuku, we got all the Pokemon here.
Heck yeah.
Oh, Decidueye.
Decidueye.
Okay. So for 2 colorless, we can do 100 damage to one of your Pokemon, or one of your opponent's Pokemon that has damage on it. That seems pretty good.
That is really good.
I wish there was a way to put damage on the board.
Wow, well, we actually have 2 main ways of doing that.
Really?
Actually, there's Darkrai, whose ability, you know, when you attach dark energies, you can do ping. But one that's getting really popular right now is Greninja.
Okay.
Greninja's ability is to deal 20 anywhere, and it's the perfect combo for this Decidueye.
All right. Well, good to know. There was a Conkeldurr there. I might have clicked too quickly past it.
What does Ilima do?
Ooh.
Put one of your normal or colorless Pokemon that has damage on it into your hand. So could get some playability.
Yeah.
Maybe heal up an Arceus?
Yeah. I was trying to think of a good colorless Pokemon and I forgot about Arceus. I don't know how that happened. But you're absolutely right. Primarina had an ability that could heal. Alolan Vulpix, you can summon energy out of your energy zone. I'm seeing a lot of like really interesting abilities in this set, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But no immersive yet. Come on.
No immersives yet. I'm trying not to go too fast because I don't want to skip any like cards.
Yeah.
Fishing net. Trainer, what does that do?
So this allows you to pick up a basic water type Pokemon, and it is going to be pivotal in the new Wishy-Washy deck.
Oh, okay. What does Wishy-Washy do?
So Wishy-Washy, for 1 water energy, allows you to put a Wishy-Washy or Wishy-Washy EX from your deck to your bench, and then Wishy-Washy EX.
Oh, Oh, perfect timing.
Perfect. Oh my gosh.
I love this for us. Anyways, continue, please.
Wishy Washy EX does School Storm, which does 30 plus 40 for every Wishy Washy or Wishy Washy EX on your bench. That gets to 150 damage.
Okay, that's pretty good.
It has a lot of HP too for a
Yeah.
basic.
Very chunky.
All right, Jody, what does Immersive Guzma do?
Specifically the immersive, not just any Guzma.
Oh, looks like
I think we unlucked out, unfortunately, on the Guzma here, but we could try again, or we could go for Solgaleo.
Yeah.
We can go.
We can do both.
Yeah. We'll get
All
it
right,
later.
We'll go back to Solgaleo then. Oh, this is so cool. I love seeing all the new cards in the set as well, because not only is it a great opportunity to sort of consider all of these new like strategies and new play styles. As someone who really only comes to the TCG for art, I just love seeing all the artwork on all the new cards and getting to appreciate Pokemon in ways that you don't necessarily get to see when you're playing the video game, you know?
100% agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm from the video game, so I feel the same way.
Oh, well, we're slowly getting you here to the TCG, though. You're already playing the TCG Pocket. It's just a small step into TCG real life.
All right. Nothing in that pack, but we'll keep going.
But yeah,
Getting a lot of Torracat.
Yeah.
Oh, Comfey.
Comfey, okay.
Sorry, as a TCG person, this Pokemon scares me, but is it good in Pocket?
It's okay in Pocket. It will be.
We got it!
Yes!
All right.
Do it!
So let's talk about this card. I mean, obviously, it has one of the, I think, best immersive artworks I've seen.
I love it.
As someone who loved the Alola storyline, like this just pulls at my heartstrings.
Oh, it's Lana.
But also, it's very playable.
Extremely playable.
This is the first time I've seen it. I'm getting goosebumps here. Look at all my friends.
Everyone.
Oh man, Gladian. Let's go.
All under the Alolan sun.
Oh, I got goosebumps. That was really
It's
nice.
a beautiful card. Like I love it. I'm glad that we got it here for everyone back at home.
Ooh, what is that? Your third one now, Gabby?
No, second. I remember I had one immersive and one just normal.
Now you can bling it out.
I told you I'm becoming a bling player.
I want to see that immersive Guzma next. I haven't seen the animation for that either yet.
Unfortunately, I think this is our last 10-pack that we have time for, but I mean, we're just getting the hits left and right. I don't think Magearna is maybe as playable as some of these other cards, but being able to deal more damage to Pokemon with an ability does sound kind of nice.
Yeah, it specifically is able to one-shot Oricorio Pom-Pom, which is going to be a card that we can maybe Oricorio Pom-Pom. No, we lost our...
All right, I will hope that we get one. Big Malasada, that was a card in the TCG at one point, right?
I don't think it was any good. Any good though, not as good as Buddy Poffin or something. It's the superior bread.
Well, unfortunately, I think that is all the time that we have right now to open packs in Pokemon TCG Pocket. But if you want to get in on this lovely pack opening action, make sure to download Pokemon TCG Pocket from your phone's app store today. You can get those packs. You can play on the competitive ladder. Jody, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Oh my gosh. Well, my mom, of course. All of my lovely viewers, and honestly, the Pokemon Pocket community. It's been so amazing. It's like my second home now, and honestly, I'm glad that a game like this exists.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming back here, opening some packs with us, and giving us a little peek into the new metagame. And we'll be back with more Pokemon action from Milwaukee soon.
It was really fun to open some Pokemon Pocket Packs, but let's reel it back in to the Milwaukee Regional Championships. My name is Juancho Saldana. On the field right now, I want to update people on a couple of standings on the floor. I mean, congratulations to all these folks that have gone 6-0 and guaranteed their placement into day 2. Caleb Rogerson, Owen Dalgard, Tyler Matthews, and Brent Tonneson. These are a couple of people that we've talked about earlier. They have just secured their spot into day 2. And a couple more here I just want to give a shout out to. Kyle Malik, Jordan Johnson, Eric Overton, and Sam Rindall. Of course, there's a couple more players and multiple more rounds. There's going to be a lot more players into day 2, but I want to throw it right away to the action. So take it away, casters.
Thank you, Wancho. Let's go ahead and take a look at these Swiss standings after round 6. We're in round 7 right now, and we have featured some of these players already. Tyler Matthews up at the top, 6-0, and of course, everyone else that Wancho mentioned. All of them locked up for day 2, and most of the, or I think all of the 501s are also locked up for day 2.
Yeah. 501 is good enough to guarantee your spot in day 2. So all of these players will be playing this round, looking to get even more points in order to get closer to that coveted top 8, or at least the asymmetrical top cut.
And some interesting things to note too, Table 1 is an EVEX Toolbox Mirror match.
Yeah.
We also have quite a few Miraidon Joltik in play at 6-0 as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this meta is shaping up for going into day 2 and what decks are going to kind of rise in the rankings.
Yeah, I mean, seeing EV, I feel like if there's going to be a tournament for EV to shine, it's going to be this one. We have Sylveon with the Angelite attack to counter those tough to set up stage 2 Pokemon, right? We have Flareon as a natural counter to Golden Go EX as well. So, I mean, it could go far. I would not be surprised to see it. I mean, and if a top player like Ian Robb is picking a deck like that one, there's definitely a lot of merit behind it.
All right, it looks like our round 7 players are getting ready at the table. Let's go ahead and take it down to our stage and introduce you to our players.
All right, we're gonna have Brent Tonneson, the #1 ranked player, using that almost signature Gardevoir deck, right, against Caleb Rogerson with another signature deck of his. He's been running Golden Go with Dragapult. He got top 4 in Monterey with it a few weeks back. He lost to Brent, I believe, in that top 4 match, and Brent went on to win the event, so I'm sure he'll be really wanting to get his revenge here.
Yeah, that salty run back for this Swiss round 7, trying to make it 7-0 in our day 1 here in Milwaukee. Now, Golden Go EX has been a deck that has been played throughout this entire Journey Together format. It's been pretty consistent. I don't really think until Monterey it was that the Dragapult EX line kind of was just shoved in there. And it's like, I like drawing cards a lot with coin bonus. Why not draw more cards with Recon Directive?
Yeah, Recon Directive, a really nice extra partner for Golden Go, and Dragapult EX, a very good backup attacker, right? If you're wanting a non-ability to bypass those pesky cornerstones, Dragapult is a perfect partner. Trackloak helps attack, Dragapult becomes an attacker, and yeah, I mean, we did see, I believe, Grant Manley get very close to top cut in Atlanta in the first tournament. He was using a different version of the deck with like Crispins and whatnot to have Dragapult as a more active attacker or more readily available attacker. But it seems like the best pilot so far of this deck is definitely Caleb.
And of course, you can't really mention Brent without just the meta-defining of this Gardevoir list. And wow, look at these prizes. 3 Professor Research in the prize cards for Brent. That Energy Search Pro Ace Spec in the prize cards for Caleb, along with that Fire, which is actually pretty important because they only play, what, 1 Fire energy. And actually, Caleb's only playing 1 Psychic energy as well. So not really going to be able to attack with that Dragapult a lot of the times.
Yeah, Dragapult not available as an attacker, Energy Search Pro also not available, Mukidori not available, and then Brent with 3 of the 8 draw supporters in the prize cards, only having 5 left. I mean, Cleffa is going to have to put in a lot of work in this round, most likely because you don't have refinement anymore, right? So having consistent supporters every turn is going to be quite difficult, and the further along we go in this match, Iono becomes less and less useful in terms of a draw card.
Brent has 3 Nest Ball in hand. Caleb just attached to the active and passed the turn with a Gimmighoul on the bench as well. Now Brent is going to do some prize checking, but this will give us some good time to talk about kind of the differences in Gardevoir that has been brought to us in Journey Together. We had Henry Chow take down Atlanta with that Gardevoir list, with that 1-2 and Zoroark EX, just utilizing trade to really kind of thin through the deck and give you some play against Iono and Unfair Stamp. Brent was like, no, I'm not going to do any of that. I'm going to introduce the Cleffa, as you said, and 4 Night Stretchers just to be able to recur all of these tech Pokemon. Which list do you think is kind of the standard going forward. I know this list also won Seville, right?
Yeah, I think that definitely almost settled the debate, right? Something similar to Brent's list, played by Matthew Burries, another Australian player, got top 32 in Atlanta. Brent managed top 128, but then the next event he went on to win with this, and we haven't really seen Zorg have any like top tier success outside of Henry Chow, right? So I do feel like if you're up against Gardevoir, you're more likely to be going up against Brent 60 than Henry Chow 60 at this point. Henry's also made, I'm sure, some changes to his list since then. So, but in general, like I would imagine about 80% of the Gardevoirs are more similar to Brent's than similar to Henry's.
It's definitely interesting to see how that kind of evolved throughout these few tournaments that we've had in this format. Now, Brent, with that triple nest ball, finds double Ralts and that Cleffa energy attachment to the active, so you can retreat into that grasping draw. And here we see Iono drawing 6 cards.
No, I'm pretty sure Caleb didn't have a great hand, so he's going to be very, very thankful for that Iono. I always call him like the friendship Ionos, where your opponent is just helping you out quite a bit. And yeah, I mean, I really think this Cleffa is going to have to put in a lot of work here. There's 1 supporter already exhausted, 3 in the prize card, so that means 4 supporter cards left. And I haven't seen it yet, but I think as the game drags on for a little bit longer, we might see Brent have a lot of like awkward turns.
Now, it wasn't 4 supporters, but 4 nest balls were played this turn 1 from Brent. The 4th one finding that Monkey Dory, and then you played down the Pheasantipity X just to thin the hand out a little bit, so this grasping draw can draw 3 cards.
Yep. Pretty solid hand, no Iono or Research in there though. And that Clefairy X being on the bench is actually pretty annoying for Brent. The math never works out to where Clefairy X can reach for a 1-hit KO on a Goldengo. Even if they have a full bench, your maximum damage is 220. I guess with double Monkey Dory, you can pull it off, but usually that's not the Pokemon you want to be using to attack. It's all about the Drifloon. It's all about those Bravery Charms having a 2-for-1 price trade. That's going to be the end game, if you will. Now, this is Caleb's first search through the deck, so now he's going to find out the bad news that Energy Surge Pro is not, in fact, available.
Yeah, I think that's rough, too, because Caleb has that Arven supporter in the hand to be able to search it out if it was. Now, Buddy Poffin does find that Dreepy and another Gimmighoul. And with Caleb shuffling up, I think we might see a coin bonus first.
Yeah, coin bonus. You already have the energy readily available to take the knockout. Finds 2 follow-up supporters, not too bad. Does have a Dracloak for next turn. I feel like you would feel pretty safe that your Goldengo is not going to get KO'd this upcoming turn. So I feel like you just go for the KO. There's definitely merit to consider going for Technical Machine Evolution just to have a much more reliable setup overall. But that's Hypermaniac. All but confirms we're not going to go for that.
Yeah, this is going to allow Caleb just to set up for the next turn. You know, he's eyeing down that Goldengo EX, and then whatever other card you grab, you're just going to be able to draw with coin bonus the following turn.
Yeah.
And now, Brent does have that one of Professor Turo's scenario in the hand that could be used to pick up that Lily's Clefairy EX, which is a liability against a deck like Goldengo EX. Goldengo wants to take those 2/2/2 prize mappings a lot of the time.
Does also have the Iono option once again, but Iono definitely becomes much weaker if you see your opponent use Hypermaniac, put 2 cards at the top, and then not draw them, right? If you Iono them into those 2 cards, I mean, you're not helping them, they're gonna find them anyways, but it's less effective in the sense that they have a lot more control over what they're doing, as we see them make it rain with Water Energy, coincidentally.
Brent brings up that Lily's Clefairy EX. I think this kind of eyes down just exactly using that Professor Turo scenario to pick it back up. You see Badoo drawn from that Flip the Script.
Yeah, really good 3 cards. Vessel, Psychic, and Badoo. I mean, that's really, really perfect. Brent's definitely going to be looking to hide behind that Badoo pretty much and slow down Caleb just a little bit. A single energy is enough to get the KO, however, on the Badoo, unless we see a Bravery Charm, which I'm not seeing right now.
We're actually discarding the Badoo with Ultra Ball. finding that Gardevoir EX. Can we just see Rare Candy right now?
Yeah, I mean, it has to be, right? Is there a Bravery Charm available on Drifloon to just get an immediate return KO? That would be crazy to see here, Jeremy.
I mean, that is the kind of like all-in nature of this version of Gardevoir EX.
Yep.
We see the Kirlia. There's Night Stretcher. Oh. No, he was trying to Rare Candy, but Night Stretcher hit the discard pile. I think they're going to force him to play it here. He grabbed back Cleffa. Badoo.
Like it's Badoo. All right, so slight mishap there. You can see Brent is shaking quite a bit. And we have Iono, so okay. The Clefairy is going to stay in play. There's no Drifloon, so just very aggressive. Let's see what he has planned here.
Couple Ultra Ball found, a Scream Tail, another Psychic Energy. We could just Scream Tail, maybe take a knockout on the Dreepy on the bench. Another Gimme Ghoul.
Yeah, I don't mind that. It's a 1-for-1 trade, so not super impactful. You could also hit with Clefairy to a decent amount of damage and then just knock out with Monkey Dory over the course of 2 turns. You'd still be behind a price card, right? But I mean, Brent just needs to KO 3 Goldigos, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't need to worry about anything else. So even if he goes down 3 price cards, if he can get like an in-between turns KO or during his turn KO with Adrenabrains and then into knocking out Goldengo, then that would be fine. Now, we see a fun interaction. The mistakenly played Night Stretcher into the Badoo, into putting it back into the deck, into redrawing it with the Ultra Ball. We could also just see an Itchy Pollen for 0 damage.
Yeah, but if that Itchy Pollen is used this turn, I would have rather thought that the Professor Turo would have been the perfect supporter.
Yeah.
But there we see the Psychic Embrace putting that energy on the Clefairy, retreats it, and now we're going to have an Itchy Pollen.
After the Adrenabrain, yep, there we go. I mean, Brent might have just tried to high roll Drifloon plus Bravery Charm, right? If he had gotten Bravery Charm, he got the Ultra Roll for it. Just, it's pretty good that he's been drawing, like he had a turn 1 Iono, turn 2 Iono, and he has another Iono in his hand when there's 3 research. And when he was price checking, I saw he put all his Pokemon to the front, so he knows exactly what Pokemon are priced. I don't know if he's very aware that he has 3 Professors research priced just yet. He might have an inkling now that he hasn't seen a single one and only Ionos.
Yeah, I guess another card that would have been a great top deck was that Secret Box Ace Spec, being able to find the Bravery Charm along with the Drifloon. But now it is back up to Caleb's side of things. Cypher Maniac's Codebreaking is such a powerful supporter for a deck like Golden Go EX when essentially all of your Pokemon, say, draw at least 1 card off the top of your deck. Being able to search your deck for any 2 cards, put them on top is pretty good.
Biggest issue for Caleb right now is that he doesn't have a lot of energy access, right? There's one there. He will need to find another one to knock out this Badoo, which is fine. But if he has to get a big knockout on a Gardevoir EX attacking or even trying to go after the Serendipity, 5 energies right now doesn't seem like an easy feat. And that's why we are seeing that Earthen Vessel get put to the top. We cannot play it this turn, but all we need is 1 energy to be able to knock out this Badoo, and then we will have access to those 2 energies afterwards.
Now both cards get placed on top of the deck, and
There we
not
go.
even using coin bonus, trying to play around another Iono here, taking the knockout with that Golden Go. Now 4 prize cards left for Caleb, and Brent is still trying to get together an attacker here.
Yeah, relentless aggression from Caleb. Now 2 prizes ahead with the Jamming Tower still being available. I think that's going to be the key card here. You time the Jamming Tower perfectly when there's a Drifloon with enough damage to get KO'd during your turn, and then that 2-for-1 price trade-off is no longer relevant. And if you can combine that with Boss's Orders to knock out Serendipity or Gardevoir EX, then all of a sudden you put yourself down to 1 price card, you have a lot of protection from Iono with a coin bonus, and getting 1 last KO is not too difficult.
Brent is deep in the tank here, trying to figure out this turn. We do see that Scream Tail hit the bench.
Yeah, no Drifloon whatsoever. We do see the Professor Turo picking up the Clefairy.
Kirlia to the active. You can always retreat that with a Psychic Embrace.
Yep. It's going to become another Gardevoir EX immediately, or we're just going to find the second Monkey Dory.
Now with 2 Monkey Dory, that means you can add on 6 damage to your attacks. I think with the 2 already, that does make Miracle Force an out to take the knockout.
Yeah, we can take down the active with Miracle Force indeed.
Would require another Dark Energy though.
Yep, we need another Dark on that Monkey Dory. Then we get 2 extra damage counters right there. We can not take a KO with a Scream Tail on the active, even with double Monkey Dory, which is now impossible. We're just going to be doing 160 somewhere. Bring up the Dreepy, probably to lock that down. 1 retreat cost not too bad for this deck that plays 12, or usually anywhere between 10 to 12 basic energies.
And there is that Roaring Scream. It's going to deal 160 to that bench. Golden Go, along with that Adrenabrain damage. Now it is up to 200. That is just 2 Adrenabrains away from getting knocked out, so at least setting up for future
I think
turns.
it's 180 on it.
Well, it had 20. You Adrenabrain 20 from the Kirlia over, and then you do 160.
Oh, okay. So yeah. Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah, 200. That's actually perfect. You're completely correct. Yes.
You've been saying that a lot, Pablo. I like that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong. I mean, you've been very on point today, Jeremy.
Switch drawn for Caleb will at least have the knockout here. Coin bonus gets Arven and a Dark Energy.
Yep.
Card that would be very good in this position is Monkey Dory.
Yeah. Which is also prized, right? Not all
that
the
is
energy
true.
search row, but the Monkey Dory is prized. So yeah, I mean, even with all of that going against Caleb, he's still in a very commanding position. I mean, I don't know if Brent, he hasn't drawn a Bravery Charm, so it's not like he's avoiding the Jamming Tower play. He just hasn't been able to pull anything off like that. He could get a crucial, like, Iono double KO Golden Go EX this upcoming turn with the double Adrenabrain play, so that might be what he's looking to accomplish. I don't know if this last card in hand is Iono. I think it might be.
If not, you have that Pheasantipity EX on the bench to try to draw into it.
Yeah.
But there is the boss's orders.
All right.
Actually bringing up that Pheasantipity, and this is going to be a great play from Caleb. Yeah. Take away the draw power from Brent, especially with those research in the prize cards, and get 2 prize cards to put you down to 2 as well.
There's the Iono, there's the Dark Energy top deck. So perfect hand recovery. Now, going after the Pheasantipity instead of knocking out the Screamtail accomplishes 2 things. First one is puts Caleb down to like a boss knockout play on the Gardevoir to win the game, but also keeps the energies stuck on the Screamtail. That means these lists are always playing 7 Psychic Energy. Brent can no longer take out 1 KO on one of these Golden Goes with Drifloon because all his energies are right here.
Yeah, even here, only having, what, the 2 energy to Psychic Embrace, you're going to have to do the 3rd one just to Adrenabrain to take the knockout on the active.
There you go, yeah, double Adrenabrain knocks out the active. Will promote the Golden Go since Brent is committed to the Screamtail, knows it's 100% safe to bring that up. It's not getting KO'd anytime soon. And we see the Secret Box get played.
Secret Box does open up something like a counter catcher play here. Maybe you strand the Dreepy active yet again and just rinse and repeat.
Yeah, just try to make Caleb with 1 turn, right? That's definitely goal. Or have Caleb overextend to where a Budew locks Caleb out of a potential win. But Brent being very careful. I think at this point he's definitely trying to avoid the Jamming Tower play 100%. Or I guess we're just doing the Jamming Tower play possibility right here. Caleb could win the game this turn if he finds Jamming Tower plus KO, whatever Brent brings up.
That's a lot to ask for, though, because this hand is too Buddy Puffin. Caleb did draw an Arven for the turn, so that could get something like a Superior Energy Retrieval. But no way to search for that Jamming Tower.
Yeah. We're going to see coin bonus for 1. We see Ultra Ball. That could get Dracloak. That's an extra card, an extra thin, and we have the Arven. There's one energy. Oh, or we could just get Fezandipity. That's even better. There's only one energy left, so if Caleb overextends or doesn't prepare for the body, this could be a little problematic. Now, the 200 damage on the Golden Go means Brent is in a similar situation. He can go double Adrenabrain, Monkey Dory, KO this Golden Go, and then potentially have a knockout on the last Golden Go, or on the Fezandipity to win the game.
Wow, okay, Fezandipity draws Superior Energy Retrieval, Night Stretcher. That's not Jamming Tower, though.
Yeah.
We still have at least one more draw with this Golden Go EX.
Another superior, but we needed Boss. We needed Jamming Tower. Neither of those cards were found.
Is there a way to draw more cards here?
I think Ultra Ball for Dracloak, but doesn't seem like we're going for that. Okay.
Monkey Dory.
Yeah, Monkey Dory has been unlocked from the prize cards. So Screamtail is not in range of Monkey Dory, but you can put yourself out of range of the double Adrenabrain, and that's going to be so huge. There's the Monkey Dory hitting the field. So Caleb's going to make sure that he doesn't lose this turn, this upcoming turn. There's no possible way, I think, for Brent to win, but I tend to be wrong whenever I say that.
Yeah, maybe the third Monkey Dory comes down. Who knows?
Yeah. Ooh, we do see the attach for turn, so that means Drippy might not even be. Drippy's not coming out of the active spot this turn. We're not going to be attacking.
Caleb just has to hope that next turn we'll be able to cobble together everything.
Yeah. Now 3 onto the Guardy EX without energy and a pass. So now it's on Brent to make something happen. Has the 4th Iono in his hand. I guess he did search for it with the secret box, so it's no surprise there, but it's crazy that with 3 supporters prize, he was still able to piece out everything perfectly. Now, Brent does have a 3rd Monkey Dory in his deck. Unfortunately, it is priced, so we cannot see a triple Monkey Dory to still KO this and KO the Fezandipity to win this game. Prizes coming into play for both players pretty much in a big way.
Yeah, Brent also used that one of Professor Turo's scenarios, so can't do something like Adrenabrain, Turo it up, attach with Dark, and do it again.
Yep. I think Brent's just going to commit to a knockout on the Fezandipity this turn. Let Caleb draw the least amount of cards possible. Instead, he's just going to put 2 damage counters on Golden Go. He's going to use the other Fezandipity to put Adrenabrain to put 1 on Fezandipity and take the KO. So now he's down to 2 prize cards remaining.
Yeah, I haven't really seen that too much, where you Adrenabrain 2 of the 3 to 1, and then the other 1 to the other one. There's the Jamming Tower from Caleb off that Iono.
Finds the Energy Search Pro of the prize cards, which is now basically an energy search because there's only 1, but it will allow him to shuffle the deck. It's a perfect energy. Allows him to shuffle the deck, gets the energy to retreat the Drippy, and then he does need to find double Superior Energy Retrieval in order to win. But he has Pokegear available as well, and he knows that Arven didn't go to the bottom, right? So he's much closer to Arven or Cypher Maniac to win the game. There's Arven, there's Cypher Maniac, that's going to do it. Cypher Maniac will put, does he have enough cards though? Will he have enough cards? I mean, yeah, I think there might be.
I think with both coin bonus, you can get there. So you have Energy Search Pro. There's at least 2 energy in the deck. Arven can get you that TM Evo and a Superior Energy Retrieval. That's
well, but now we can only access 1 Superior Energy Retrieval, right? And we needed 2.
It's going to be close here for sure. Caleb needs 1 prize to be able to win this game, but is staring down a Gardevoir EX with 310 HP. You do have Monkey Dory damage, so that will...
You still need double superior.
Yeah,
but you still need double superior. There's 2. I feel like the Cypher Maniac was a better choice here. Guaranteed double superior, and you would have enough cards to superior away 2 cards, get 4, and then superior away 2 of those energies, get another 4, and that was the perfect 6.
Well,
Draws
you
one.
need 7 to retreat, right? So you need 1 to retreat and then...
Yeah, but double superior gets you 8 total. Oh, there it is. Oh my god. Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
Off
one thing the Arven does is it means you can actually coin bonus into the superiors and then search out the other one. This is exactly what Caleb was able to do here.
Yeah.
And double spirit energy retrieval, or make it rain, take the knockout on Gardevoir EX. And just like that, we're going to a game 2. Golden Go on top of Gardevoir.
Not bad at all. Caleb finding that last turn was so interesting sequencing wise, right? I feel like there were so many different options. Caleb went for what he thought was best, and he ended up getting rewarded, right? He needed to find 1 superior retrieval off of that coin bonus to just search for the second one and get the knockout, all thanks to the jamming tower, the card we mentioned at the beginning, which was going to be so crucial.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay for game 1 here with our competitors. And Caleb starting things off with a knockout on the Cleffa. Brent prizing multiple supporters, having to rely on that grasping draw, and then uses the Badoo after an interesting sequence of events in that next turn. Then Caleb has the knockout on that Pheasantipity EX, and this is just where Brent's starting to get going right after Caleb just got down to 2 prize cards, is able to take the knockout with Adrenabrain, and then Roaring Scream to be able to set up some more damage. Then Roaring Scream taking the knockout on that Pheasantipity EX after an Adrenabrain moving damage to it. And then this is where Caleb finally had that jamming tower. We've been talking about it all game, comes in clutch there because of the extra damage on the Scream Tail, and Pokegear finding the Arven, and then coin bonus drawing into the superior energy retrievals meant taking game 1.
Such a good game. I feel like it was definitely Caleb had a big advantage since the very beginning, but Brent did everything perfectly to give himself the best chance at winning the game, and he was able to piece Iono after Iono after Iono to get him to this point despite prizing 3 Professor's Research. Now Caleb's now going to be very happy finding out that the Energy Search Pro is not prized this time around. 1 copy of the 2 Darkness Energy are prized. I think the biggest card being prized right here is like the Gimmighoul.
Yeah.
Right? That's the main one. Everything else you can definitely cope with for sure.
I still want to go back and talk about that last part of game 1. I really do think it's just the Arven gives you extra cards, right? You get to coin bonus to try to draw into the extra cards there, and wow, Professor's Research just discards the entire hand from Brent. What is going on here?
Yeah, nothing else really. I mean, he didn't have Professor's Research last game. Now he had 2 to start off. Lost a few key pieces, right? That counter catcher, a nice stretcher. He does play 2 counter catchers instead of 3, as or rather, he's been playing 2, so now he only has 1 costing option left. That could come in to play quite a bit in the late game.
Yeah, again, this Gardevoir deck has not been playing boss's orders and having to rely on counter catcher. Usually we saw the 3 of, now with 2 in the list. It's going to be interesting to see how he kind of navigates this game now. And wow, 2 Psychic Energy in the prize cards.
Yeah, 2 Psychic being prized does mean the damage output could be a little limited. Like, now you need access to all 5 Psychic in your deck in order to take a 1 KO with Drifloon, for example. And maneuvering stuff or like your Pokemon around to deal damage, if you commit to a Scream Tail, you're only going to have 1 Psychic left to potentially retreat a Gardevoir afterwards if Caleb tries to stall that out for some reason. So 2 Psychic Energy prize when you only play 7, it definitely puts you a little bit against the rope, not only in terms of having access to them, but also finding them, right? Because then your odds of drawing into 1 are much lower.
Brent's hand is not that good after that Professor's Research. Only had the 1 Ralts in play, was able to Earthen Vessel for Dark Energy to get it on the Monkey Dory on the bench, but just double Iono, Night Stretcher, Counter Catcher, and Energy. Caleb had the opportunity to maybe boss's orders, take the knockout on the Ralts, but the only supporter in the hand was that Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. Opted to draw with the bench Golden Go first, just in case you found it.
Yep.
But here, still looking like a pretty good setup. Has that Energy Search Pro, so he will be able to take a knockout on the active Monkey Dory. And from here, it's pretty well set for Golden Go.
Yeah, I mean, last game we saw Brent respond with a Rare Candy Gardevoir, Kirlia full bench into relentless aggression, trying to make Caleb whiff for a couple of turns. This time around, though, I'm not so sure. This Iono is going to have to be one of Brent's best Ionos since he's been using this deck, because he's going to need a lot of help. He doesn't even have a lot of Psychics in the discard yet compared to the previous game.
And there is that 3 energy discard with Make It Rain. 150 damage, taking the knockout on the active Monkey Dory. Brent will be able to put it right back in play if he wants to, but no, has the Night Stretcher for the Kirlia.
Yep, not too bad. Has the attachment to retreat into Badu or into Clef if necessary. I think he would definitely appreciate the Badu right now, because a lot of energies went to the bottom of the deck. A lot of energies are stuck here. So finding 1 energy to knock out a Badu could actually be a challenging thing to accomplish for Caleb in this upcoming turn.
Yeah, especially if to think 3 energies were in the hand as well from the Energy Search Pro.
Yeah.
They're now on the bottom of the deck from the Iono. There is a case maybe to use Mind Bend with Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
Confuse the active Golden Go. It's an option, but at least right now, Brent Ultra Balls for that Pheasantipede EX, trying to draw some more cards.
Yeah, nobody inside could just go for the Mind Bend, as you mentioned. Does want the 3 extra resources. Found Screamtail, found Heralds, and I think he found a Bravery Charm as well off of that. I think we're going to see the Mind Bend, Jeremy.
All right.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it.
Now, Caleb did find the perfect card, which is Professor Sturo, in order to get rid of this confusion. So, could also Cypher Maniac for the switch as well to just get rid of the confusion. Doesn't mind the damage too much overall. First, we're going to draw cards.
Wow.
And it's the switch off the top. Oh, my God.
Like, let me show you something how to do it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, both of these players are extremely good and extremely talented. But in order to have, like, such consistent deep runs in tournaments, you definitely need a little bit of luck to go your way.
Well, how about finding a superior energy retrieval off the top as well?
Yeah, I mean, who needs supporters, Jeremy? They're overrated.
Yeah, look at that. The 4 cards Caleb's eyeing down is 2 Buddy Puff into this card with that superior energy retrieval
perfect
and
cards.
the switch.
The perfect cards, the perfect leftover cards to have available in order to take this KO. Now, there's no middle energy in the discard pile, so it has to be this Goldingo attacking unless we commit the Cypher Maniac into getting the other middle, or we just need to pay a retreat cost, which is also perfectly fine. Eyeing up the Turo, though.
Yeah, you can Turo. It gets rid of the metal into the discard, and then you just get the metal back with that superior energy retrieval. And with that metal and the 3 other energies, that equals exactly enough to take the knockout on the active Monkey Dory.
And you get an extra coin, an extra 2 cards of your coin bonus as a reward. Now, that Professor Stewart is now gone, right? So it's all a matter of like resource management. Caleb valued the switch more than the Professor Turo, which is perfectly fine. Healing the damage is also pretty powerful in this instance. Eyeing up the Monkey Dory in terms of benching it, but no, we're just going to go for the Make It Rain KO and go from there.
And it's actually important taking these knockouts on these Monkey Dory. This Pokemon helps Brent hit those big one-hit knockouts on 260 HP Golden Go EXs.
Had a Psychic, didn't choose to attach it on the active to retreat, so I have to wonder what the train of thought is behind that. I mean, are you really trying to find a Monkey Dory and a Dark Energy?
I mean, you play 4 Night
upcoming turn. Yeah, that's true. All right, we do find the secret box, the best consistency aspect that we have seen so far. It will get played, but you just not getting used whatsoever against Goldingo this time around.
I think, if anything, you just try to eye down using it towards the end of the game where you can kind of lock Caleb out of it and just hope he plays into it.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely be something to be like, oh, yeah, look, my body is in the discard pile. Oh, oops, nice stretcher, and then you I mean, I'm sure that works against some players. I don't think that's going to work against Caleb.
Yeah, these are 2 top-tier players in the Pokemon TCG, especially this season.
Yeah, I mean...
Fox found everything that Brent really tries to need. We do see that Earthen Vessel. That's another Dark Energy. There's an Ultra Ball that could find the 3rd Monkey Dory.
So Jeremy, you mentioned like how both of these players are extremely good, right? Like Caleb already has 3 top cuts this season. Brent also has, I think, 3 top cuts. He's won 5 regionals total so far. Both of these players top cut in Mexico, both events, which is like pretty. It's a funny coincidence, right? Brent ends up winning in Monterrey. Caleb came close in Merida and in Monterrey. So they're pretty familiar, especially this season. They've been playing a lot against each other.
And this might not even be the last time they play against each other. Both players already locked in for day 2. And Pablo, you said it was going to be impossible, but look at there. That's a Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy for the turn, and a Drifloon with a Bravery Charm. I think we're going to have the knockout here.
Yeah, we are. 4 energies onto it, along with the Adrenabrain damage that will be enough to take down this Golden Go. It does put Drifloon once again in range of that jamming tower, and now we have Cypher Maniac in hand. Oh no, wait, no, never mind.
Iono.
It was Iono down to the bottom. Never mind.
Now Caleb does have a Dracloak, so we can finally see that evolved, get a Recon Directive along with the active coin bonus. That's seeing 4 cards at least.
Yeah.
Has Boss's Orders in hand. But other than that, not much else. There is the coin bonus, Superior Energy Retrieval, and Pheasantipity EX.
My gosh.
What a great draw from that coin bonus. Going to be able to continue drawing cards.
That is incredible.
Has an Earthen Vessel as well. So
yeah.
A lot of play here from Caleb and this Golden Go EX deck.
So with a Cypher Maniac close to the bottom, I mean, you know you're getting closer to the jamming tower, right? But I have to wonder if it's not worth it to just like make that Cypher Maniac live. You do have 2 others, right? Maybe one has been played. I mean, I'm sure Caleb knows the sequencing way better than I do.
Well, this Recon Directive put a Superior Energy Retrieval on the bottom of the deck. Caleb found that Nest Ball, which is a way to just get that shuffle like you were saying.
I think he's eyeing up a knockout on Pheasantipity this turn, possibly, instead of going after Drifloon, because he knows he has access to that jamming tower next turn. I think that might be what we are going for. Deck still plenty of energy available right there. Caleb also, like, maybe considering not benching the Pheasantipity at this point in time. We'll see.
Yeah, it's awkward. I think he might still, just because he was debating playing that Artisan. If you play the Artisan, you cannot play Jamming Tower this turn. So
yeah.
That would shut down your route there. But like you said, does have the knockout on the Pheasantipity EX if he chooses with that Boss's Orders.
Definitely has enough cards to do so right now.
Now, if you do that, though, you don't have another Golden Go EX set up. So that Drifloon is already pretty much set up to take the KO on it.
Yep.
You would need a secondary attacker along with that Metal Energy.
Now, Caleb does know there are no more Psychic Energies in the discard pile, or if you didn't know, he's about to find out. I mean, Brent has 2 damage counters, which is perfect to KO the Golden Go after an Adrenabrain, right? So he's definitely well covered there. Okay, we're just going to take down the Drifloon.
Yeah. Again, still will have that play available in the following turns. This also kind of plays around the eventual Iono that you knew Brent had in hand.
Yeah. Immediate Iono, no Pheasantipity in play. Did find Arvin for a potential follow-up. Gimme Ghoul. Caleb playing extremely conservative this previous turn. I feel like if you bench the Pheasantipity, like you cover for yourself overall to just like, if your Golden Go gets KO'd, you have backup. Now if your Golden Go gets KO'd and you're left with a Gimme Ghoul and a Dracloak, I mean, the only way it gets KO'd is with a Drifloon, I guess, so not the worst odds.
Yeah, there was that Bravery Charm on the Drifloon, but there was also the Bravery Charm on the Screamtail, and I think benching that Pheasantipity EX kind of is just giving it up to the Screamtail next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
And the odds of Brent finding the third Bravery Charm to take the knockout on the Golden Go, especially with it being prized.
Yeah, exactly. We know it's prized. Brent knows it's prized, so he probably would have been happy if the Drifloon didn't get KO'd. Caleb doesn't know it's prized, but he's gonna I mean, he won't necessarily find out if it doesn't get played this turn, but he'll be happy it whiffed, right?
Yeah.
Brent whiffed the Bravery Charm. So yeah, Goldingo is actually 100% safe this turn.
Now, I guess you could still, take a knockout on the active with Screamtail? I'm bad at math right now.
You need the 5th energy available and double Monkey Dury in order to accomplish that. So it is possible. It definitely is possible.
Yeah, we see Ultra Ball here discarding that 5th energy like you were saying.
There's the 5th energy hitting the discard pile. We need another Dark. We have the Night Stretcher. That's why the Monkey Dury is up here in the discard pile. It's about to get recovered. You can see a Night Stretcher, and this is going to be even better. The Goldingo is going to get KO'd whilst the Dracloak is in the active. So Caleb will need to find a Metal Energy to attack with and the switch to retreat this Dracloak this turn. Wow.
What a turn from Brent, turning this entire game upside down. Retreat from that Gardevoir EX, the 5 energy Psychic Embrace to that active Screamtail with the Bravery Charm. And there is the 2 Adrenabrains and Roaring Scream to take the knockout. Now, looking at Caleb's hand, he does have the switch. There's an Arven, a Cypher Maniacs, and a Water Energy.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Caleb, even if he finds the Jamming Tower this turn, oh wow, Goldingo off the top, not bad. But even if he finds the Jamming Tower, he will still need a Boss's Orders to take down the Fezandipiti this turn. Like, his Counter Catcher right now is live, so that is pretty big. That could be how he ends up winning, but I just don't think he has enough cards to find the Jamming Tower, find Counter Catcher, find Superior Energy Retrieval, find the metal, find enough energies. I'm not sure he has enough.
Now, if he does take a prize with the Jamming Tower, that means a Dark Energy gets added to the hand from the prize cards. But I think if Caleb basically has routes to either go like 2 out of the 3, right? He can get all the energy he needs and the Jamming Tower, or he can get the Counter Catcher and the Jamming Tower, or you get the energies and the Counter Catcher.
Yeah. You can't get absolutely everything. And this is where, I mean, if Caleb had the Fezandipiti in play this previous turn,
is it worth it just to grab the Fezandipiti?
I mean, I think if he has to piece everything right now, it's either Jamming Tower and Fez or Counter Catcher and Fez, and then hope you draw into the other one. We see the Jamming Tower get chosen. We're eyeing up Boss as well. I mean,
can't play that this turn.
There's a Counter Catcher as well. That's not enough, though.
I guess the one saving grace for Caleb is there's still no Psychic Energy in the discard. We know Brent has 1 in hand.
Yeah.
But is that going to be enough to even take the knockout on the Goldingo? I don't think it is.
Yeah, I mean, that could be just going after the Gardevoir, doing damage there. That could definitely be an option as well. Or even damaging the Fezandipiti and putting it in range of a potential Adrenabrain later down the line. That could be an option.
Well, I'm just seeing the Counter Catcher on something. You're not afraid to get return KO'd back.
I feel like you'd want to set up game.
Yeah.
Right? Or try to set up game.
Now, Cypher Maniac put the 2 cards on top. Caleb's definitely going to need to play the switch before using that coin bonus, because remember, coin bonus only draws 2 cards in the active spot. Oh, drawing the 1.
Just 1. There's a Counter Catcher. So he knows Jamming Tower is the next card. I think we're going to see a stall play. Yep. We're just going to see a stall play right now. Are there 4 Ionos played right now? Maybe Caleb is confident that he just cannot get... Like, there's no Psychic. We cannot do double Adrenabrain KO Goldingo for the win this turn. That is impossible at this point. We can heal and put ourselves out of range of the Jamming Tower, though, which is huge for Brent. That is amazing.
And on top of that, be able to just damage the Goldingo EX on the bench. Still leaves the Dracloak in the active spot, so you're forced to retreat. Brent could also be thinking maybe the switch is prized.
Yeah. All right, 160. Brent knows that the card at the top is something Caleb chose. So can Caleb pull this off? Now he will need Monkey Dury. Monkey Dury to put damage on the Screamtail, then the Jamming Tower, knock that out, then Counter Catcher to knock this guy out. So he needs some really good cards off the Coin Bonus and the Dracloak, and he has one turn to do it. This game will not, either Caleb wins this turn or Brent will take us to a game 3.
Again, interesting to have that coin bonus. Finds an Arvin. That's not going to do it.
We needed.
We'll have to Dracloak for what? A Night Stretcher?
So we need either Night Stretcher, Nest Ball, Superior Energy Retrieval. I don't think. I mean, he would have immediately grabbed it if it was there. I didn't even get to see what they were. Oh my gosh.
Dragapult EX and then some other card.
Dragapult, okay. Why did we not switch first? Why did we not commit?
Yeah, that Golden Go's gonna get knocked out anyway from that Screamtail.
Would it have been... Oh, I think the Superior Energy Ritual was the next card, Jeremy. If we had seen
no.
4 cards instead of... Oh, it was Earthen Vessel, never mind. All right. Can we do it? I think Caleb might just try to... I think he has to Counter Catcher, attack, not KO, and then hope for the best. Hope Brent somehow whiffs.
Yeah, I saw at least 3 Night Stretcher in the discard.
So there's 5 Psychic Energy here. This is the 6th, and there's 2 Dark Energies. And we know there's 1 Psychic prize, right? That means Brent only has 1 Dark Energy left in his deck. I think the Turo was discarded.
Yeah,
somewhere.
Turo was already used. Or for Caleb, sorry.
Yeah, so Turo for Brent, I think might still be available. The Dark Energy's in the discard pile, so Brent needs to find Night Stretcher if he intends to retreat next turn. That's the only way he can pull this off. I think Caleb might wager that. That might be what he's thinking. There's only 1 energy left. If that, he doesn't know the Psychic is priced, right? So it comes down to Brent finding Night Stretcher to be able to retreat. I mean, I don't know exactly what he's doing. Oh, okay.
Okay, you definitely can't take a knockout, though. So there is that Counter Catcher on the Pheasantipity EX. And a Jet Headbutt will set up game 4 next turn. Caleb has that Fire Energy in hand.
Oh,
does Brent have the retreat here?
Bravery Charm, Research.
Oh, wow.
Big 7 cards. Night Stretcher. Is it the last card?
He found it.
There's the Night Stretcher for the retreat. And we will be knocking out the Golden Go this turn. Wow, so close. What a game. Both players just playing so well.
Going through basically the entire deck to try to find that and sealing up what seems to be a tie. Granted, we've seen a lot of crazy things happen, but there is less than 6 minutes to go in our match.
Yeah, and both players are going to have to set up. I don't know, like, could Caleb have been more aggressive with bringing up something to try to stall it out?
Well, let's take a look and see if he could have. There was that early game KO on the Monkey Dory in the active spot. Caleb setting up pretty well, and then had another KO on a Monkey Dory again, but Brent able to cobble together a pretty great play of Drifloon with that 3rd Monkey Dory, able to take a knockout on Golden Go EX. Caleb, again, digging for Jamming Tower, could not find it this game, and just had to settle for the easy KO on that Drifloon, and Screamtail put in a ton of work, takes a 1-hit KO on that Golden Go EX on the bench, and this was that end sequence there. Brent needing a Night Stretcher, the last in the deck, to be able to retreat the active, found it off that Professor's Research of just that 8-card deck, retreats that Screamtail, takes the knockout on that damaged Golden Go EX.
We're going to have game 3 starting up right now. Caleb choosing to go second to open up that Technical Machine Evolution play as Brent goes bench rolls, attach, and pass.
Yeah, not even a Dark Energy, just the Psychic. And looking at the hand, it's a little awkward. It might be Ultra Ball for Cleffa, retreat, and try to Grasping Draw into some cards.
Yeah, not a lot of great cards available in the hand. At least he knows that Caleb won't be able to attack until the next turn, right? No aggression happening right now, so that Cleffa needs to be a hero Cleffa.
Well, this is the exact turn Caleb is hoping for. Technical Machine Evolution, getting that Golden Go EX and a Dracloak into play. Brent draws a card for the turn, immediately Ultra Balls. Discards a Kirlia and a Psychic Energy. And again, if you're grabbing Cleffa with this, you're not going to be grabbing Ralts. And not even grabbing Cleffa, grabbing Badoo.
Grabbing Badoo, really just trying to slow things down, realizes that he's in a bad spot. He could end up losing with the time remaining and the +3 turns. So he's going to try to make it so that Caleb whiffs a few KOs. Oh, we have Iono.
Yeah.
Never mind. I didn't see the Iono in hand.
I think Iono was the top deck for the turn and
my.
actually had the Ralts in play, so evolves the Ralts into Kirlia.
Yep. Finds Artisan, found another Ralts as well. So things are looking now pretty good overall.
And a Dark Energy to go along with that Monkey Dory. Here is that Itchy Pollen. 10 damage on that Monkey Dory from Caleb's side of things. Retreat to the Golden Go, finds a Dark and an Arven. And we are seeing Caleb just turn on the jets here.
Yep. We have the lightning. I mean, we have the middle. We have the energy. There's a knockout.
Oh.
Oh.
No, I think Caleb took the top card of the deck instead of the prize card.
Yep. He grabbed the top card instead of the prize card.
Was moving so fast. Just happened all at once.
Oh my goodness. Was the Golden Go even the card?
I believe so. We are
he
able to
should really
check.
not be shuffling his hand
Yeah.
right now. Oh my, all right. I mean, we're definitely gonna get a time extension.
Yeah, we're
in terms
slowing
of
things down a little bit.
Time, yeah. It's not gonna affect the game, I'm sure. However, I mean, it's completely understandable, right? It's like you're rushing, you know you have a slight advantage. You need to go through the motions as fast as possible if you want to have a chance at winning this game.
Yeah, it is heartbreaking to see, at least at this point.
Yeah.
It's most likely going to be a double prize loss penalty. Might open up the game for Brent a little bit. It means he would only need to take 2 EX knockouts to be able to take this game 3.
I mean, so if we go by the books, sure, it could be a double prize penalty, right? However, if we are trying to like rewind the game and make this as the least disruptive as possible, like unless the Golden Go gets knocked out this turn, Caleb will not have any information advantage by knowing his top deck, right? There's no decision to be made. So if we go by the book, he now has information that he shouldn't have, sure. I would personally be more inclined to say, okay, it's a silly mistake, it's a warning, we know it's a high stakes match, time is of the essence, but unless the Golden Go EX is getting KO'd, there's no information advantage there's no advantage that he gains by knowing the next card, because he's gonna draw that anyways next turn, right? His deck didn't get shuffled, so there's no advantage gained. It's just a silly mishap in terms of the actions of the game.
Yeah, I don't know, Pablo. We'll have to see. It definitely is not too disruptive for
it's
the
not
actual
impactful
game.
to the actual game. So of course the judges will be the ones who determine the penalty, because it is a high stakes game that also sometimes merits. I mean, the rules are there for a reason, right? If there's wiggle room for understanding the context of the game, I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's arguments to not give a double prize penalty.
Listen, Pablo, I've seen double prize losses awarded for flipping a card over when you're shuffling.
I know, and which is why I'm advocating for context and the situation to be analyzed instead of just going by the book. A happened, B is the what happens, right? So I don't know. It's up to the judges to decide. Of course, we can see that they are having a discussion amongst themselves without the headsets to make sure that they all understand and are clear on what the penalty, if there will be a penalty, will be. So yeah, we'll see what ends up happening here.
I will have to say, if there is that double prize loss, it's going to make this game 3 that much closer.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it seemed like, at least with the way these first couple turns have went, Caleb is in a very advantageous position, at least in trying to finish out this game. There was essentially 3 minutes or so left on the clock, plus the 3 turns, you would have to think you can at least get a few knockouts.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now the plus returns and whatnot, if the double price penalty is awarded, then Brent only needing to KO 2 Golden goes over the course of 2 turns instead of 3, right? Definitely gives him a big advantage. So we'll have to see what the end result is this. As we can see, the judges are explaining to the players.
How have you been enjoying Milwaukee so far, Pablo?
I mean, so far so good. Pretty cold.
Yeah.
A little cold, but I mean, it's pretty warm in Mexico, so I definitely enjoy the cold when I can.
Me as well, Arizona, you know, it's hot.
Yeah, for sure. I bet. How about the food? Have you been enjoying the food?
It's been good. It's been good, yeah. I always love the good Americana of cheese and burgers, you know? It's just really all that's really here.
Yeah, for sure. All right.
Like they explain to the players. Players are having their own discussion as well. The judges are talking it over. There is always the option to appeal to the head judge. And just coming from us as players, you should really always appeal. There's no harm in doing that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. If I were Caleb, that would be my appeal argument.
Yeah.
There's no advantage gained. Sure, I know my top deck. I'm going to draw that card anyways next turn, whatever the card is. And therefore, unless my Golden Go EX get KO'd, now I have information on who to promote before I draw my card. But if that doesn't happen, then
but
no
I think
harm,
it's that,
no foul.
It's that if, right? Like because there's a possibility.
Yeah.
I think you have to.
Could you wait to see what happens?
Well, then you're just doing a little bit more, right?
If we're trying to keep the game as accurate as possible, right?
Yeah.
Then, I don't know. That would be my argument, right? It is a big if. If Brent pieces out the knockout, I get awarded a 2-price penalty because now I have extra information. If Brent doesn't get the knockout, nothing changed. Yeah. So, I mean, could we see one turn of play before the penalty? Because there's clearly no foul play here, right? Like, Caleb's not trying to get an extra card with people watching on top of everything, right? Like, that's definitely not what's happening here. It's
it literally
a complete
was moving
mistake.
so fast.
Yes, exactly. It's a complete, honest mistake. So,
it seems like the judges are settled with their ruling. It does look, at least from the hand gestures, it's going to be a double prize loss.
Players are being informed on what is happening. I mean, and yeah, the counter argument is this is a high stakes match. You should not be making this mistake, even if you're in a rush, even if you are trying to win the game. That doesn't excuse you from having a mishap like this one, right? So there's definitely, if it were perhaps a league challenge, I'd definitely be very
Oh yeah, it's very different for the
lenient,
tier of events.
right? Yeah, so there's definitely a bit of room to interpret and be accurate with the penalization that we have.
It does look like the head judge was called as well, so
yeah,
always great to appeal. You know, you want to make sure everything's right and get as much information as possible as a player.
I mean, headsets are off, at least for Brent.
Just giving his hair to breathe, you know?
Getting more and more people involved. All right. So there's the head judge explaining what is happening. We are going to get the headsets on everyone to explain everything, make sure people in the back are also understanding of what's happening. There's Caleb, right? Caleb explaining the situation as well. So yeah, perhaps we have not come to a ruling just yet.
Good news is we knew the time that it was when this occurred, so it's going to be about 3 minutes left in the match for both of these players, plus the +3 turns. And I think Caleb is arguing exactly what you have been stating, just it's not going to change anything.
I mean, I'm trying to speak from like a player perspective, right? Of course, as I mentioned, the judges have the final say. The book is very clear on like action A happens, action B, or the penalization is what it is, right? But if you try to keep the integrity of the game, you try to make sure that it's the game that is decided by the cards, then I feel like there could be a little wiggle room to see, okay, was there an advantage gained by knowing that card? Was it an accidental mistake? You get a warning for it, but nothing in the game changed because the double price penalty essentially dictates what happens in the game, right? And that was not part of the regional final result of this game. So we'll have to see. Clearly, it's not an easy decision, right? Or an easy solve, right? As we are getting a lot of people involved, we're checking for the extra card. Yeah, with no headset, Caleb can't hear the explanation.
So I think it looks like they're keeping the cards from Iono, but there was also a recon directive used, so it should have been 5 cards at the bottom, but they shuffled the deck. We'll get a confirmation on the actual ruling here, but it seems like they were able to figure things out. It is now Brent's turn.
Yep, we are going ahead. The last thing that happened was Caleb taking a KO. And yeah, I mean, there's no penalty marked at the top, so perhaps we are taking into consideration in order to, I don't know, we'll get an update as soon as we can on what was the resolution. Was it a warning?
Game has resumed, double prize penalty for Caleb. So.
All right. So a double prize penalty was awarded this time around.
We went with rules are rules, Pablo.
Rules are rules, and I understand it. Also, the highest tables, right? This is table number 2, right, of the tournament. Both undefeated players, both extremely high caliber players. So holding everyone to the high standard that is merited in this tournament is definitely worth it.
And now this changes Brent's kind of play now. He could have maybe gone for something different, but now we're going to see potentially a Drifloon knockout here. You have that Gardevoir EX Psychic Brace able to retreat the Ralts into the Drifloon. Is there enough energy in the discard? It does seem like there's 4. There's also 5. Wait, you can't attach all 4. There we go.
Yeah. There we go. 240 with Adrenaline Brain, 260, and there's a KO. So now Brent 1 KO away onto this Golden Go to win this game. Now, there's still a minute left, so even if time gets cold, Brent will have 2 turns, right? So even if Caleb tried to play ultra defensively and prevent Brent from taking 2 prizes, I don't think that's possible at this point in time. So Caleb might just be going all out with the offensive as well. Has Iono in hand, so could try to disrupt Brent a little bit, perhaps.
Hear me out. This hand's actually kind of stacked. It has Counter Catcher. It has the Jamming Tower to take the knockout on the Drifloon, and then the Iono to put Brent down to 4 cards.
Yeah, I mean, thing is, can you get a follow-up KO? I mean, if you can KO the Guardy and KO the Drifloon, I think a rare candy might have been discarded. So getting a Gardevoir EX after, if this one goes down, could actually be very difficult. And Caleb would be down to 2 prize cards, 1 boss away from winning by knocking out that Fezandipity. So this is anyone's game. Without the double prize penalty, it would be super favored for Caleb. With the prize penalty, it's anyone's game, Jeremy.
Yeah, and that's kind of how things have shaped up here in this game 3 for our round 7. Both of our players are 6-0, already locked up for day 2, but you need as many match points as possible to try to make it into top cut. Caleb had that Earthen Vessel fetched out 2 energy. Now there's 5 in hand.
We have a Dark for Monkey Dory, which is definitely not impactful at all. We have an Ultra Ball for our next Golden Go as well. There's 5 energies. We have Arven, we have Counter Catcher, we have Jamming Tower. Time has now been called though. So Caleb is turn 0. He needs a 3 prize knockout this turn and a 2 prize knockout next turn to win the game.
It's very doable.
And it's very doable.
Energy Search Profound. All right, I think this might help get Caleb over the hump to take the knockout on the Gardevoir EX.
Yeah,
3 energy, there was 5 in hand, so you have 7 total.
Now we're definitely not gonna Iono this turn, right? Because you have all those energies accumulated. Now we have the Ultra Ball into the Golden Go. That will give us 2 extra cards as well. You can see now Caleb definitely on the edge, right? Very nervous after the silly mishap we had. We're gonna get the Golden Go. Please don't do it again, Caleb. Please take your prize card and not your top deck.
Golden Go EX found has enough energies in hand to take a knockout on anything he chooses. And with the counter catcher, along with...
Ooh, Superior Energy Retrieval found as well as a Golden Go. All right, counter catcher onto the Guardy. Jamming Tower to take a prize card.
Oh, almost did it again. Oh, that was so scary.
All right, and we definitely have enough energies. And even if we didn't, we got a Superior Energy off the prize card. Oh no, it was a Puffin, never mind. But we have the Superior Energy in hand, so.
Yeah, Caleb actually discarded the Arven with the Ultra Ball instead of the Iono in hand. Could have potentially saved that Arven for another Superior Energy Retrieval the following turn if you needed. But really trying to hope to boss.
Failing the Puffin. No Dreepy or Gimme Goal, and 7 energy KO. Make it rain on the Gardevoir EX. Now it's Brent against the rope. Can he respond with a Rare Candy Gardevoir and a Bravery Charm with a nice stretcher for the Drifloon to get a return KO here? That would be insane to see, Jeremy.
Yeah, we see Night Stretcher and that Bravery Charm in hand already. Nestball is going to check the deck to make sure there is one Rare Candy and a Gardevoir EX in the deck,
and
along
Secret
with
Box.
A Night Stretcher. Secret Box as well, yes.
Yeah, so this flip the script could literally flip the script on this game. Like, this could be insane to see.
Well, I think Brent also has access to Professor's research.
Yeah, I mean, that also works.
Do you thin the deck out of this one waltz? No.
So if Brent takes a 2-prize knockout this game, or this turn, he will win the match, right? If he doesn't, he will have another turn unless Caleb wins, right? Oh, this is...
This has gotten very close,
this
Pablo.
Shuffle is so clutch. This card, Jeremy, will decide this game most likely. All right. We have 2 Night Stretchers in hand.
That's the unfortunate part, right? You'd want at least the other one in the deck. So,
yeah.
Because it's another out 2 Gardevoir.
Gardevoir, yeah, exactly. So would you ever risk the Pheasantipity here? Because, well, no, to get the Rare Candy or Secret Box, I feel like you don't. Okay, so we're going to get Budew. That pretty much confirms we're not going to go for it. Brent knows he has another turn, right? This is turn 1.
Yeah.
So Brent could be playing the long game, essentially. Buy yourself a turn, be patient, bring up the other Golden Go with the counter catcher, try to buy time or bring up, I mean, anything really. And yeah, I think that's what we're going to go for. How many Metal Energy are here? I couldn't tell. Oh.
Bravery Charm on the Budew.
Okay. That's not what I was expecting. I was generally expecting Night Stretcher for Drifloon. Okay,
now this
so
was
Brent,
a big 7 cards. If he would have had it with the Rare Candy Gardevoir here.
Oh, but the jam, he also...
Oh, that's right.
I completely forgot about that. He also needs a copy of Artisan.
Is the Artisan even left in the deck?
There might not be an Artisan left in the deck, you're right.
There's one in the prize cards, and I believe Brent used the other one.
Yeah, so there's no way to get rid of that Jamming Tower right now. So now, I think Brent decided to play defensively then, because he knows he can't win this game.
Play for the tie.
Yeah, and I mean, Caleb definitely doesn't have enough energy left to go boss KO Pheasantipity, even with as many coin bonus as he has right now, because he will be locked out of item cards because of Budew this turn. So that's a pretty big deal. Yeah, I think Brent might be able to successfully stop Caleb from winning. And I mean, I'm glad the double price penalty is really not truly affecting the game. It's a third Night Stretcher with no Drifloon recovered. Attach Retreat and Itchy Pollen. So now we're on to Caleb's last turn of the game. I don't think Caleb can win this game.
It does not look like it. Yeah, a lot of energy in the discard. A ton of Superior Energy Retrieval in the hand, but you cannot play those under Itchy Pollen.
I mean, I feel like a tie is a very fair result between both of these players, right? Both of them are extremely good. They played so well. I feel like without the prize penalty, this was Caleb's game to lose, right? Like, Caleb had a huge advantage. Now that Iono has been played, Caleb knows he will not be winning this game at all. He can aspire to a tie. He needs Brent to not get 2 prizes next turn, and I feel like it's going to be very difficult. Brent did find Gardevoir EX and Secret Box off the prize cards. I mean, off the Iono, but with the Artisan being prized, I don't think he can stretch for a KO here. There's the Secret Box.
And this is where you would be able to, if it was in the deck, Secret Box, able to search for the Artisan. But it being prized just kind of shuts down this play from Brent.
I think Brent is realizing now that he can't do it. It felt like he went through his deck looking for the card, and then he was disappointed to not find the other second copy of Artisan being prized. Just saved Caleb from losing this match.
Yeah, there is the handshake.
There we go. It's a tie.
Are gonna tie for round 7, going to a 6-0-1 record. Not where you really want to be, but it is still a great record to try to make it into day 2 at 7-0-1.
And you know what? The night stretch, the 4th night stretcher was also prized, so we couldn't even get the Drifloon back anymore. Yeah. All right. So pretty intense game. The prize penalty thankfully did not end up affecting the final result of the game. Let's take a look at what happened in this round, Jeremy.
Yeah, it was crazy back and forth for most of these games here. And Caleb had that knockout on the Badoo early with that Golden Go, discarding the energy. Had another knockout on that Pheasantipity EX, having those energy stranded on that Screamtail. And Screamtail trying to put in some work, but Jamming Tower doing even more work, getting the knockout for free. And then Caleb having everything cobbled together, double superior energy retrieval to be able to take the 1-hit knockout on that Gardevoir EX, seal up game 1.
Really well done by Caleb. And then this second game was truly back and forth. Brent played it perfectly despite some awkward prizes. Did manage to get knockouts, and thanks to the Roaring Stream being able to attack the bench, made it very difficult for Caleb to be able to take knockouts, and was able to win the game.
And this was that moment where Caleb just drew the top card of the deck instead of taking a prize card, and it led to a double prize loss awarded to Brent, but really just didn't do too much here. I guess kind of just frazzling Caleb a little to where he wasn't playing as fast. Maybe you could have squeaked in an extra turn to try to get that there, but both of our players ending up here at a tie. That means no winner's interview, but both of our players are still very much in a great position leading into the last round of Swiss today.
Absolutely, 6-0-1 record, fantastic spot to be in. There might be a couple players above you. You still have one more round to play for today, which is pretty great. And I mean, clearly they've been doing so well so far. I would expect them to continue to do so well beyond day 2. So I feel like we're going to be seeing them once again.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, both of the players are 1-0-1 in matches. Caleb's trying to, or Brent is 1-0-1 in matches against Caleb. So Caleb's trying to even that out, take another win, maybe even in top cut. But for that is round 7. Don't go anywhere because we have round 8 coming up soon.
Actually work for a major airline, so we do doubles, so 16-hour shifts. So I'll do a double and then have like 2 weeks off, which I'm doing right now. And then I was just playing Pokemon on my time off and then playing with friends.
You just kind of find it within yourself and make sure Pokemon Go is like an outlet. You know, you're really busy and you want to take some time off and just have a nice break instead of like a chore or a liability. And when I find that good balance, when I enjoy the game the most.
I work part-time while I'm also going to college. So usually what I'll do is I'll do all my homework, I'll go to work and all that. And then if I have any extra time, I'll just sit around and play Pokemon for a little bit.
It's a lot harder than it looks, but as long as you focus and just keep your goals in line, you can definitely like achieve it. But also don't be afraid that like every now and then you can take a break. You can just play some practice matches or just go to locals and take a break from regional for a month or two. It's okay. There's so much to do, but honestly, as long as you enjoy it, sometimes I might pass out at the end of the day and feel like I just walked 10 miles in a venue, but it's fun. I love it.
It's mostly trying to find direct time in between when I work at night and when I work at my day job. And I've just been trying to at least find little moments here and there to at least practice on live and at least try and get some practice for events like this, or try to find some local leagues, at least on the Pokemon website. It should be all right if you find out time for that.
The balance for me is this is a thing I only do once in a while, and I do it with friends, so it's social and I don't lose my mind over it.
Hey everybody, my name is Gabby Snyder here at the 2025 Milwaukee Regional Championships, and while there's an incredible competition going on upstairs, what you might not know is downstairs there are some incredible competitions going on for the professors. Now I'm here with AJ Schumacher, who is our head tournament organizer and judge of the Professor Cup going on this weekend. So AJ, can you tell our viewers at home a little bit more about what this is?
Yeah, so we have Professor Cup tournaments. It's a great opportunity. Most of our professors are busy working the events, helping out everyone, judging the floor, running the match slips, everything with that. A Professor Cup's a great opportunity for them to play the game because we love Pokemon, we love playing the game. So it's an alternate format that judges get together, and we have our Professor Cup format. So we have trading card game, we have video game, and we have Go. So all of our professors have a great opportunity to play some Pokemon.
I was literally just talking to a professor about how we never get to compete. So you mentioned it was a unique format. Let's start with the TCG. Can you tell us a little bit about what format they're playing in this weekend?
So for this Professor Cup in Milwaukee, the trading card game format is they cannot play any cards that cause a shuffle. So they cannot play an attack that shuffles, cannot play an ability that shuffles, and you can't play any of the super common trainers like Ultra Ball or Crispin that cause a shuffle. So anything that plays a shuffle cannot be played. And addition to that, every odd round starting in round 3, they have to remove 10 cards from their deck, and they have 1 fewer prize cards. So it's something unique. It's something that makes you build your deck a little differently, and then you also have to be able to change on the fly when the rounds change.
And being able to do something a little unique is common, because in VG, you were telling me that you can only use attacking moves, right?
Correct. We decided to change up for the video game and Go as well. Everything's a little different. So video game, attacking moves only, so you won't see any protect or trick room plays. Just go do some damage. And then we also are doing something fun with that. Every other round, they remove one of the Terra from one of their Pokemon and cannot Terra that Pokemon.
That is really, really stressful, honestly, as a video game player. Surely the Go players have a little bit more breathing room, right?
So Go, they actually they weren't able to build their own teams coming into the events. We gave them a pack of cards, and they drafted the cards to choose what 10 Pokemon to choose from, and they had 20 to 30 minutes to build their team using only the Pokemon they drafted from those cards. So if they managed to get a Pikachu and a Ceruledge and a Sableye, they wanted to they had 30 minutes to make sure their team was ready to go.
Okay, so still very stressful, but still fun. I mean, you can see behind us, there's a lot of laughter, there's a lot of smiles. I'm sure this really means a lot to the professors to have these kind of opportunities.
Yeah, as I said before, we're always so busy preparing for events, doing everything we can to provide an excellent environment for our players, that having this opportunity to say thank you to our professors, thank you for all you do, let's play the game and have a good time together, let's win some cool prizes. It's what we do. We love it.
Tell me about those prizes now. Surely it's more than just a promo card.
So we do have promo cards for everyone, but we also have special top 8, top 4, and champion promo cards for the professors, which is super cool. And we're unveiling a couple new playmats that are available in the Professor Store soon, and we're going to raffle off a couple of those to some of our professors.
All right, now real quick, I know that you once competed yourself and then you became a professor and now you're a TO. Tell me about that journey. What inspired you to go from competing to now sort of running all this?
So yes, I I won a regional in 2008 as a card game player. I qualified for Worlds that year. And just, I saw some of the frustrations that sometimes players feel when a ruling doesn't go their way. And they're like, I think I could do this better. And so I said that, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to do that. So I became a judge, started judging events, started running events locally, and just kept going. And, we do what we do now and love it. It's great.
Well, AJ, thank you so much for all of your hard work as a professor, as a TO, your future hard work at the Play Lab at PAX East next weekend. I want to see y'all there. But also thank you to all of our professors out there for making these events possible. Now, AJ, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home watching?
Just shout out to my team, Round 3 Events. They put on a great effort, makes Play Lab fun, makes all of our events great. So couldn't do it without you guys, Mikey, Patrick, and Jimmy. And just to all the professors that have helped out our events, let's keep it rolling, guys.
All right, thank you so much, AJ, and thank you all for watching. We'll be back with more Pokemon action soon.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and we're still here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We're down to our last round, but I thought I could grab, maybe a fun little interview while we wait for round 8 to start. Yeah, my name is Juancho Saldana, and I'm joined by a very special guest, Joltik's strongest soldier, M. How are we doing today?
I'm doing great. We've been having a good time playing Joltik Box, so I'm kind of rusty at it. I haven't played a single game of Joltik until I sat down for round 1 today, and I did as well as I could.
Yep. And so you haven't played a single game of Joltik before today. How did we run it? Why did we run Joltik then?
So I really wanted to come in today just to play a fun deck. I used to play Miraidon, and I really wanted to play Blissey with Galvantula EX, but I don't know how to build decks that well yet because I only started playing about 2 years ago, and it's been on and off. So we wanted to run Joltik Box. I've heard it's been doing really well, and it did well for me for not really knowing my 60 that well.
Not too bad. Very impressive. Again, just straight up going to the Milwaukee Regional Championships, trial by fire with the Joltik Box.
Best way to learn.
100%. Again, Joltik, very, very fun deck. But yeah, did you have any interesting opponents or any interesting matches that you want to talk about?
So I ran into a lot of Guardy today. I don't know my Guardy matchup that well, but I had Baby Galvantula, and this card took as many prizes as I played today, as any Pikachu, as any Iron Hands, any 2-prizer that's meant to be a main attacker in my deck. This can deal up to 180 damage, and it definitely took some knockouts for me and got me some wins.
Wow, so definitely just the strongest Joltik soldier, even
for sure.
Might as well just be a Galvantula deck at this point, right?
That's what I wanted to play anyways, so.
That is fair. And then, yes, we're not in day 2. That's all right. What are the plans now? What are you going to do here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships?
Yeah, absolutely. So tomorrow I plan on maybe doing a few side events. That's one thing that I usually miss playing regionals, but I want to get my first prize wall prize, so I would love to check that off of my list of things to do at regionals.
That's awesome. Hopefully there's some Joltik themed prizing there in the prize wall. I'm going to have to check it out as well. Do you have any tips for anyone, trying to get into the game?
Yeah, absolutely. So I started as a new player about 2 years ago because I wanted to win a prize pack at a local tournament. You were actually my first in-person opponent that I played. And my tips for being a new player is don't be afraid to go out and play in person. People are so nice to help you learn to play the game and help you out if you have questions. And I've even found that at highly competitive levels like regionals. So get out and play.
Awesome stuff. Get out and play. Great advice there. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, so Junior is here playing. He's playing with my favorite Tropius Pokemon in his deck. So good luck to him. He's on his winning in right now. So.
Ooh, good luck, Junior. Hope you get that win and in. With that, thank you so much, Em, for a great interview. We're going to throw it back to the desk for more action here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
Wow, look at that fantastic interview out on the floor there. We're talking about our local leagues. You can find your own local league near you. Just scan this QR code and maybe you'll play against Juancho Saldana next.
Hey, we all like free wins. Sign me up.
Juancho getting roasted out here. Yes, Pokemon League is always fun. You get those cool play Pokemon prize packs, as Em mentioned. Great interview there, but we are jumping back into the action on the desk. Shelby Boo here with Kyle Slablehouse. New nickname, Kyle. Surprise.
I wasn't ready for that.
Well, we've been taking you through some of our Swiss rounds here, and we have one more for you all. And I gotta say, we've been talking about bingo cards, Kyle. This was not even close.
No, we're playing a completely different game now. This is unlike anything we were expecting. If you get this right at home, you're a monster.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you know, like the guy texted you. I don't know who's about to be on stream. That's the only way you could get this one right. But give a guess in the chat. What do you think we're about to feature here? Should we give a hint, maybe?
Do you like internet memes?
Yes, I do, actually.
Okay, do you think that 100 trainers could beat this Pokemon?
Oh, interesting, Kyle. Well, with that hint, maybe you can guess what we're about to see on our stream. Of course, we like ending off the Swiss rounds here in our day one with some hype. So make sure you're, if you're wrapping up out there, if you've already finished your games, maybe you dropped, maybe you're just spectating, come gather round. We're checking out our Swiss rankings here. Here in Milwaukee, these are all of our leaderboard here. So only a couple left at the 7-0, those 21 match points, but still a ton of fantastic records, a lot of which we've seen on stream.
Yeah, the potential to see 2 players 8-0 moving into the second phase of the tournament would be incredible. So many great names that we've seen across the major leaderboard, the In the Hunt leaderboard too, just all these players vying for a spot to be in the World Championship stage or continue to build on all of the championship points they already have.
Yeah, one of my favorite players at 11 there, Christian Labella.
Labellstar.
Labellstar. Whoa, look at all these notable matches. There's too many people out there. We have so many notable matches here for you all.
Wow.
As you can see, here's who's going to be going. Oh, look at this. Gabe Smart against Matthew Wood. It's like battle of the content creators right there, right? That's crazy.
There was a lot to choose from, but this one is special. Let's go to the stage and see our players. And, let out some surprises.
Yeah, Kyle, I hope you're ready for this here. Sitting on your left, Raging Bolt EX. 17 feet and 1,058 pounds. And facing off, can he take on 100 players? Maybe. 6 feet, 7 inches tall, 288 pounds, Slacking EX, Kyle.
He's a lazy boy, but man, he's ready to swing in this matchup. This is ridiculous. 340 hit points, dealing 280 damage. The math kind of lines up really well. There's a shot here, Boo.
Dude. He's swinging his whole weight into these matchups, that is for sure.
He's got the bird to back him up.
Yeah, of course. George Illich here versus Max Quint is who we're seeing on our stream here. Look at those prize cards, though. That's a lot of Pokemon on the left side.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate to see a lot of your fellow friends, the Pheasantipity, the Latias, always great ways to help support these Pokemon that are just trying to deal a ton of damage in that Raging Bolt. It has not worked this hard in a long time. 340 is a number.
That is a big number, big number there for sure that we're going to be looking to get to. Max Quint here, potentially from Milwaukee maybe, or maybe close by, because his first day too was in Milwaukee in 2023. Trying to take it back once again here, and George Illich on the other side has been playing Raging Bolt all season long. So I'm expecting some good play here from our Raging Bolt player as we kick off our Swiss round 8 here in Milwaukee.
I just want to give him a hug. He's so cute.
He's so sad. He's so sleepy.
He's a little buddy.
I don't even know. That is such a cutie there. Slackoff is the starting Pokemon for Max. And on the left side, we have George here with that Raging Bolt EX already in the active position. We have that Teal Mask Ogerpon already using its Teal Dance ability to draw a card, attach that energy as well. We see the Nest Ball for the Fan Rotom. Everything is coming up nice and clean here for George.
Yeah, really clean opener here to have the Nest Ball in the opening hand, search out the Fan Rotom, and then lead into the potential for a ton of great draws following up with the Noctowl. We see players often searching out some of their basic Pokemon, but you can also grab that Noctowl, and he will do just that to have a guaranteed plethora of trainers to search from on the second turn.
Yeah, so beautiful there. Just 100 HP or less. That's what we're looking for. And George is being able to line up all these Pokemon for not only for this turn, but for the future turns. Get some Jewel Seekers out, start flying with those trainer cards, and start rolling. I mean, Raging Bolt EX is a strong, fast deck. You know, it has changed a little bit in our new format with Journey Together. As you can see, now we got a lot of colorless Pokemon here helping out the squad. But we have the attach for turn here. That's the fighting energy onto the Raging Bolt. I'm sure George is like, what is this?
Yeah, I don't expect
off?
George to pick up his hand. Just stare at what your opponent's doing for the next few minutes, because you need to take in as much information as possible. You see a Slakoth in the active spot. Colress's Tenacity as the initial search card.
Like, what?
This could be a crazy 50 minutes for you, pal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, seeing this as the search is pretty wild here. Getting the stadium in that Artisan. So that's going to get us some non-rule box Pokemon out onto the field for Max. A lot of players are putting this in almost like in favor of other search cards like Poffins and such, because it sometimes is more consistent. If it sticks there, you get more turns out of it potentially. So Max using that for his own fan Rotom, that's one way to draw it up here. But we're going to see some different Pokemon popping out of Max's deck this time around. We're going to see another Slakoth here, and then we're going to get some Pidgeys out onto the bench as well.
Yeah, he's just checking his count, seeing what Pokemon he has available. Sure enough, he's going to set up a pretty decent board on this opening turn.
Oh, so let's discuss this, all right? We got Slacking EX here as the stage 2 from this Slakoth. What do you think about this this choice? I mean, that's Slacking EX. This is like the main thing of this deck, really.
He's born to slack. It's wild. It of course you have the ability there, and you can't use the attack if your opponent doesn't play those EXs or the V Pokemon.
Not an issue here.
Thankfully, your opponent starts with it. You're going to see them for quite some time. So attacks are lined up. You see the boomerang energy there on the Slakoth there. So you have access to potential rare candy plays in the following turns. There's potential for a great swing coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot believe that. The boomerang energy, we haven't seen that one in a while. Just recycling your energy back to your Pokemon. I mean, the slacking with the great swing, 280 damage. We could see some pretty wild stuff here from Max. But George is just going to go nice and smooth with his, you know, bread and butter turns here. We see these energy come out from that earthen vessel, discarding a Hoot Hoot here with that grass energy and that lightning energy. And yeah, we're just going to see a lot of energy flying down. I mean, George's best chance in this matchup is really to just do what he does best.
Yes.
With Raging Bull,
Ignore
honestly.
your opponent. You don't really get to play around what's happening. You just have to hope the draws don't line up, that a giant slacking is just knocking out your Pokemon left and right. You need to just challenge your opponent. Make them have the answers on the right time. Put them on a clock by taking knockouts as early as possible.
Yep, and we get to start kind of lining up these turns, lining up the hand with specific cards with Jewel Seeker. Thanks to this Knocked Owl, we see the first evolution there into it. Its ability allows you to search out those trainer cards. George gets the pick of any cards out of this deck, which is pretty nice here for George. What do you think he's going to be targeting down here, Kyle, in this initial turn?
There's potential for a card like Boss's Orders to be something relevant. You can be worried about your opponent having that energy in play. You start to think, oh, well, it's going to take at least 2 energies to attack. Hopefully, if I remember what Slaking does, it's in my binder somewhere. And other than that, you're just hoping that means you have 1 additional turn. Now, what he doesn't know is that Max does have more resources. He's got access to counter gain, but you're just asking your opponent to have even more in a hand that hasn't shown much yet.
Right, yeah, and you don't really know what's going to be coming out there, so you just got to give it your best shot here. Boss's Orders and that Ultra Ball going to be the choice in the trainer cards from George here, so pretty solid set that we got there. We see that lightning energy for the turn there. We also saw the grass from the Teal Dance on that Ogerpon on the bench, so we're starting to see those energy come out. Of course, Raging Bolt swinging for the energy on board, which is kind of like the opposite of Golden Go. Swings from the board, not from the hand, but that's enough there to take out that Slakoth. Poor little buddy. Wiped too soon off our field.
He wasn't even awake, all right? Let's be honest.
Yeah, he's half asleep.
He's like, all right, whatever. I'll just hang out over here.
Let's go sleep on this tree. All good here. So the Pidgey is up in the active position now for Max.
Oh, we're going to see the grand tree.
Yo! Oh my goodness, getting the evolution Pokemon out here for Max. It's gonna be, look at that, the Pidgeot EX from the Grand Tree. This is the A spec. You can only play one in your deck, but it allows Max to turn straight into this Pidgeot EX after the Pidgeotto.
There's an Arven, there's a rare candy, there's Ultra Ball. I think he's just gonna have the slacking answer
What
here.
in the world?
This is just already in the hand for him. He hasn't even used his quick search. This is ridiculous. Counter gain, oh, it's all there.
I mean, it's working out. I am so curious how Max ended up on this. Like, it's got to be like his favorite Pokemon, right?
I mean, now it is. It might lead to some pretty great wins on stream.
Oh, well, we'll have to see. Yeah, that counter gain tool card, pretty awesome here. You know, as long as you have more prize cards than your opponent, which currently he does, the attacks used by your Pokemon is 1 energy less. So, I mean, that is awesome, because we're remember, slacking EX hits 280. It is strong. I mean, it is an evolution Pokemon, stage 2 evolution Pokemon at that. So I mean, it's a lot to get to that point. And yeah, Max is hopefully going to be able to get there this turn. We now have a full bench here with the Duskull also joining the party. We got some ghosties in this list too, Kyle.
There's a question here. You have 2 of the Jet Energy, but it's not the Boomerang energy that you're looking for. That'd be ideal in a situation where you're going to discard with the Slaking. You already have the counter gain in play, which isn't going to be great on the following turn, so attacks aren't lined up for next turn, but who cares? We just played our whole hand for a knockout.
Like, look at that. That slacking EX is online here. George is picking it up and taking a read. It has that counter gain. It has the energy attachment for the Great Swing. It has been fully evolved here now. It's born to slack. The EX is in play. We are ready to go. Great Swing is going to do 280 damage. And George is reading that like, well,
what just happened?
Goodbye, Raging Bolt. Sorry. 240, little weak boy. So sad. That's absolutely wild here. Max just going for it. The swing of the hand and the Great Swing 280, taking out a fully healthy Raging Bolt EX. Oh my gosh. Kyle, I cannot believe it. Now we're over to George's turn after that knockout. Max is going to go down 2 prize cards now. The Poffin and that Jet Energy being drawn. And the Teal Mask Ogerpon already has 2 energies up on it. But yeah, that's who George is promoting this time around.
I think Max got a little excited there. If he had switched and done a different energy per turn, he would have an additional energy in play by the Boomerang. But it might pay off if your opponent is able to find an answer here. The Raging Bolt is back if there's access to a decent supporter in this spot. You could see enough energies to take a knockout even on 340 hit points.
Whoo! Yeah, that is pretty nice here that we have some play from George, but we see another Raging Bolt as well come down.
Is this just single target Sada?
From the Night Stretcher.
Teal Mask. No, you're out of your Ancient guys, though. It's just, that's tough. You're just missing on...
Yeah, you have to target the Ancient down, and the only one there is that Raging Bolt EX. So we're just going to see the single attachment there from the Professor Sada's Vitality. Could have been 2, but only 1 Ancient boy. You still get the +3, though, for the draw off that Professor Sada. So that is quite nice. We're going to bump that Grand Tree straight out of the way. That's very pivotal to get rid of, as well as the Jamming Tower, turning off those tool cards.
The plan might have changed too, because I think there was Prime Catcher also targeted there off the draw. So maybe you can go after a different Pokemon in this spot. The problem is you're really banking on that that counter gain, not getting any additional resources. If there's a counter stadium for Max here, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. That's quite scary here, but we're maintaining here. We had that Latios EX. That's going to allow for the free retreat on those basic Pokemon, which is allowing this Raging Bolt EX to come back up into the active here. Now 4 energy on board for George.
I mean, this is absolute powerhouse heavyweight matchup. Both players just throwing all their resources at the other to try to take the prize cards and move forward. But there's nothing left. I mean, this board is atrocious for George. And Max has no resources right now. He's working with a Colress Tenacity once more to try to rebuild.
They are swinging back and forth here. the monkey punches and then the long neck raging bolts going back and forth. 2 prize cards here, 2 prize cards there. Now George is sitting at 3 left to take in this matchup. It's a quick one, that's for sure.
He only plays 2 stadiums, and he countered his own stadium here. He doesn't have an answer to the jamming tower.
Oh no, yeah, that could be pretty bad here, Kyle. That's going to require more energy to be on the board since that counter gain will not be in effect.
Ooh, I got news. We don't have a way to get any extra energy. It's just attaching and passing. Like you're stuck.
Oh my gosh, that's exactly what we're gonna see here. Max just attaching that boomerang energy onto the slacking EX, and that's it. Now we're back to George as the fan Rotom is left in the active position here. Could this be the opening here for George to just take the reins here in this matchup? Only 3 prize cards left, already leading in this this round. So I'll have to see if he's able to maintain that.
There's Crispin. There is a Noctowl in the hand as well. So if you really wanted to set up a decent board, you could try. The issue is that your bench is just atrocious. There's no real way to set up more with Sada and get additional energies down.
Yeah.
You're going to lose an energy by knocking out the Fan Rotom, so you probably don't have the reach to knock out a Slaking on the following turn.
Yeah, that is where it gets awkward, you know, with the Hoot Hoot, the Noctowl lines. It's so pivotal to have those cards to set up, but then it clogs your bench. It allows these really awkward times where he needed the Latias to be able to retreat out of that for free and have the energy to be able to attack, and now it's just like, oh, cool. I got a bunch of Noctowls and a fan.
George,
what do I do? Those aren't
George
ancient.
is thinking about it. He's trying to find an answer to how do I continue to build on my board and find more resources. The answer is Area 0. You need to play down more ancient Pokemon to have the opportunity to Sada on the following turn.
We don't limit to 5 here. We're going to limit to 8. That is pretty
Open
solid.
the drawer.
Open the drawer. Get in the basement. We're going to the basement here. Area 0, under depths. We have gone into the caves. That's going to expand George's bench. Exactly what we need to see here. Now we have the Fezandipity EX down. That's going to open up more Pokemon on the field, but also some flip the script action down the line, potentially here for George. All right, we're seeing the Earthen Vessel.
Yep, loses the Iono, so.
Thank you, Kyle. I could not see that.
Fairly comfortable with where he's at and where his opponent's hand is.
Blind Boo strikes again. We're gonna.
For Max, he has 2 energies and a buddy puff and no Pidgeot anymore. He's just waiting for an opportunity to bring the slacking back into the active spot and try to survive off of the prize cards here. George, on the other hand, really starting to set up a strong board. Just you have to stay consistent. Just get those energies in play, and hopefully you have an opportunity to knock out 340 hit points on the following turn.
Right, yeah. That's what you're looking to hit. Can we get there? I mean, that is so beefy. It's actually crazy. Crispin going to be played here, I think, just looking to make sure. The Iono that was discarded, so we do have the supporter still for the turn. It's going to allow George here to search out 2 basic energy. They have to be different types of energy, which is totally fine here in Raging Bolt EX as we see the grass and the fighting energy being brought out. We haven't seen that teal mask Ogerpon be able to dance it up on the bench here, so we're going to see some dancing.
Yeah, the additional energy is going to be nice. There's also another grass energy in hand. I did not see if we had the lightning just yet, but you would have to assume that that's coming soon.
I would hope so, Kyle.
You know what?
Well, maybe.
I don't see it yet.
Well, there's an Earthen Vessel, so.
He started getting nervous.
In the deck. Oh, no, it's in the
We've seen a few.
Wait, there's 1 in the prize cards. Have we seen 2 already in the discard? Because that'd be awkward.
We're going to fan road them.
What's happening? Yo, the 2 are in the discard. It must be. We've Crispin for turn, so we can't Sada or anything. And yeah, it's just the fan Rotom here with the energy attached. We're going to see the Assault Landing take out its own kind. It's fan-on-fan crime here, Kyle. That's a prize card there for George. Going down to 2 left. Max, on the other hand, finally able to bring up the slacking EX. Of course, tools are back online. Jamming Tower is out of the question now that that Under Depths is underway. Max is going to bring out some other Pokemon onto the field with that
another fan Rotom and a Badoo.
What?
This is, yep. I don't know what we're doing anymore, but I love it.
What? Yo, I like it. Yeah,
I mean, think about it.
Yeah.
You don't have a great attack right now. You don't want to have an EX Pokemon in the active spot. It's Jet Energy and get him.
Go for it, little buddy. The fan Rotom.
Unplug him.
We're unplugging the fans here. It's getting hot in here, Kyle, because we are seeing fans drop left and right between these players. Max taking a prize card off that fan Rotom knockout. Now we're back over to George, who puts that Latias EX in the active position.
Well, if George has access to a Lightning Energy, it seems like he's got the answers all there. He's got 3 energies on board already, Crispin in hand, and a Prime Catcher to go along with it. It's just, does he have the resources left in deck?
Right.
He's going to take a peek with the Nest Ball and see what's left.
Now this will give us a look as well. Nest Ball going into the deck. I don't think it's there,
I don't think we have a Lightning,
Yeah, the ones in the prize cards, and then I guess it's 2 in the discard pile as well.
Yeah, there's digging for a Night Stretcher at this point.
Right, yeah.
Or of course, if you can find
the Sada
itself.
as well. Sada, Night Stretcher. We got the Pokemon for it. We just need that supporter.
Pheasantipity has some draws too.
Right,
You can thin
that's
out with
true.
the Ultra Ball. There's plenty of ways to
Rotom's
see more cards.
Yeah, the Rotom went down. Pheasantipity is online. We could sequence a little bit beforehand there. Mew EX as well.
Yeah, there's
that's the
an
thing.
opportunity to thin down. I think you can get this down to, what, 2? You could see 2 cards if you Prime Catcher early.
We're going to be drawing.
I mean, if you want to commit, you could commit. Full send it at this point.
I think you got to, right? Yeah. Earthen Vessel here, discarding one of those cards from the hand. Going through here, grabbing these energy out. 2 grass. We've already teal danced here for the turn from George.
Well, on the first one. Still
Right, on
another.
the first, yeah.
So even more cards to be seen.
In the basement. We're dancing in the basement on that teal mask ogre pond. So yeah, this actually could lead to I mean, how many cards we netting here, Kyle? This is a lot.
I mean, you're going to see a lot, and there's a lot of ways to close out. And that is a Slitherwing. That's not exactly doing it, but it's additional fodder for discard.
Right, here's
Pheasantipity
3.
looking for 3.
Oh, there's
that
Night
looks like a stretcher to me.
Yeah, that's a gold Night Stretcher too. Very nice. We're
Fancy.
seeing an additional card here from another teal dance with that grass energy, the Night Stretcher here, and had the Pal Pad as well.
Yep, that is plenty of energies right there. A lot of knocking out power. Prime Catcher, Lazy Boy going down, and that is how we play game 1 here in round 8.
He was born to slack, but he's being taken out there from George Illage. Taking the win with Raging Bolt EX, was able to get tons of energy. I mean, how many energy did we see hit the field there just that last turn? That was crazy. So much damage there from Raging Bolt EX. Able to take down that slacking and wrap up this game. Let's take a look back at how this turned out from us, Kyle.
Yeah, what happened here?
Yeah, right? I mean, that slack off was taken out early on. It had an energy attached, but then went straight to the discard pile. Max was able to swing back thanks to that counter gain. And that Jet Energy as well has to discard after that slacking EX attack, but took some prize cards there. It was a back and forth. Raging Bolt EX taking out that Pidgeot EX that did debilitate Max a little bit there. And then the craziest part, the Fan Rotom versus Fan Rotom.
Yeah, just found the right play to stay in the game for a little longer, force George to have the perfect answer.
Yeah.
It's not the way he drew it up. Had to draw with all sorts of different Pokemon, but he had that Prime Catcher ready to roll. Finally finds that Lightning Energy that he wanted a couple turns ago and got the job done.
Yeah, thank goodness we have a lot of ways to get into those cards. So many teal dances thanks to that Area 0 under depths. We had the Pheasantipity as well thanks to that Fan Rotom knockout. So George just had it there to be able to draw into, but still had to play it safe and make sure, you know, you thin out and clean things up there, and he did so. With that Raging Bolt EX taking the first game between these players, can Max come back with the monkey? We'll have to see.
There's definitely potential. I mean, we saw a great opener from Max to have the opportunity to take a turn 2 knockout on Raging Bolt and potentially have swings even longer than that. He just did not have the Boomerang energy lined up and ran into an issue with the Jamming Tower. He had played both of his stadiums already, so wasn't able to have an answer. Was just counting on too much there with the counter game.
Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate there. I mean, a lot of decks here, Jamming Tower is just so good right now because there are a lot of decks that require a lot of tool cards to kind of enable their strategies. So having just a couple Jamming Towers in there can really help you out. And you saw that here from George Illich. I mean, even opted to get rid of it to get that Area 0 underdepths to stay in the game, which was epic because that's really what got him to where he went. But yeah, the Jamming Tower, even just halting one turn, was huge there for George to take the lead, take the reins in that match.
Yeah,
so.
we often see Jamming Tower as a one-of copy, and you really want to pair that with either the hand disruption turn or removing the draw. And he did that perfectly. He was able to time that out with a knockout on Pidgeot.
Gorgeous.
Leave your opponent with 3 cards and a dream.
3 cards and a dream. I don't like being in that spot, that's for sure.
It's a nightmare for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nightmare too. What's going on in those prizes, Max?
Yo, also 2 fighting energy for George in the prize cards as well. And, whoa, what the? I didn't even look at the
I'm like, do you realize that he's going to have a really hard time playing Pokemon,
I was looking left, you were looking right, and that is way worse.
Well, let's meet in the middle where we're going to have a crazy game because how do you play without your Pidgeot line?
Even crazier than last time. Honestly, that's a good question. We saw at least one turn with the Pidgeot EX with that quick search, but then it didn't stay around too long for Max. But not having it at all that's pretty tough there. That is very sad. That's sad boy hours, Kyle. We're going to have to see how that turns out between these players. Of course, starting off here, George is going first. We see my pick, the baby Raging Bolt here. I mean, what do you think about that, being the starting Pokemon? Of course, you got to start with whatever basic you get, but do you think that maybe turns any tides here, Kyle?
It's not a bad Pokemon to start with. You think about, especially in a matchup like this, Pidgey has 60 hit points. You're going to knock that Pokemon out on turn 2. It's something that Max can't protect.
Right.
Now, he's not going to give away the information that both of his Pidgeot are prized, and George is going to take the knockout easily, but it just lines up very well to just take some initial prizes while you just set up some energies on your side of the board.
Yeah, and you're a single prize Pokemon. That's pretty nice here, so love to see it. Of course, we have Fan Rotom coming in to play here as well from George. From that Nest Ball, after we saw the Earth Vessel searching out some energy first for the turn. We also have that Lightning energy already in the discard pile for future Professor Sana's turns. Now we're going to see double Hoot Hoot and a Noctowl for George.
Yeah, what a complete contrast. You've got Insomnia Hoot Hoot, who doesn't fall asleep, versus the laziest boy in town, Slacking.
He's half asleep already.
I can't sleep. The nightmares keep me up.
Oh my gosh.
Look at his eyes.
Exactly what it looks
He hasn't slept in 8 years.
Poor guy, man. Well, we have, I guess neither of those Pokemon have slept in 8 years. Look at those Hoot Hoots. They are awake. Yeah. They both got the bags under their eyes, that's for sure. They're staying up all night, keeping their trainers going in these battles. That's kind of dark, Kyle. Well, we got the Slack off here in the active position as we kick off Max's turn with this Nest Ball. Going into the deck, grabbing some Pokemon. I think I know which one is going to come out, Kyle.
Yeah, the fan?
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Finds a lot of your Pokemon. And this is where you find out some bad news. That deep breath is going to get even deeper soon. It's a problem.
Yeah, look at that. As you identify what is in your prize cards when you're flipping through and you don't see any of the stage 2 bird that you need. There's plenty of the basics, there's plenty of the middle evolution, but we need that Pidgeot EX. And Max is not going to have access to it unless he gets a hold of those prize cards. One is at the bottom there, so I don't know, maybe we could see something happen, but that quick search is pretty important here for Max. That's the engine here.
He's doing exactly what you need to in this spot. You do not give any information to your opponent. You play just like you would any other game. You set up double Pidgey. Your opponent's going to knock one out, and then there's a turn where you can potentially get this Slaking out, take a knockout, find your Pidgeot, and play this game like normal.
Yep. Yeah, that's what you're aiming to do. And then it's like, oh, nothing happened. It's fine.
I ripped a 1 in 3. Everything's fine. You don't need to know how lucky I got until you rewatch the VOD.
Yes, exactly. Of course, George doesn't know that at all here. Just watching Max play out this turn. Max is doing everything, getting these Pokemon out onto the field with that Fan Rotom. I mean, that's who you target down. That's what you got to do.
Of course, now we have double slack off, as we saw one get eliminated from the match pretty early last time. Of course, also George went first, so we're going to see that initial attack from George's end. Iono is going to be the supporter for turn here, opting to get rid of that hand on Max's side, as well as George's hand, into a fresh 6 for both players.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you got a great image of what was going on in George's hand. He held onto a Hoot, he didn't play a Terra Pokemon, and he didn't grab Noctowl with Fan Rotom. So that hand could have been everything or nothing at that spot.
It's true.
He held on to all of his cards very tightly, and now he's got a fresh hand to work with. It could backfire here for Max, but honestly, he needs to focus on himself at this point. You don't have Pidgeot.
Stay alive. Stay alive, stay in the game. Of course, George working with some fresh cards here on the other side. Now we're over to the left side of the field. Crispin is going to start us off as the supporter, getting these energy out. One goes on to your Pokemon, the other energy goes into your hand, allowing you to also attach it. You can, if you had the Ogerpon, start teal dancing around here.
Yep, and that seems like the best play here. He already has 2 in hand. Could find even more energies to go along with this. You get to hold on to the energies as you continue to build onto this Raging Bolt as well. You have the knockout on a Pidgey if you like, and this looks pretty great for George. He's not losing any EX Pokemon too, which we should also note, none have been played. I guess you don't have to play down an EX. You could just see what happens.
Imagine.
And what if he just goes for the can't slack strat? What if
That
he
would
just goes
actually be really
giant
cool.
neck knockouts?
It would just be
forever.
It would just be Assault Landing at that point, right?
I mean, I think you could just beat him up with a Raging Bolt forever.
No, I'm talking about from Max's side.
Oh, yeah, he's just left with a fan and
You're
a
just,
dream.
You're just a fan.
It's not great. I'm going to read Vigoroth in a minute and see if there's anything there.
That would actually be crazy to see, Kyle. I guess we'll see what happens here.
That is where we're at. He held on to Teal Mask Ogerpon. He's not playing any EX right now.
This is so crazy. I mean, yeah, that's super cool. This Raging Bolt, we talked about it being the start Pokemon, and it's coming into play here. We have the opportunity to not be an EX attack, as you saw that knockout on the bench there from that Thunderburst Storm on that Raging Bolt from George. So down a prize card. Max has a Pidgey wiped off the field here. Pheasantipiti's going to join us to flip the script a little bit, draw into some cards for Max. Of course, we're still working with the Iono hand as well before for Max. But yeah, imagine if there's just no EX.
He's not threatened. He's good. The only issue you have is the Fan Rotom on the other side, which you'll knock out with your Fan Rotom.
Yeah.
You're good.
That's
just play this really ugly game of Pokemon.
I mean, Cruel Arrow, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Watch him charge that up in 2 turns.
Every single turn. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Pheasantipity EX has flipped the script here for Max, but is it going to flip the script of the game?
You just wait till I charge up my bow and arrow.
Nice and slow here. That Cruel Arrow. But, yeah, well, what does Max do at this point? I mean, you just got to hope. You know, we were already on the back end here working with no Pidgeot EX, but yeah, now it's just like we just got nothing.
He's got Rare Candy, Jacques, all the goodies he could possibly want,
Some
but
evolution.
Your opponent didn't play Pokemon and it's hurting you.
I can't believe that's the effect of the card. Like, why? That's like the worst ability ever. Is it not?
Leave him alone.
Wait, you can attack with Vigoroth?
All right, calm down.
Shark.
Calm down.
That's 30 energy. Oh my god. Yo, we got the counter gain.
I like the plan where you just give him a bunch of Pidgey and Slaking and then just go in with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Like, at this point, you just got to accept you're going to lose a ton of prizes
just
to
work
this
it
strategy.
Down. Yeah, that's true.
It's
oh yeah, we still got we got some Dusclops, Action Dusknoir.
When your opponent doesn't go for the Pidgeot here, it's really telling that there's a problem.
There are many problems here, Kyle, that is for sure. Well, Slacking EX is going to join the fray here. Of course, born to slack, it's doing that, Kyle. It is slacking at the worst time. It's slacking.
Can you turn off your ability? Do you have a path to the peak?
Your own ability. Look at this. The Fan Rotom coming into play. We're going to see some more Assault Landing. It's going to start chipping away at this Raging Bolt here. Or is that just a... What's happening? Just pass?
I mean, there's no stadium in play, so
Oh, yeah,
you can't
that's
do
true.
anything.
Oh, no. I think he tried to use the assault landing, but yeah, it has to have a stadium in play. It doesn't have to be your stadium, it just has to be a stadium, but it's not there. So not even the fan Rotom can help out here. George saying, yeah, I don't have any X's. There's no stadiums either.
I don't play
Sorry,
nothing.
buddy. Start attaching, bucko. Start attaching them energies. Oh, no. George is just chilling here with a fully healthy 130 HP Raging Bolt.
He doesn't even play energy for the turn.
Didn't even play the energy. That is how ahead he is. Gets rid of that Pidgey off the bench there. Thanks to that Raging Bolt Thunderburst Storm.
I don't know about that. I feel like there was an opportunity to attach energy and attack into the Pheasantipity for 90, and then next turn you hit it for 120.
I like
Move that Pokemon from play. Don't give your opponent 3 additional cards in this instance where they are clearly struggling.
True.
But instead, is going to just take more prize cards. I get it. It's a race right now, and your opponent is just stumbling.
Yes.
But
stumbling indeed.
there's now potential.
Yeah,
you see the Colress Tenacity, that's a stadium. That's now a 2-turn clock for this Raging Bolt.
Exactly. You're opening up a window now, and that could be pretty scary, pretty risky, you know.
Yeah, the bugs might fly in.
The bugs. The fan Rotom.
Yeah, the fan's got to blow them out.
Fly in your window.
Why'd you open a window? I'm a fan. I can help you.
The Artisan in play now thanks to that Colress's Tenacity there, grabbing the stadium out. A Super Rod being played here as well from Max. And that's going to bring another Pidgey down to the bench. We've seen 2 of them hit the discard pile as both of George's prize cards so far. This game, still no Pidgeot EX stuck in the prize cards there, but Slacking's going to slowly start building up these energy. Boomerang energy now down onto the bench here. Now we are going to see that Assault Landing is activated thanks to that Artisan. Raging Bolt has taken some damage here. 70 damage, 60 HP left in the active position.
Yep.
We need some things to happen here now from George.
I mean, pressure's slowly starting to accumulate at this point. You could be nervous about losing your Raging Bolt here to another fan Rotom at some point too. So you have to make a decision of if you're going to continue on this path of just taking these smaller knockouts, or if you have to switch it up at this point. I feel like you have to knock out this fan Rotom and force your opponent to continue to have an answer without playing an EX, but it doesn't feel great to just not do your strategy, not play down multiple energies each turn and set up for a response to an inevitable slaking, but you don't have to play into slaking if you don't need to.
Yeah, I mean, he's got options here, that's for sure. I don't know. I mean, I guess we saw as well last turn the energy wasn't attached. It was just kind of like, all right, let's attack again, see what happens. But now the nest ball being played here for George, going to line some stuff up. As you said, Kyle, we're
it's time.
Playing it. Yeah, it's time. Timer's up. Raging Bolt EX is out on the field here now. Only 1 energy in the discard so far, as we haven't really seen a lot of cards played, honestly, from George, which also means he's probably been stacking up quite a hand as well.
Yeah, he's going to work on compiling some Pokemon here at this point. I assume we'll see the Teal Mask as well to go along with this. And you can start building up a little bit here, but it's, I mean, there's opportunities. I mean, if Max has Boss's Orders to go along with this, just knocks out the Raging Bolt that already has energies on it with a Slaking, you kind of played right into that.
Right, exactly. I mean, when there's opportunities, Kyle, we take them. And this monkey has been getting ready on the bench here. It's got already 1 energy attached. It's got a vulnerable Raging Bolt EX on the bench. Max hopefully has been building up his hand since he hasn't played many cards, I'm not going to lie. We also have flipped the script now that the Pidgey goes down.
This seems like the worst of both worlds.
Yes,
You've got 1 energy in play, and you play it into the slaking at this point. I guess the benefit is that it's Fan Rotom is probably what you want to attack with, but now there's a chance for Max to draw into Boss's Orders here.
Yeah. I mean,
we've seen it.
Where there's a will, there's a way. There's already so many cards in the hand. That means, you know, a better chance to draw it out of the deck as well.
Dusknoir?
Whoa! Rare candy straight into the stage 2. That's the Dusknoir with its Cursed Blast ability. 13 damage counters, 130 damage.
Okay, there's definitely some plays here now. There was Boss's Orders at the back of the hand, but he's going with the Arven instead. Wants to have
the counter
game plays.
Yeah, I mean, counter gain for the tool card also gets an item card off of this as well. Playing the Arven here from Max. Maybe just, I don't know, get set up here? Or?
Ruh-roh.
It's happening here, I guess. Countered gain coming out as that tool card.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's another counter catcher to incorporate this into the mix. There's
That'd be nice.
one in the prizes, and that's it. So if he was expecting to see that, that's really unfortunate.
Oh, no, I hope that's not.
I mean, he's just going to look back and go, what were my prize cards?
Right, exactly.
You couldn't have picked worse ones for me. This is crazy.
I know, and when you see that, you know, both your Pidgeot EX are in there too, that's already tough enough. Maybe it just overlooked the counter catcher.
Yeah.
That's potential right there.
Starts to tunnel at that point and get a little frustrated. If your answer this turn is just a simple attack or a Dusknoir pop, you're going to run into a lot of problems.
Yes, this needed to be a very pivotal turn here for Max. Like we said, George opened the window. Max had to be able to take that opportunity. And are we going to see that whiffed now that this is the play, the route that Max has chosen to go down here with the Arven, the Dusknoir. We had the counter gain now on the slacking EX, of course, being behind in prize cards, one less colorless energy, but that's it. It's just going to be the Assault Landing taking the knockout here on that small one prizer Raging Bolt. That's one prize card, but where are you now, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, George still has a lot going for him at this point. Has not played a single Noctowl. You have to expect at this point your opponent will find a Prime Catcher and work in a big knockout on that Slaking EX. It's almost inevitable at this point. Sure, you could go for a slower approach, go with the Fan Rotom knockout and be 2 prizes away, but if you remove that threat and there's a Dusknoir in play with Yui 1 prize away from winning the game, I feel like you're going to win this one.
Right, exactly. That is for sure, Kyle. We're seeing the Earthen Vessel being played here, discarding a card there for those 2 grass energy coming into George's hand. And this is what we saw last time from George, just being able to accelerate bonus energy from the Teal Mask Ogre Pawns, this time Ogre Pawn here for George. Also, we could see the expanding of the bench again.
Some things we need to consider with the prize cards remaining. It is 2 fighting energy, so
true, that's awkward.
You have to know where that last one is for the Raging Bolt to take a knockout.
Where is that last one?
Not sure if we've seen it yet or if it's in the discard pile.
Well, let's see. Yeah, it's in the discard pile.
Okay, he's got access to that by the Night Stretcher or a couple of those supporters.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see what that Pheasantipity brings. It is going to bring the expansion of this deck since we do have a Terra Pokemon out. Now we have 2. Teal Mask Ogre Pawn out on the field. Plenty of grass energy to throw around here. But yeah, as you said, Kyle, if we want to be able to target down those ancient Pokemon with the Professor Sada's Vitality to be able to get that fighting energy out onto the field, because the other 2 are currently stuck in the prize cards. Just kind of awkward.
Yeah, this seems game-breaking at this point. You have Ultra Ball, you can search out the Noctowl, you can find the Sadas and the Prime Catcher, set up all the energy in the world, knock out the Slaking EX, and
right.
What do you do after that?
Like, look at the discards, too. Like, Counter Catcher, can't use that, you know. Slitherwing, ain't using that. So, look at that. It's a -2. Grab the Noctowl. Jewel Seeker. Now that we have those Pokemon out, we can just Jewel Seeker for these trainer cards. And look at that. Professor Sada's Vitality and the Prime Catcher. Exactly what George wants to see here, Kyle. And he chose it himself.
He did it!
He did it!
He spotted the line. No, it's exactly what you need at this point. You just have all your energies in play. Played a slower approach, but a reasonable approach. He just didn't care what his opponent was doing. Wanted to get as many prize cards early on as he could. And then there was just a misstep there from Max. He just was not able to set up the Pokemon and take the knockout with the Slaking into the Raging Bolt. And now here's the punish. You're going to draw all these resources, hold on to the pink card, and you can just set up game.
Yeah, this is, setting up checkmate for sure. You said it's a punish. It is definitely a punish here from George. No mercy here from the Raging Bolt side of our field. George Illich taking names here against this poor slacking deck. Oh, you hate to see it, but George is writing up a nice little story here and cleaning up day 1. I'm sure he's feeling good.
Yeah, definitely a story to go back and tell your friends later of, you will not believe what we played against. But honestly, it's no fault to Max. He ran into some really difficult prize cards there to work with, and then you occasionally get a little frazzled.
Yeah, that is tough indeed. We even see the Mew EX coming out as well from George onto the field. The PAL pad recycling these supporters.
This is smart. This is just thinking of everything. You're the only way you lose at this point is egregious Iono into the worst hand ever. So what do you do to counteract that? You have restart. You have Asada back in your deck, and you start to feel a little more comfortable.
You just got everything you want.
You're just the best. Everyone loves you.
Yeah, you know, Terra Pokemon has unlocked so much here for George. Now the Crispin being actually I think that's just still in the discard.
He does not want that. I mean, I think I'd want that. But
yeah, what's he cooking up there, Kyle?
Whatever. Maybe.
I guarantee you, Crispin ain't burning his thumb on that pan.
Well, if he did, we'd get him a Band-Aid for stream.
Yeah, he's cooking up something nice and fine. Look at this, even a grass energy going on to the Mew EX. I mean, the more energy you have, the more damage you're doing here. So it's 70 damage per energy that you're discarding with that Raging Bolt EX bellowing thunder.
I don't think there's much of a choice here. I think we take down the big dog.
Yeah.
For a second, he's like, Pheasantipity? No, dude. No. There's There's one threat.
Yeah, look at all this energy that we're going to need here. That Slacking EX, 340 HP, Kyle. That's a lot of HP.
Mm-hmm. You know what's bigger than 340? 350.
350. That's going to be enough here. 70 per energy discarded there from George. That's the Slacking EX, the last lone fighter we potentially had here from Max that was on the board has gone down. George sitting at one prize card left to lock up a 2-0 in our last Swiss round. Max just with a single Pidgey. Can't even turn into the EX.
Yep, that's it's looking pretty grim. If you want realistic plays, you find Iono and you figure it out. If you want to go out like a champion, you pop that Dusknoir.
Yeah. Oh, yo, that would be crazy. I don't know if that's going to happen, Kyle.
I don't see Iono, so you know what? Let's blast. Let's get ready for Team Rocket.
Yeah, let's blast off. Maybe that'll give him some good karma going into Team Rocket cards in the future, you know? I blasted off into the new format.
Oh, Blood Moon's also pretty good, I guess.
We were talking about Blood Moon earlier. It's still an option here. Of course, free attack. Some seasoned skill coming out from this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Of course, George has taken 5 prize cards. That's pretty nice. Well, actually, not really if you're playing against it.
Yeah, no, it's a problem.
All right, we see a rare candy here from Max. Just under 6 minutes between these players. Are we finally there with the Pidgeot EX? That was the one that was drawn?
I didn't think that was going to be the prize card either. It was on the far end.
Yeah, that's true.
Well done, Max.
Usually they go left to right, so.
Oh, there is the Iono too. Okay, hold up. This actually turned into slightly real opportunities. He's looking at the Arvin. We don't love that. I think you have to take this chance to. But then again, taking a knockout, you just walk into Pheasantipity as well. There's so much backing up George here.
Yeah, it's like which fate do you want, pretty much at this point. We're going to see what Max chooses to do from this this quick search. Pidgeot EX, the single prize card that was drawn there.
That's a Badoo.
That's a Badoo. That's a little green guy. What?
How did you do that?
Wait, what?
I don't know. I don't know how Badoo was searched out there.
Wait, did he quick search for Badoo? I'm so confused.
It was unless there was an Ultra Ball thrown in.
I guess it was
because we see Dusclops.
I was like, wait, why?
Presumably the only way that got there. Fair enough, pal.
Oh, we lost the plot there, Kyle, but we're back on track now. We got the Badoo out, then we had the energy as well there from Max. Pidgeot EX jumping out of the active position. Grand Tree coming into play, bumping that Area 0 under depths. That means George is going to have to go back down to a bench of 5 here, discarding some Pokemon.
Yeah, a lot of decisions now that you have to think about. It's
you want to have access to as many ways to draw.
Right.
I think Fan Rotom's the next choice. Just throw that away. You've got the Mew, you've got the Pheasantipity, you've got at least one energy in play and the Noctowl to help out too.
You only need one prize card left
Plenty
to take.
of draws here.
Yeah.
But kudos to Max for putting together a wild line that is starting to work out.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, Max is literally doing everything possible here to stay in this game. Like you said, the line has been found here. The Blood Moon Ursaluna attacking for free thanks to that seasoned skill ability, taking out that Raging Bolt. EX there off the field, 2 prize cards
Noctowl's found. That's almost just it off the bat, right?
Yeah, we still flip the script here.
You've got boss's orders. You could find an earthen vessel for an energy as well. That could just close out here too.
George has it here. We just have to watch him put it together before we can say anything is written down for this match here from George. But we're going in with the Jewel Seeker here on this Noctowl.
Yeah, he's got the boss. He's just got to find the way to search out the energy. I think he has Night Stretcher in hand too. There's plenty of ways to close out here.
Yeah, just double checking everything.
Got to take your time. Take your time.
Yeah, take your time.
Don't want to lose to Slaking.
Don't get too antsy here. That is for sure. Yeah, we see the boss's orders here, bringing up that single prize card. Fan Rotom, Night Stretcher being played as well. To bring up this Fan Rotom, the energy retrieval for the Fan Rotom to attack the Fan Rotom and taking the win here. 2-0 with the Fan Rotom. Fan on fan crime. That's going to lead to the win here for George Illage in our very last Swiss round here in Milwaukee.
I don't have words. What just happened?
I mean, that's a way to win.
That's beautiful. That is some fun Pokemon. Both players clearly having a great time here on the stage. Unfortunate for Max to just not find the right resources, run into a couple of issues there with the prizing and a little bit of the sequencing. But he put up a great show and almost found a strategy that worked.
Right, I mean, he got himself all the way down to just 3 prize cards left, and that was after working on a pretty big back foot. So let's see how this turned out between our players in this wild card matchup. Slaking EX here. Of course, we saw George kind of just carrying out his normal plan here, taking knockouts where he could. That did unlock some play for Max there with a couple of cards. You know, the counter gain coming out to play. You know, it was kind of swinging back and forth in this first game between our players. We even saw the Rotoms attacking into each other as well. It got a little weird there for a while, but George was able to just set up this bench hugely here with that Area 0 under depths. Prime Catcher taking the last 2 prize cards in that first game, cleaning things up. Max, on the other hand, George is kind of going no EX route to just have outs, was taking out the Pidgeys consistently from Max's side as well, but was then kind of just waiting, but then finally took out this Raging Bolt EX. We got the Teal Mask Ogre Pond down, and Max kind of just unfortunately whiffed one round with that Assault Landing not being able to go through, keeping that baby Raging Bolt alive, and then it just kind of went downhill from there.
Yeah, there was a lot to work against Max at this point of the game, just trying to find answers, but he did. He came up with a really great solution, found the Blood Moon, the Iono, the Counter Stadium, and really started to work against what George had built up. But George had enough. He was really smart to keep that Hoot around, found the Noctowl, and the answers were right there to close out.
Yeah, he could have curse blasted out of there, but he held on, and he held on strong. So fantastic showing there from Max, putting Slaking EX on the map here and on our stream match for our very last Swiss round. I gotta say, that was entertaining, Kyle.
Yeah,
that is
and
for sure.
I mean, that was for both players, working on the back foot, trying to find out what to do in this matchup. It was tough, and George came up with a pretty great plan of just no EX. I'm just gonna bide some time and figure it out. Maybe would have liked to see the route where you go after the Pheasantipity instead. Don't give your opponent just like, what, 6, 9 extra cards
yeah, it was
for
like
fun.
flip the script. Yeah,
when they're just Pidgeys that clearly aren't being evolved. But it worked out. He found additional prize cards, and maybe it was like a little more risky, but ultimately he found a way to win the game.
Yeah, the fan Rotom for the fan Rotom to take the win there between these players. So that's it here for our day one, Kyle. It has been an eventful one. I have had an absolute blast casting here today. It's nice to have you back, Kyle.
It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been really fun. We got to see a lot of unique decks, and we do have a winner here in round 8. It is George. We have Wancho standing by with him. I'd love to hear what he thought about that match.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you, Kyle. I thought that match was absolutely amazing, and I have the winner here, George Illage. Congratulations, George. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. You know, made day 2, so I'm happy. Hopefully, you know, get a chance to make top 8 tomorrow, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we're doing great. We're doing great. So we're playing Raging Bolt. Tell us why the deck choice.
I've actually been playing Raging Bolt all season.
Oh.
So I know it by hand, you know. I have all my points have been with Raging Bolt, just, you know, be consistent with it. So I really like it, and it gets me wins. So
that's fair. It gets you wins, and a lot of the times, yeah, it helps when you're really familiar with a deck, and if you're sticking with one deck and it's working, you know, why try and fix that? Are there any interesting matchups you've ran into today in day 1 of the Milwaukee?
I mean, that was obviously the most interesting matchup.
Yeah.
I was figuring out what exactly it did as I played the match. But yeah, so shout out to my opponent for that deck. It's definitely very unique. But yeah, I pretty much played up a lot of Dragapults today.
Ooh,
so, yeah.
Okay. So we were farming all the Dragapults. I mean, it should be a fairly okay matchup. You're able to get the one-hit KOs. Did you face any Gardevoirs?
Not one Gardevoir. Like I said, I played 4 Dragapults, and I beat every single one. So.
All right, that's nice. That's nice. Let's talk about that last game. Again, we played against Slacking EX. You had no idea what it did?
I kind of I knew it hit for big numbers, but I forgot exactly like what the ability they can't attack with EXs and stuff like that. So yeah, I figured it out as soon as we went, and then, you know, just went from there.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a common Pokemon at all. The fact that Slacking EX requires a Pokemon EX or V in play to be able to attack. It's something maybe in the next format with the new Rocket set that it could see some play, but for this one, it's interesting to see it, especially in round 8, right, of the Milwaukee Regional. Tell us about the process, though, because again, this is something we weren't expecting. Although by the time we got to game 2, you suddenly had like almost the perfect game plan against it.
Yeah, I was trying to bench any EXs, try to take as many 1 prizes as I can. I knew that if I knock out the first guy and I had no 2 prizers, at the best he could be in all prizes, and from there I just keep going 2, 2, 2, 2. So that's pretty much what was my strategy.
Yeah, the baby Raging Bolt definitely put in a lot of work there. Now that, hey, you're guaranteed now into day 2, what's your mindset at? Like, what are you thinking of, and how are you going to prepare for tomorrow's tournament?
Well, I will prepare by getting some rest, since I didn't get much rest last night. So hopefully, you know, reset tonight, and then just come in tomorrow thinking I'm about to play probably a bunch of Dragapults and Gardevoirs.
That is fair. That is fair. And with that, just a couple more questions. Anyone? Oh no. Is there any advice you'd like to give any aspiring Pokemon player out there?
Just consistency. I'd say if people who be switching decks a lot, sometimes it'll mess you up since you don't know the sequencing and stuff like that. If you're just starting, especially, it's best just to stick with one deck, master it, and then get better as you keep playing with the same deck.
I like it. Consistency is key. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, for sure. I'd like to shout out the whole DC, Maryland, Virginia. That's my area. Everybody we play with back in the area. Guild Gaming from the Guild, Sage Mantis. Just not forgetting anybody, you know, any store. But yeah, we have a very good area, so it's always good playing with those guys.
Sounds like an absolutely amazing place. With that, thank you so much for the interview, and best of luck in day 2, George.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
With that, we're going to throw it back to the desk before we close things out here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
Thank you so much, Wancho, and thanks for that awesome interview, George, as well. Congrats on the day 2 with the Raging Bolt. Has faced off against a lot of Dragapult out there today, so obviously has won enough to get into day 2. Maybe potentially hoping to hit some more Dragapult. I don't know. He looked real tired. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what?
When
you play against Slaking, you kind of just mimic it at the end of the game.
Right.
Sure enough, it definitely bit him there a little bit. But repping the DMV, that's
Yes.
my hometown from Baltimore too. So it's
Same,
really cool to
actually.
get to shout out an area that
Nova.
doesn't get spoken about too much. But it's had some great players come out of it, and
It still has several great players
Yeah.
that are still there.
Yep, and sure enough, we've got one now in our day 2. George has got a great opportunity here to build on this. He's been playing Raging Bolt all season, he said,
Right.
and he's this might be the spot. This is a good deck. It's got a lot of versatility now that you have the smaller Raging Bolt incorporated into the mix. You've got a lot of versatility with all these different ways to find the last 3 cards you need to win. There's like 8 ways to find the last 3 cards you need, and he's gonna do it a lot.
I know, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of draw there for sure. But some great advice there from George of just sticking to a deck, especially if you're a newer player. Sticking to one deck might be the way to go, because then you just really refine your matchups with that deck. You get comfortable with it. Like he said, you know it like the back of your hand as well. What would your deck be, Kyle, in this current format, if you just were going to stick with one for a long time? What would you pick just right now, straight off the top?
I would have picked Dragapult, and then I would have been questioning it for the rest of the season. I would have been, oh man, it's probably time to switch to Gardevoir. Ooh, that end Zoroark looks pretty good. Hold up, what's going on over here?
You seem like an end Zoroark type.
It eventually would have landed there, but to answer your original question, there's no way I would have started there.
There's no way. Yeah, it's true. And I guess if you're sticking to your first one, then you're cooked, Kyle.
I'm in a lot of trouble. I mean, Dragapult's still trying. It's got great numbers.
Doing well.
But I feel like it's slowly falling out of favor with some of the more top players.
It's been around a little too long, I think.
Yeah,
Well,
we get sick of you, pal.
We'll see if it gets brought down tomorrow, of course, in our day 2. That is going to be it for us until we see you tomorrow, bright and early. Make sure you tune in with us. But first, we're going to close things out with a nice little after show here. Wancho, take it away.
Boo, thank you so much, Boo, and what a regional championship this was. My name is Juancho Saldana. I'm joined in the booth, in the lounge, actually, with Pablo Meza and Jeremy Jalen. What a day, folks.
What a day indeed. We've had such a nice variety of decks, I feel, today. We had Zoroark, we had Slacking, we had Golden Go, we had Dragapult, we had Gardevoir, we had it all.
Yeah, it was definitely a very, very wide format. What was one of your favorites, Jeremy?
Honestly, 2 of the matches that we did ended up in ties, but it was 4 great players, and just the 2 games that we did see were amazing and just didn't really have enough time to finish game 3.
No, definitely. And with that, we've had so many amazing players. I actually want to see which players actually made it to day 2. I believe we do have a list here, and it is quite a list. I have to give a shout out here to like Owen Dalgard. Again, this is an up and coming master. I believe this is his first year, and I believe he's undefeated. And again, a lot of big names: Aiden Coos, Piper Lapine, Rowan Stabenow, Calvin Connor, Ian Robb. This tournament is stacked.
Yeah, honestly, a big shout out to Karis Jones there too. Took a loss this last round, started out 7-0, and after a great top 4 appearance in Atlanta a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of really cool names up here. I want to shout out Michael Meal as well. I used to coach him when he was like a first-year senior or so. He's been really doing well. He came back to the game a couple years back. He's been doing amazing. Piper Lapine, always nice to see her up there. I walked by Ryan's and Kian's game during round 8, and there was a 4-energy Blood Moon for some reason in play, so that was very interesting to see. And of course, Brent and Caleb showing an amazing game on stream that had us all on the edge, especially with that penalty that happened, the time crunch, everything. So really cool to see them still make it through undefeated, I still think. 7-1, both of them.
Yeah, again, that was the grudge match. Brent Thompson and Caleb Rogers, since they faced each other in top 4 of the last regional. It was that was definitely quite a match. One of my favorites, I think, I have to say today. And Brent Thompson is lining up to possibly even taking this one again. But yeah, all of these players, absolutely amazing. Best of luck to them in day 2. I cannot wait to see more Pokemon. And of course, don't forget to tune in tomorrow, though. We're going to start 10:45 a.m. CT or 8:45 a.m. Pacific. But yeah, that's the time all the action starts. I want to get to it. I just want to see more Pokemon. Why does the day have to end?
To sleep.
That is definitely pretty important. And of course, let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of the schedule for North America. Only a couple left. This is the second to the last regional, Milwaukee, and of course followed by Portland as the last regional of the season, but so much more action still. Of course, NAIC in New Orleans, and then Worlds in Anaheim. I am excited for both. I'm excited to go to Anaheim. It's going to be an absolute blast.
I mean, I'd be excited as well if I was national champion and I was already qualified. So yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to Anaheim for sure. We still have Milwaukee to close out. One more regional to go, and then the big championship point event in New Orleans that's gonna decide everything for every region.
Yeah, that's shaping up to be probably the biggest Pokemon tournament in North America of all time, right?
Yeah.
It always is at this point.
Hey, we're trying to get to that #2 spot secured, #1 eventually, you know. It'll be good.
Yep. With that, of course, I just want to remind the folks at home to follow all the, important links for important channels. The Twitch, the YouTube with the /Pokemon, all the broadcasts. Yep, there it is on YouTube /Pokemon and on Twitch /Pokemon as well. Again, on Twitch, you can interact with the stream, choose a couple of matches. It's definitely very, very interesting. With that, on behalf of everyone here, this was day 1 of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We're going to see you tomorrow. Welcome to the beautiful city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
We're here. We're bringing the Pokemon TCG hot and spicy.
The turn back.
Oh, it's off the top. What a top deck for Rowan. This is just game right here. It's over.